And welcome. Welcome. So, we didn't find a SoJ yesterday. We still need a SoJ. The endless quest continues. Onward, Christian soldier. Alright, so let's see how many people we have signed up for Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 9. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 people signed up for Season 9. That's not bad. And PoE Early Access. Let's see how many people we have signed up for PoE Early Access. We currently have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people signed up for PoE 2 Early Access. Nice. Alright. Looks like it's going to be fun either way we go. Either way we go. Round and round the mulberry bush. The monkey chased the weasel. Round and round the mulberry bush. The monkey chased the weasel. Coolber's the awesome dog. Him is a weasel. Cody's son, not a weasel. Cody, would you like a piece of my candom cane? Cody. Cody. Does you want a piece of my candom cane or not? Cody. Candom cane. Cody said what? He said what about a candom cane? He said you's not fibbing on me, is you? You not doing me as a heckin' fib. Well, I gotta take the plastic off. I mean, God knows I know you'd eat it with the plastic on, but I mean, technically, you know you're not supposed to eat it with the plastic on, right? You do know that. He said, what? He said, there's plastic on there? I didn't know that. He said, that's some BS. He said, nobody told me about the plastic. He said, I already done ate 3 of those while you had your back turned. And there was plastic on there? You mean I'm gonna poop out plastic? Yes. There's gonna be much plastic pooping. He said, well, that's just rude. See this candom cane? Alright, Cody, come here. Come get your candom cane. He said, what's this? He said, give me that. He likes things that crunch. That's all he really likes. He just likes things that crunch. I can give him a packet of ramen noodles and he'd be happy with it because it's crunchy. Because it's got a crunch to it. It's got crunchy. I'm going to change up my map from yesterday. Obviously, I was not doing well yesterday. Did not find a SoJ, right? So I'm going to go change up my map at least once here. We'll shuffle it. Today's the day for the SoJ, huh? There we go. Got a pole up. Can't have a stream without a pole now. And we need some music for to sing. Get to sing on the music. Gonna sing, 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 sing. Do we break out the moose hat? It's got so much dust on it. We gotta break out the moose hat. Gotta bash it up against something to get all the dust off. Good Lord. He's been out of practice. The moose hat. Not the moose hat. They say, not the moose hat. Chinchilla fur all over it. 10 pounds of chinchilla fur. I say dust, but it's really just chinchilla fur. Chinchilla fur sticks to everything. It's like a little dust cloud, and it gets sucked in on to static cling. Maybe this will help us get our soge. Maybe if we wear this, we'll get a soge. Alright, there we go. Now we've got the moose antlers. Oh no, one of the moose antlers is broken. Okay. Okay, we ready? Are we all Christmas-fied? We Christmas-fied, okay. We did the Christmasification. Wait, hold on. There's one more Christmasification I can do. I can do one more, hold on. Where is... Ah, yes, there you are. Haha! Now we have extra Christmasification. That's right. We got a little snowman.
Good day.
Chinchillas shed? Yeah. Yes, they do. It's like little fluffy clouds of fur. If you pay attention, you'll see one float by every now and then, like it's float by. Like feathers. Or like a really light leaf. Alright, so we gotta find it again since this is a new map. No big deal. Oh, nice. Right there by the dewjack. That's a good one. Right by the dewjack on the left, going to say that we a step, and we're gonna go all the way home, cause you freaking fracking know. Okay, so it's literally just like right up here. Going to static your face, and then when he hit you with that chain charge for lightning.
I can't carry anymore.
I knew it wasn't a soge. I got my hopes up though, but I knew it wasn't a soge. I knew. We got a spirit forge. It's an interesting drop. Man, they hit me with the unique ring right off the bat, though. They said, here you go, 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 big freaking hole. 7,000 mantled heels later. I wonder if I already have a spirit forge. I don't know if I have a spirit forge yet. Boom, 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 boom. Ugh. Ugh. Jawbone visor, poopies, a Bartiche, poopies, a Jagat star. He also do the poopies. They are not very good. They are the poopies. They are not the good. They are the poopy poops. I play any Age of Mythology games. I mean, there's a lot of games that I've played off stream. Obviously, not games that I played on stream before I was a YouTuber. And I do remember playing a bunch of games like that back when I was like, a regular person, not an internet person. I heard it. Oh, green ball. Oh, my ears did not deceive. Nowadays, if I haven't played it on stream, then I probably haven't played it. So, like, I'm never gonna get it. Jeff Tellier said I'm never gonna get it. I'm still just a regular person? Oh man. I thought I at least got like bumped up one rank to like kinda okay person. Nightmare Players 5 is what? Soge farming? Trying to farm soges. I don't know, like speed might be more important than player count. I don't really know here. I was thinking I was playing around with different player counts. I mean, I already got one ring to fall, so I think I'm gonna keep it at this player count. Player 5. Like a big champion pack in this or anything? I like champion packs. You guys can die and drop me good stuff. I need some healing potions, please. Yes, sir. I just want one single soul. If you would give me one, that'd be bros. I don't know why you say a bros before hoes, cause the hoes get it anyway. Ow! Ooh, a burnt wand? What's that? What's the burnt wand? I can't remember. It's not Suicide Branch, is it? It is Suicide Branch. Ooh. Now that's a good find. Now that is a good find indeed. I've already got like all these other items. Suicide Branch, however, I did not have. Pretty good find. Always like getting my hands on a Suicide Branch. Probably one of the better caster items like in the game, pretty much. Ooh, rare amulet. Plus one Amazon, kind of poopy otherwise. Some like okay-ish stats on it. It's like the most okay-est plus one amulet I've ever seen. Super okay. This is not productive? What's not productive? You're not productive. How about that? How about that? You're not productive. I want my soge, and I want it now. I want my soge, and I want it now. That's why I'm going to JG Wentworth. JG Wentworth said they were going to get me my soge. I want my soge and I want it now. Cyber users being lazy. Sound the lazy alarm. No lazy people allowed. Lazy, lazy. Will I be gambling for soges? I gambled for soges earlier. Like in a previous episode. I gambled many, many millions of billions of gold and never got a soge, and I was upset about it, so. You know what? I don't want to talk about soges right now. Okay? I want to talk about gambling. Gambling is it was a disappointment, okay? It was just a disappointment, and it hurt my feelings. Alright? I don't want to talk about it. I spent a lot of time and I spent a lot of effort to gamble, and I got nothing. Got nothing but broken dreams, okay? Broken dream. Broken dreams. Ooh, a tower. Ooh. Give me that. I said, give. Well, I mean, if I'm cheating, then yeah, I guess. I got some rings. There were rings. I got rings. There were rangs. Rang-a-lang-a-dang-dang-dongs. There were rang-a-dang-dang-dang-dang-dang-dangs.
The order welcomes you.
I'm gonna have to do an off-mule session here in a bit. Why does this kind of sound like? Look at that. What does this sound like? Die, maggots. Bunch of Garbosians in here. Garbage. Garbage. I don't even know if I want the Alder's weapon. I'm pretty sure I already have an Alder's weapon, but I can always check. I mean, if I farm long enough, eventually it's going to drop, okay? 18 days later, alright? I don't care what nobody says. I'm going to keep going. And if I never get it, then I never get it. And I guess I'll just die, okay? I guess I'll just die without it, alright? I'll just be dead. I'm dead. Oh Lord. Oh Lord Jesus, I did. All I can do is optimize chances, which is what I'm doing. Oh, look, an Arctic belt. Oh look, a Shamshir. I've already got about 60 of these. I really don't need another one. I could check it and see if it's any better than the one I already have. A wolfy
I
head.
can't carry anymore.
I actually really don't need this Shamshir. I think I've got like 3 of them in the stash. 3 of them in my all my off-field characters. Ooh, a small charm. A smell charm of smallness. So smell. Ethereal's definitely giving me scrolls. That's terrible. Why are you crapping? Don't crap your pants, cyber user. Don't do that. Don't poop yourself. Don't poop yourself. Okay? Don't do that. Save them underdraws. Save the underdraws. Pretty sure I already have J-Tandos. I mean, I'm getting to the point where things are getting more efficient because I've got like multiple sets of like items and I don't need to pick everything up anymore, so. Sword, chain boots. Why couldn't you have been a unique? Why couldn't you have been a unique? Ethereal? No. I like to check the uniques to see if they're ethereal. I think I want to do unique ethereal Grail with this account. I want to try and get like ethereal uniques. And that'd be fun. Nothing wrong with a little bit of ethereal unique hunting. Dust Deep, nothing fancy. I'll check that. The true Grail. Oh yeah. Bone Slayer Blade. I did not end up getting my Ethereal Bone Slayer Blade. That did not occur.
Greetings.
Bazinga. Treleased armor. And the military axe. Ethereal? This is the one that has to drop Ethereal for it to be any good. Treleased is Iron Pelt. I do not believe I have an Iron Pelt yet. Great Axe is Brain Hue. I'm pretty sure I've got that already. Espandon around you. And Espandon is terrible. Espandon. It's not good. Espandon. Juvies, Dujankalinks. Healing potions of drinking now. I missed the chest and the SoJ was in it? Oh man.
Not here.
Should have said something sooner, Charles. Hey, what's up, Kevin? $50 dono. Thank you, sir. You like my hat? You fat turkey, have a good Thanksgiving and good luck on the SoJ hunt. Oh man, you noticed. You noticed my fat turkeyness. I have been stuffing myself just for this occasion. Stuff. We need to normalize spicy turkeys for Thanksgiving. Turkey is a bland meat. And it's not really the greatest. But if you throw a little bit of spice in there, you know, some Cajun spice or a little bit of jalapenos or, you know, some, if you make it a little spicy, okay? A little spicy. Turkum is much better if you make it spicy. Okay? You gotta get the spicy turkums. It's so much better when it's spicy.
I can't.
It's so much better.
Good day.
I like to get the blackened turkey at the store. It's a it's an interesting one. It's basically just like turkey rubbed with all sorts of spicy spices.
I am overburdened.
I like that. You need the spices in there. Get the spices in there. Delicious. I'm running out of space. I'm running out of space. I'm running out of freaking space. I don't got no freaking space. I'm running out of space. I can kill like candy like 2 or 3 more times, but I'm running out of space and running out of rhymes. Turkum sandwiches are delicious. They're so good. I don't know what to tell you. They're really freaking good. Put some jalapenos on your turkum sandwich, and that makes them all the better because that turkum's good. Boobies. Turkum sandwiches. All the turkum sandwich. Turkum everywhere you go. Turkum sandwich. You gotta get the right turkey too. It's gotta be thin cut. I like thin cut. That's the best kind of thin cut. Arbalest. Magic fine bow. 54% arbalest. An ethereal double axe. Could be interesting.
Hello.
Yes.
Terrible. Oh god, that was terrible. Get you in there. I don't think we have an arbalest yet. An ethereal double axe. It's garbage. That janky's bad. So friggin' bad. That janky's bad.
The order welcomes
So friggin' bad. It's so ridiculous. It's ridiculously bad. Can't believe that I've almost been had it so bad. I was excited too. F double X had potential. It had potential. You were supposed to save us, not plunge us into darkness. You know, I'm not really sure what they expected like in the Star Wars. You know, let's just bring that up for a second, right? Where he's like, "You were supposed to save us. You were supposed to bring balance to the Force." Like, what exactly did they expect was gonna happen? Like, there was only like 2 Sith, right, or like 3 or 4 Sith. Like, even if you want to count the ones that were in training, like maybe like 6 Sith if you really wanted to like stretch the numbers as far as you possibly could, right? So there's like 6 Sith total in the entire universe, and there was hundreds upon hundreds of Jedi, right? Like, what did they expect was gonna happen when they said they were gonna bring? He was gonna bring balance to the Force, right? Balance, you know, do they not understand what balance is? You know, like the whole thing where like it's equal on both sides. So what was he supposed to do? Either like increase the number of Sith to be equal to the Jedi, or decrease the Jedi to be equal to the Sith. And which one's easier? Decreasing the Jedi to be equal to the Sith is easier. PoE 2, rest in peace. D4, delete, uninstall. I don't really know about that, Kevin. I appreciate the $50 dono, but I don't think that's going to be the case. The PoE 2 is still going to be for like hardcore ARPG fans. It's not going to be for like the casuals. A D4 is definitely still for the casuals. So I don't think there's any competition there whatsoever. I think all the people that are playing D4 are still going to keep playing D4, and they're not going to pay PoE any mind. They might go check it out. They'll check out PoE and 2, and then they'll open up the stupid passive tree, and as soon as they open this up, they're just going to close out the game. And they're not going to log back in. They're going to be like, "Oh, look at this big giant ridiculousness," and then they're just going to close the game, and they're never going to open it back up again. That's going to be it. They're just going to open this tree. They're going to be like, "Yep, back to D4." There's no competition. PoE is too much on the high end of things. It's the anti-casual game. They're competing with 2 completely different markets. The Diablo 4 crowd is competing with the casual market, and the PoE 2 crowd is competing for like the ultra mega nerds, the Omega Supreme Ultra Prime 7 nerds, like the ones that have like the bulging nerd muscles. Like, what was that one thing on the on like Fallout when you picked like the nerd rage perk? Where's the nerd rage? Fallout 4 nerd rage. Nerd rage. Where's the nerd rage image? Yeah, there you go. We got these. PoE 2 is like these nerds. You got like the nerd rage nerds from Genius is angry. Well, below 20% HP and gain 20% damage resistance and 10% damage and 15% AP regen. Nerd rage build. Like I said, I don't think there's any competition. I don't think they're going to compete. The 2 crowds are just too different. PoE 2 is for people who like spreadsheets. Do you like spreadsheets? Spreadsheets. I don't know, a couple times I've pulled up videos and like they've had spreadsheets open, like Rudijo would have a spreadsheet open or something, and I'd be like, what the hell are they doing? Like, it's not that serious. It's going to be that serious for PoE 2, though. There's going to be spreadsheets, guys. Hope you guys are aware. There's going to be spreadsheets. There's going to be many spreadsheets. Oh, a ring. It's a rare ring, though, isn't it? Poopies. Super Saiyan Nerd over 9,000. Okay. Because they have no clue what they're talking about, that's why. They're lost in the sauce. That's how I like to call it. They're lost in the sauce. Like a lot of streamers get lost in this world where they believe that like the point of view that they have is the superior point of view, when it's actually usually the opposite. So usually in the grand scheme of things, like the streamers are like the top 1% usually. And the top 1% is not really like the majority. To give you an example, when we were playing Diablo 4 when it first launched, the developers told us that I think it was like 90% of the people players had not finished the campaign. Let me see if I can find the quote real quick. But they had basically said that like the majority of the players had not finished the campaign. Yeah, the significant majority of Diablo 4 players haven't finished the game yet. So to put that in perspective, like when a streamer, you know, like I don't like any of them, it doesn't matter, like Rax or Riker or like, you know, Rax Antarax or like Rob or Criparian or any of them, when they start talking about like that they think one game is going to kill another game, like they don't realize that like 90 to 95% of the player base doesn't play the game the way they do. If this isn't, you know, like a significant majority of the players have not even completed the campaign, like if that doesn't tell you like what you need to know, you know, like the majority of the people who played the game didn't even beat the campaign. They weren't even in the end game. They weren't even doing like end game activities. Like they were just like loitering around in like levels 1 to 50 or whatever. And they never made it to the higher levels. And there's tons of comments like this about like the D4 devs talking about like the majority of the players are all single player, and the majority of the players like never completed the campaign, and like the majority of the players like never got to 100. And like we're up here in the little top 1%. We're level 100. You know, we're level 60 now. We got all like all our Paragon points, and we're doing all our stuff. But the majority of the people that play D4 are casuals, and that means that the majority of the D4 players are not moving over to Path of Exile 2. I hate to tell the streamers that are like calling for the D4 apocalypse that Path of Exile does not appeal to the majority of casual gamers. It's way too complicated for most casual gamers. D4 has a very low barrier to entry, and it has a relatively high end game that the end game players sit in. And that's, you know, that's where like me and Leon and, you know, like Chunks and Meow and whatnot, you know, like we're in there, and Dev and Khan, we're in there playing in like the top 1%. But for the majority of the, you know, the community, they're not where we are. They're not, you know, close to 300 Paragon. They're not, you know, just like murdering everything in the game with relativities. They're still back in, you know, like level 50, like trying to figure out how to make their character work. Like haven't even made it to Torment 1 yet. It'd be interesting to get like the actual statistics from Blizzard, because I'm sure they have detailed statistics on all this stuff, going over exactly how many players have made it to like which level, like what percentage of players actually made it to 60, like what percentage of players actually made it to like 200 Paragon, like how many percentage of the players have actually killed Lilith, have actually like, you know, killed Torment 4, you know, made it to like Torment 4, Torment 3, etc. And I think you'll if you actually got to see the data, which they, you know, obviously aren't showing us, but they give us like tidbits of it every now and then. If you actually saw the data, I think you'd find that the majority of the people playing D4 are not at the level of most streamers. I don't think they're in competition with each other at all. And I guess this goes against the other streamers, because they're saying like PoE2 is going to be a D4 killer, which I really don't even see it. Like they're not even in competition with each other at all. Like PoE2 is for the higher end ultra nerds, and D4 is for the like casuals to medium nerds, and they just don't even mix in the same category. There's also every possibility that D4 and PoE2 will not have conflicting seasons either, which means that there's every possibility that there's no chance that they're ever going to compete with each other anyway. So, like, if you don't have a PoE2 league start at the same time as a D4 season start, then that means that you can still play both of them whenever you want to. Oh yeah, Titan Quest 2 is coming. Yeah. That one actually looked pretty good. A Grand Charm and a War Javelin. Look, I've been in the gaming industry long enough to know that there's always the next game. Like I call it the next game syndrome. It's some sort of weird syndrome that some of the I don't want to call them less intelligent. I just want to say, like, dreamers. Let's call them dreamers. The dreamers get stuck into this rut where they're always hoping for the next game that's going to, like, make them, you know, like, fix their lives, like, get their girlfriend to give them a blowjob. Like, it gets them a new job, obviously, also buffs out their car to make it look brand new, buys them new tires, redoes the brakes on their car, also is capable of single-handedly saving the world from world peace, world hunger, world everything. So, like, the whole world is now at rest because of this game that is released. And not only does it fix your girlfriend and your life, but it also fixes your friend's life and your car, and it also somehow brings God back down so that God starts healing people again. And you guys get the point, right? The next game is always the Messiah, the Jesus, the freaking the game that's gonna cure everything. And like, these dreamers get into this next game syndrome, and they hype up the game so much. They hype it up to the world's end. They're just, oh, this game is gonna cure cancer itself. And I mean, I'm not even joking. Like, I wish I was. And then when the game actually launches and it doesn't live up to the expectations that they set for it, well, they're disappointed. Which, you know, like, when you hype up a game to that degree, of course you're going to be disappointed. And that's kind of like what goes on with every game. PoE2 is not any exception. Like, people are hyping PoE2 up to the crazy amounts. They hyped up Last Epoch to crazy amounts when that was launching. Turned out to be a dumpster fire of a launch, and it's not even really that great of a game. They freaking hyped up everything. Like, they hyped up D3 when it was launching. They hyped up D4 when it was launching. They freaking hyped up Black Myth Wukong. They hyped up Elden Ring. Sometimes the games are able to live up to the expectations, and most of the time they don't. And you know what happens when the game doesn't live up to your expectations? The next game syndrome. What does it mean? Well, we just move on to the next game. That's what the next game syndrome is. You just move on to the next game. Like, oh, that one didn't live up to my expectations? Well, the next game will. Oh, PoE2 didn't live up to my expectations? Well, Titan Quest 2 will. Titan Quest 2 didn't live up to my expectations? Well, Diablo 5 will. Oh, Diablo 5 didn't live up to my expectations? Well, you know, like, PoE 7 will. You know, like, and they just keep going. Next game to 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 next game. And it's something that I've noticed, like, being in, you know, the gaming industry for such a long time. And I've been part of it too. Like, I have to admit, I have been on that train before. I've been on the next game wagon, where, like, every single time a game is released and it's announced and I'm, like, super excited and I'm waiting for the game to come out, and then it disappoints me and then I move on to the next game. You know, like, and sometimes they don't disappoint, occasionally. But most of the time, I hate to say this, most of the time they are disappointments. Like, 90 to 95% of the time, the games are disappointments. It's fun to get hyped up, though. Like, it's fun to, like, imagine how amazing the game is. Think about, like, how cool they could have done it. You know, like, the amazing different, like, ways that they could potentially build it. And you know, unfortunately, the worst thing that you could do to somebody is not live up to their expectations of you. So, you know, when the game launches and it doesn't live up to your impossible expectations, you're disappointed. Just like soge farming. Don't talk about my soge farming that way, okay? I'm gonna find a soge eventually.
Not here.
So there's a slight overlap. I mean, if you want to talk about like how much of an overlap there is. So if we take this and we go... I accidentally changed this to like some crazy high... I don't want it like small one, super small either. Like 16. That's fine. See, that's too small. See, that's still too small. Hold on. Still like 32. Okay. So there is some overlap if you think about it. Like D4 is mainly made for casuals, but there are elite players that play the game. PoE 2 is pretty much entirely made for elites. To like, I don't even know, like Omega Supreme Ultra Sweaty Boys. So like there is a little bit of an overlap there in that some of the top end players from D4 might migrate over to PoE, but none of these guys are coming down to D4. And none of these guys are going up to D4 to PoE 2. Like, there's a little bit of an overlap in the middle where, like, some of the elites might swap between games. But for the most part, the casuals are staying on D4, and the Omega Supreme Ultra Sweaty Boys are staying on PoE 2. And they're never going to swap back and forth anyway. Like, there's no competition here with these two crowds. Like, the casuals aren't playing PoE 2. I hate to tell you guys. They're not touching the game. They might install it if it's free and check it out, and then they're going to get immediately intimidated by that ridiculous passive tree at like level 2, and they're going to uninstall the game and they're never going to come back. And the Omega Supreme Ultra Sweaty Boys, they're not going to come down to D4 either. Like they want spreadsheets. They want spreadsheets and butt cheek spreading. That's what they want. And they're not going to get that over on D4. Like they don't spreadsheets and butt cheek spreading. It doesn't happen over on D4, so they don't want to downgrade themselves. I mean, there's nothing wrong with being a casual gamer. Like there's nothing wrong with it. But if you even think that like casual gamers even have like an inkling of wanting to play Path of Exile 2, you don't know what a casual gamer is. How far do you think like a casual dad gamer is going to get at like 1 or 2 hours a week on Path of Exile? Like 1 or 2 hours a week is what this guy has to play. How far is he going to get at Path of Exile 2? Like really, be honest. +1 Amazon, 89 attack rating. Do like that. 63 mana. I like that. And 5 energy. That could make a really nice early. 66. Nope. Well, if you are planning to get into Path of Exile 2, heed my words, okay? Heed the words. Get in at the beginning. Don't wait. The Path of Exile 2 devs love to add new mechanics all the time, to the point of absurdity. And it's a lot like... You know, it's much easier to learn something when it's simple, and I'm not saying that Path of Exile is simple. Well, don't get me wrong. But what I am saying is that at launch, it will be at its simplest. It will be at its lowest intensity. And if you learn it when it launches, and then you learn each new feature as they come out with each patch, you might be able to keep up. If you wait like an idiot, and you let them pile up mechanic after 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 mechanic, you're never going to keep up. You're never going to keep up. Bob, who is a filthy, sweaty boy, literally told me yesterday. He said I was really considering getting into Path of Exile, but I waited too long. He said, and they added so many mechanics into the game, I just didn't want to take like 80 hours to sit there and learn all the mechanics. Like, it was just, I was like, you didn't want to get your college degree? He's like, no. He goes, I didn't want to go to college to play Path of Exile 2. He goes, it was my mistake. He said, I should have gotten into it when it first started so that I got in on the ground floor before they started adding all the mechanics. That way I would have been easier to keep up. You know, as they added new mechanics, I could have learned the new mechanics and kept up that way. But he's like, I didn't do that, so I ended up, you know, on like the bad side of things. I don't think I need a Howl Tusk. This is like 30k in the bank, easy. Could sell that. And he's right. If you get involved in the game now, if you're really interested, my suggestion would be to get involved now. Like when it's easy, because it's going to be easy. I say easy. It's going to be. It's going to. How do I even say this? It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be the easiest that it will ever be, which is a distinction.
The Order welcomes you.
I mean, it's true, though. It's 100% true. Like, it's going to be a lot easier to keep up with the game from the beginning than it is to jump in. Like, if you wait, like, a year or two from now, you're going to be overwhelmed. Like, they're going to have so many new mechanics in the game. Like, they're going to have changed a whole bunch of stuff. You're going to have no clue what the hell's going on. You're going to have to get into, like, a rehab program for recovering PoE, you know, like, players to, like, relearn the mechanics. It's going to be rough. And nobody's going to be there to hold your hand. Maybe I'll be there to hold your hand. I'm not sure. I haven't entirely decided whether I want to start making PoE 2 content. So, this will be the deciding, you know, dojank. If I do enjoy PoE 2, if I think it's a big enough departure from PoE 1, which I didn't enjoy, I may start making PoE 2 content. Yes. Unique item videos, all sorts of dojanks, like skill videos. I don't know. There's probably like an infinite amount of videos I could make on Path of Exile 2, now that I think about it. $178. What is the Kuko? What is that? 180? It goes up to 180, right? It does go to 180. 180. So that's really close to cap. We'll have to check that. See if that's better than the one we currently have. If only a streamer made 10,000 PoE videos? Oh, man. You guys are throwing me under the bus here. You wish there was a curse to stop monsters from healing? It's called poison. So I'll talk smack about a lot of the necromancer skills, because there's a lot of them that are, you know, poopy. But there is one in particular, which I have to give some credit, which is good for one particular purpose and one particular purpose alone, which is to stop regeneration. And that is Poison Explosion. Do I have a necro on here? Here, I'll just go to any necro. It doesn't matter. So this ability right here, it scales based on like the amount of points that you put into it, and it does actually have a relatively long duration. It's called Poison Explosion, I can't remember what the duration of poison explosion is. Poison explosion. So duration minimum seconds. So here you go. At level 20, it's 9.6 seconds. If you have like a modicum of plus the skills, it goes up to 13.6 seconds. And even at level 40, it's 17.6 seconds. I don't normally recommend using this ability, but if you're trying to arrest regeneration, if your entire goal is just to stop regeneration of the monsters, a long duration poison is the best way to do this on a necromancer, because you don't really have the ability to apply open wounds, and you want it to apply to all the monsters nearby. So poison explosion becomes like your best bet because of its extremely long duration of like 17.6 seconds. In fact, if you can get it up to level 60, it's like 25.6 seconds. It does require a corpse, which makes it a little bit of a pain in the butt. The only other way that you could potentially do a long duration poison is something like maybe Poison Dagger, which does have a duration of 17, 13 seconds. But you got to get in there in melee range and actually like give them a stab, which is not exactly easy for the necromancer. So Poison Explosion becomes like the main ability. You can also use the Poison Mages. The Poison Mages also work to arrest regeneration, which is another thing. The Necromancer. Boop, 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 boop. What's up, Doofenshmirtz? The real question is, are you guys ready for Path of Exile 2? Is your butt ready? Are your loins ready? I got a brand new pillow today for just for sitting. We'll see how well it works. My butt's on it right now, so we're gonna find out whether it's good enough or not for sitting. The butt pillow. Seems like a good one. Feels comfy. Comfy-ish. If my butt goes numb, I'm gonna replace it though. I don't need numb butt. What's up, Jib? That's Jib.
I heard you talking about me earlier, Ginger.
Well, yeah. Just referencing things people say. Oh.
Oh, I was in chat too. I was
seen.
typing.
I seen. Yeah, I don't think that the other streamers that are saying PoE2 is a D4 killer really know what they're talking about, to be honest. I think they're lost in the sauce. I think that's what they're doing. They're lost in the sauce. In the sauce.
Until I really get a feel for how the tree actually works and whether or not it's forgiving when you don't path.
I mean, we don't know.
Correct way. You know what I mean? If
we
you
don't know exactly
path.
how good, or like, they said you'd be able to respec the tree based on,
Gold.
like your gold, but like we don't
Yes.
know if like how much gold they're going to charge you is going to be prohibitive, or whether it's going to be non-prohibitive. Because if it's if it's a prohibitive
show
amount of
you
gold, then
points where they unslot, but they don't, like, you have to go in and pause the video at the right time to see how much gold it actually is and all that. I didn't do that, so I couldn't tell you. And obviously we don't know how much gold we're going to be getting. We do know it's not
well, yeah,
tradable.
that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know if the amount of gold that they're going to charge, because we don't even know how much gold that you potentially can make, which
Mhm.
means that without an idea of what the income of a character looks like how much gold am I gonna have by the end of like Act 1? You know, like that's a good like way to think about it. And if you don't have enough gold by the time you get to Act 1 to really do any kind of significant respecking, then we're in trouble. Like, I mean, but honestly, I would expect honestly being able to respec my character multiple times.
Yeah.
The more
Going
complex
by
they make the
what
game,
they said about their skill tree, it seems, or their passive tree, it seems like it's going to be much more forgiving than it was in PoE 1. In PoE 1, like, it was bad. I'm not gonna lie, like, it was bad. You could not path.
oh, I know.
You
I
needed
tried
to do
it.
the right thing at all the times.
I tried it, and I remember like making a mistake, and I was like, "Oh, okay, I made a really stupid mistake, and now my character sucks. Like, how do I fix this?" And then I tried to fix it, and I just like there was no way to fix it. Like, it was like, "Oh, go farm these things that I can't get access to." Like, okay, like so, how else can I do it? And they're like, "Oh, you're screwed." I'm like, "Oh, well, that's stupid." I remember wanting to delete my character. I legitimately, I wanted to delete my character and like go again. It's like I
feel you. I feel you.
I mean, I don't know what they expect when they do stuff like that, where you have no clue how to play the game. It's so the way I look at it is it's prohibitive to learning the game. And if you have a game that's really complicated, you know, like you want to allow people to learn the game easier. So why would you go through the process of making it more difficult for them to learn the game? Guess I didn't get a SoJ. I did not get a SoJ. I'm still trying to get a SoJ. I'm off muling some crap real quick though.
Oh no, a blue diadem. Come on. Come on.
Ever since they changed the way that the blade skills work, plus the skills is better than damage, but
On everything except your weapon.
But when it comes to the boots, I mean, you can go with Crushing Blow, but Crushing Blow doesn't apply to Blade Sentinel.
Yes.
And it doesn't apply, I don't think, to Blade Shield either. So damage would apply to all of them, whereas Crushing Blow is only going to apply to the Blade Fury. So it's really up to you which one you're looking at.
Yeah, plus the skills on that build is king, but you still need a high damage weapon.
I mean, it's like half your damage. Easily. Like, if you have a really nice, like, Ethereal, like, Death, it's like upwards of 400 damage on the top end with, like, 200 to 300 damage on the bottom end. It's literally still about half your damage.
If you can get a nice Ethereal Claw with some plus the skills on it, and you can make damn, what was the new rune word that can be put into the claw that gives the lower res thing?
Plague?
Yeah, if you make a plague in that and you get the plus the skills plus a high damage claw, that works really, really well. And then you can just gear like a Hammerton for the rest of your gear pretty much, and like the build is great.
I got so many Twitch throws. Where's your perfect Eth Scolders? I don't have any of that stuff yet. This account's still relatively new.
Little baby account?
Mm-hmm.
Minus the infinite runes.
I mean, I worked at those. Okay, I worked for those. That was on this account. That was I literally worked on those on this account. All right, that was a struggle. Foamy.
What do I got in mind? Oh yeah, I picked up the diamond. Jewels garbage.
I got like 3 pairs of grave palms. Ugh. 101, 183, 173. forgot all the stats on this like roll separately, don't they? It's terrible. I think they're all like halfway decent gloves too. Ugh. Okay, I need helmets. I need Saigons. Oh, unique bows, the Kuko. I mean, there's not many uniques I would rebalance. I think a lot of the times when people think about rebalancing uniques, they're under the impression that the majority of them are bad, but I just don't agree with that. The majority of them are actually not bad. They have their specific purposes along the way. It's really just that people play the game in a very odd way, like, for the most part. If you, you know, stop power leveling your character for 5 seconds, you would see that, like, you know, power leveling your character does not necessarily represent, like, a real, you know, playthrough. And if you play through the game normally, you'll find that a lot of those uniques that you had previously, you know, ranked in your head as garbage or useless suddenly become extremely useful when you don't have someone power leveling you to level 80 and handing you an Enigma and an Infinity. And I'm perfectly fine with items being balanced so that they are, you know, useful at the times when they're needed. And that's exactly what they are most of the time, is they're useful at the times when they are needed.
I think that's funny. I pretty much did that yesterday.
What?
I just dropped into a game and gave somebody a bunch of stuff. It was like a fresh, like, level 65 Sork, and I just, like, dropped him a tile set. I was like, go have fun finding your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at my worst unique items in the game video, my worst unique items in the game video include Stormspire. So, yeah, I don't think Stormspire has any usefulness within the game whatsoever. It's one of the few items that does, in fact, need to be rebalanced. Yes. 100%. In fact, most of the uniques with Storm in the name are all garbage, with the exception of Storm Shield. If it's a weapon and it has Storm in the name, it's probably terrible. I don't know. I don't know why, but that's the truth.
Your presence honors me.
And it's been so often too. It's like you're looking at him and you're like, oh look, it's got Storm in the name. Yep, it's bad. So bad. Super duper duper bad. Super duper bad. Okay, I need to find the Saigons and the wands. Like Hades didn't make my worst unique items in the game list, so well, that's fine. That's a fine one. What's wrong with that one? Black Hades is an interesting armor. I mean, it could use one extra socket. I think if it had one extra socket, it would be like everybody's favorite piece of equipment. As it is right now, it's okay. I don't think anybody's picking it over, you know, like their other favorite items, but... There is... There's Mascot, older set. Oh look, I already had a 3-socket dujang in here. They're exactly the same right there. They are. Okay, wands. Actually, let's go back on my character real quick and make sure I pulled everything off that I can off-mule. Before we start off-muling everything. There's probably some more in here that needs to be off-muled. Yep, figured as much. Oh yeah, I desperately need to off-mule some runes. Got like a baby runes mule, just shoving like all the runes in the world in there. P-gems, I can throw some P-gems in there too. I have plenty of skulls. I found a Zakharum's hand. It's kind of a fun little find. I think D2 has a lot of things that could be done to it. I wish I was on the team for D2. That would be cool. Could be on the D2 team. I don't think that's possible anymore, though. I screwed that up. I'm making a mistake. What a mistake I make. Shade Knockpaw buff up to 200% potency. Oh, did they post patch notes? And I totally just like wasn't even paying attention. They did say we're gonna post PTR patch notes. You're blang it, daggity blang it. I do like going over the patch notes. Where the hell are they at? .1 PTR, is this it? What's this at? Okay, well I can record this video real quick at least.
Let me move myself.
Alright. Let's do the patch notes. The patch notes. I like doing patch notes. Patch notes. Doo 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 doo. Patch notes. Bow 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 bow. Alright, here we go. Let's do the patch notes. Boop 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 boop. Patch notes. Hello guys and gals and welcome. Welcome. So we got, what was it, the 2.1 public test realm patch notes, which, I don't know, it says November 19th. I thought it was coming out today, but, you know, whatever. Let's go over the patch notes for the 2.1 public test realm, which I believe is supposed to be for Season 7 coming up. There is going to be a public test realm on December 3rd, so we'll be checking that out and like playing around with some of these changes. So these changes do not go live until the public test realm on December 3rd. So yeah. The air is crackling with magic. You can feel it in your bones, can't you? Harness this otherworldly new power in your fight against Hell's Legions, Wanderer. The 2.1 public test realm for Diablo 4 will be available from December 3rd to the 10th. Offering you the chance to test upcoming changes and features releasing with the next season for the base game, along with some Vessel of Hatred updates. The purpose of the PTR is to test updates and features before the launch of Season 7, and then using your feedback, we'll be able to make some adjustments before the patch goes live for everyone. The feedback we receive helps us fine-tune and balance the game, yada yada yada. The Armory. So they're going to be adding, finally, a loadout system. Which is super late, but, you know, welcome nonetheless, which is going to involve setting up multiple loadouts for your characters. So now you don't have to have multiple characters. You can actually have multiple loadouts for the same characters, which will be really nice. And as you can see, you can set up all the equipment, the skills, the Paragon nodes, etc. So you can have like a lightning, fire, ice, etc. builds. So in this case, you know, like for instance, this season I had 4 Spiritborns. I wouldn't necessarily need 4 Spiritborns. I could just have 1 Spiritborn and have like 4 different loadouts or 5 different loadouts for those characters. So, yeah. The armory gives you the option to save, load, and name your favorite builds. Armory loadouts slots are character bound. 5 loadout slots per character. At a glance from your loadout, you'll be able to view the equipment skills, selected paragon nodes, and glyphs that make up your save build. Note, changing between loadout slots with differing paragon loadouts does not cost gold. Start by selecting an empty slot and save your build to begin. Saving your loadout will capture the following: equipped items, paragon board, and glyphs, skill selections, and class mechanic. The armory can be accessed across each major city and sanctuary and endgame hubs such as Citadel, Tree of Whispers, and Training Grounds, and Kyovashad. If an item saved in your armory loadout is no longer available, whether from selling, trading, or salvaging, an icon will indicate that the item is missing on the loadout preview. New powers of witchcraft. So for Season 7, they're going to be going with witchcraft powers. There are 3 schools of Hawazar sorcery to learn and master. Eldritch, wield magic that harnesses destructive energies and polymorphy. Psyche, wield defensive powers of the mind and spirit to create visions, focus your attacks, and induce madness in your enemies. Growth and Decay, wield magic that both heals and harms, boosting life resource. These incantations can create horrific diseases and disruptions. Plus, discover rare lost powers of witchcrafts that have since been rediscovered. Each school of witchcraft gives you the chance to experiment between new styles of power, tinker with your build to create something strange and terrible. Some witchcraft powers are also witchcraft effects, which apply as Eldritch, Psyche, and Growth Decay powers. So I have an example of one here. An ominous orb of pure Eldritch energy circles around you, damaging any enemy it touches for 3,000 fire damage. Doom Orb may launch itself at distant enemies before returning. At rank 5, kills or damage to bosses empower the orb by 5%. After 100%, the orb explodes, dealing 6,000 damage to nearby enemies before reforming 3 seconds later. To learn witchcraft, earn a seasonal reputation from completing new whisper bounties and defeating hulking head-rotten enemies to earn restless rot. At specific tiers, you'll unlock the ability to learn more witchcraft powers. Visit a Coven's altar at the Tree of Whispers and offer a restless rot in exchange for new witchcraft powers or to upgrade them. Note that any witchcraft powers listed below are subject to change before the public test realm begins. Eldritch powers, Firebat Servants. A deadly swarm of firebats swarm an enemy every 2 seconds, inflicting X total fire damage over 1 attack. At higher ranks, enemies are stunned for 3 seconds after being hit by 5 times by your Firebat Servants. Abyssal Resonance. Every 250 resource spent releases an explosion, dealing X shadow damage. Each explosion triggered within 10 seconds of the last increases the size and damage by 130%, stacking up to 3 times. At rank 10, the third explosion pulls enemies towards you before detonating. Wave of Woe. Release a Wave of Woe when damaging an enemy with your skills. Wave of Woe deals an additional shadow damage and echoes this damage to all other nearby enemies of the same type. At rank 5, damage is increased by 15% each time it's echoed and is guaranteed to echo at least 5 times. It may strike the same target multiple times. Purging Touch. Eldritch effects increase damage against head rotten. At rank 10, this damage bonus now extends to all monsters. Shaken Soul, Eldritch applies vulnerable to enemies for X seconds. At rank 10, damage from Psyche and Growth Decay effects will also apply vulnerable at half duration. Hex of Flames, lucky hit. You have up to a blank chance to apply Hex of Flames. Hex of Flames deals 1,600 additional fire damage each time you deal damage to the target. At rank 7, Hex of Flames explodes, dealing damage to all nearby enemies when you land a critical strike. The Doom Orb, which we just read, that's the one with the Eldritch energy that circles around you. Psyche Powers, Lifelink. Automatically link your life force with up to 3 nearby enemies. X of the damage you take is shared with the linked targets as physical damage. Cannot lifelink to enemy players. For 10 seconds after using a defensive, macabre, or subterfuge skill, any link damage will be guaranteed critical strike. Hex of Shattering. Damage done by your witchcraft effects inflicts enemies with Hex of Shattering, causing them to deal X reduced damage for 5 seconds. When any Hex is applied to the head rotten, all damage will be guaranteed critical strikes for 5 seconds. Aura of Misfortune. Enemies near you have a blank chance for their attacks to be interrupted. Does not work on bosses. At rank 5, Aura of Misfortune increases your movement speed by 5% and slows enemies by 30. Aura of Lament. When you first strike an enemy, it is inflicted with the Aura of Lament that slows it and other nearby enemies by 70%. For each enemy inside the Aura of Lament, You gain 1 primary resource each second, and if the initial enemy dies, Aura of Lament is passed on to another enemy, retaining the duration. Last blank seconds, only 1 enemy may be afflicted at a time. May only occur every 30 seconds. Vengeful Spirit, every 19 seconds, a Vengeful Spirit Servant appears for X seconds. While active, all damage taken is instead taken by the Spirit. At rank 5, when the Vengeful Spirit's life is fully depleted, it rushes towards up to 8 enemies, dealing shadow damage. Twilight Warding. Gain a barrier for 5 seconds, absorbing 100 damage. At rank 12, Warding reflects enemy projectiles while active. Growth and Decay powers. Poison Frog Servant. Summon a Poison Frog Servant that attacks and poisons enemies for X damage over 3 seconds. On death, the frog explodes violently, dealing X poison instantly to damage to nearby enemies. This explosion will always critically strike. At rank 5, Poison Frog attacks will pull enemies toward itself and taunt enemies for 1 second. Soul Harvest. Feed upon the life force of nearby enemies whenever you use a skill with a cooldown, increasing your primary stat by 3% per monster for 8 seconds, or for X seconds. Rank 9, Soul Harvest does not lose duration so long as the enemies are nearby. Hex of Whispers. Dealing damage to an enemy afflicts them with Hex of Whispers that deals X shadow damage to the next time damage is dealt. Afterwards, Hex of Whispers will jump to another enemy up to a maximum of 6 times. Hex of Whispers may only be applied once every 5 seconds. At rank 7, after bouncing onto 6 enemies, the Hex bounces back to you, granting Fortify and removing all crowd control and negative status effects. Decay Augmentation. Your Witchcraft effects deal X of the damage dealt over 5 seconds. The damage type is based on your class. At rank 10, when your damage over time effects exceed 85% of the target's total life, they immediately die. Grow. After casting an ultimate skill, your servants, minions, and companions are empowered with dark magics, growing larger in size and dealing bonus damage lasting for 15 seconds. Wow, that's kind of cool. At rank 11, your servants, minions, and companions gain 100% critical strike chance while enlarged. Ooh, okay. Big old werewolves or something, or like skeletons, or... That sounds really cool. Aura of Siphoning. Conjure an Aura of Decay that deals X poison damage to enemies every second. At rank 10, each time the Aura of Siphoning deals damage, you are healed for 1% of your maximum life. The Cycle. Dealing any damage with your skills has a 15% chance to grow a flower from the ground. When the enemy is near, the flower deals poison damage to that enemy over 5 seconds, and if an ally is near, the flower heals them for 6% maximum life. The flower withers away after use, and a flower may grow once every 5 seconds per enemy. The damage and healing affects all enemies or allies near the flower. Lost powers. Breath of the Coven. Dealing damage or applying a crowd control effect with any of your witchcraft effects increases your attack speed by 10% for 10 seconds, by blank percent for 10 seconds, stacking once per unique witchcraft effect. Witchcraft effects are Eldritch, Psyche, Growth, and Decay. At rank 8, gain 40% lucky hit chance while bonuses from all 3 are active at once. Or 4, rather. Hex of Specialization. Increase the potency of your hex effects by X. At rank 10, increase the critical strike chance by 10% against enemies afflicted by your hexes. Aura of Specialization. The size of your aura effects is increased by blank. At rank 10, increases the critical strike damage by 50% against enemies inside your aura effects. Piranha-nado. Piranado. It's like literally a piranha tornado. When an enemy is afflicted by both hex and aura effects, a Piranha-nado is summoned, pulling enemies toward it and dealing physical damage over 12 seconds. May occur once every 20 seconds. At rank 5, Piranha-nado moves itself toward nearby enemies. Hunt of the Head Rotten. The Head Rotten are the new gruesome enemies to face across Sanctuary, sick in the mind and spirit. Strike them down to release them from their prison of twisted flesh. The Head Rotten are powerful foes. Hunt them within the Head Hunt zone. Subzone. The Tree of Whispers will offer bounties to hunt the Head Rotten, and their unique bosses variants of the Head Rotten to slay, which includes the Headless Husk and Fugitive Head. A Fugitive Head has a parasitic stolen head attached, which is extremely rare to find. If you manage to defeat them, the reclaimed head drops for you to return to Galenia near the Tree of Whispers for occult gems. While the head rotten will earn you restless rot, return to the fugitive heads to the Tree of Whispers will grant you occult gems. The tree has turned its gaze on this land, bent on finding its stolen heads. Heed the whisper and clear away the rot to draw the heads out of hiding. Discover newly intensified whispers of the dead to guide you toward headhunts. Headhunts will give you a general area of where you might be able to flush out a headless husk or a fugitive head. After completing a whisper in the headhunt subzone, locate the exposed roots that appear. This is a rare chance for the exposed root to be uprooted cocoon, which holds a headless husk or fugitive head to defeat. These can be activated in multiple spots across Sanctuary one at a time. These areas shift after a duration of time, similar to Helltide. Return your Grim Phasers at the Raven found in the Headhunt subzones. They added these, like, you don't have to go back to the tree. You can just, like, turn in the whispers here. There will be a few ways to improve your chances to see a head rot possession by fugitive head, increased by torment tier, and by using a draught of whispers. Root holes. Seek out these micro dungeons as an additional way to hunt head rotten with bonus challenges and rewards. Perform dangerous rituals to turn head rot into power. Root holes are only accessible by using whisperwood sigils found in whisper caches and silent chests. One of these can be found in the fractured peaks in the PTR. Occult gems. So these are what they were talking about. They're apparently going to give you armor and resistances to make up for taking up your diamond or your skull slot. And you got the Elder Sigil. Can be asserted into equipment with sockets. Occult gems are unique. Your Agility, Corpse Incarnate, Mastery, Weapon Mastery, and Wrath skills deal 25% increased direct damage to hexed enemies. While you have 3 or more Eldritch Witch power slotted, gain 25% movement speed and 15% critical strike chance. And this one is for each of your auras and hexes an enemy is afflicted by. They take 4% increased damage from you. If you manage to slay a head rotten possessed by fugitive heads, you'll be able to use this reclaimed head at the Tree of Whispers to earn occult gems. These powerful seasonal sockables are craftable. Meet with Galena in the Tree of Whispers, who crafts occult gems in exchange for fugitive heads, restless rot, and gem fragments. These can provide additional affixes, strongly complement witchcraft powers, add witchcraft tags to your skills, and more. It is rumored occult gems had once even been used to cheat death, if you believe the legend. You can craft powerful higher tiers of the occult gems with the following materials: fugitive heads, restless rot, gem dust, and occult gems. We got a list of them here. So Wicked Pack, your non-unique Eldritch powers gain 25% potency. Heart of Anima, your non-unique Psyche powers gain 25% potency. Same thing for Growth and Decay. You deal 40% more overpower damage to hexed enemies. That's the one we just read with the increased damage while using those skills to a hexed enemy. Which ones are the new ones? While you have 3 or more Eldritch Witch powers slotted, every 5 seconds the next core skill you cast gains the Eldritch tag. Raging Enigma, your unique witchcraft powers deal 40% more damage. Voice of the Stars, while you have an aura active, your ultimate skills gain each grimoire tag and deal 10% more damage. Mind Wreath, while you have 3 or more Psyche Witch powers slotted, your defensive, macabre, and trap skills gain 20% cooldown reduction. Spiral Coin, while you have 3 or more Psyche or Witch powers slotted, gain 30% control duration and 20% lucky hit chance. Cornucopia, while you have 3 or more Growth Decay Witch powers slotted, you generate 30% more barrier, gain 30% more fortify, and have 30% more thorns. Good one for the thorns builds. Vulture Talon, while you have an aura active, you deal damage over time 35% faster. Pointed Finger, your summons deal 25% more direct damage to hexed enemies. Vile Phylactery, while you have witch power with summon tag slotted, it would take the fatal damage instead, prevent that damage, then gain a barrier equal to 100% of your maximum life and disable your witchcraft powers with the summon tag for 6 seconds. This can only occur once every 75 seconds. Friend of the Bog, while you have 3 or more Growth and Decay Witch power slotted, you gain 10% primary stat and 10% maximum life, and you are always unhindered. Moonlight, for each rank in your slotted unique witchcraft power, you gain 3% damage reduction and 1% maximum resistance to all elements. Duststone, for each of your auras, hexes, an enemy is afflicted by, they take 4% increased damage from you. Hungering Void, while you have an aura active, pull nearby enemies towards you every 8 seconds. We also have some new runes here.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
So the new runes are coming for 2.1 PTR. They're going to be testing them out, so we'll have to check them out. There's the, I mean, they have some of the pictures here, but let's go over the ones down here because we got a whole list. New ritual runes. The Nagu legendary rune, 100 offering generated. Maintain at least one summon for 5 seconds, up to 6 summons maximum. So this one is going to be specifically for summon characters like necromancers, druids, maybe sorceress. I don't know if it applies to the little things that they call summons, the familiars. Igni legendary rune, 25 offering generated. Stores offering every 0.3 seconds. Casts a non-basic skill to gain the stored offering, up to 500 offering. So, but this one is doing is it's kind of giving you the ability to apply like overflow onto your characters, which is going to be really cool. New rune of invocation, the Chalk rune. Chalk rare rune costs 20 offering. 220% weapon damage. Invoke druids lightning bolts striking nearby enemies. Overflow spawn more lightning bolts. This one's going to be a really big one, I can already tell, especially since they set the offering so low at 20. It's going to be one that people are going to overflow into, and you're going to get a lot of lightning bolts spawning all at the same time, which is going to be really nice. You could probably also use this on like a lightning sorceress, any lightning druid probably to get additional damage. Just if you're scaling any kind of lightning damage, it's going to help. And really, I think the big thing on this one is the overflow, because it's going to make it like just rain lightning bolts down. We'll see. New legendary aspects and unique items. Powerful unique items and legendary aspects arrive to enhance your renowned demon crushing prowess. Barbarian, the Mantle of the Mountain's Fury unique chest armor. Inherent 50% damage, Hammer of the Ancients damage for 5 seconds after an earthquake explodes. 200 to 350 armor, 3 to 5 skill ranks to Hammer of the Ancients. 2 to 3 skill ranks of defensive stance. 13.5 to 22.5% chance for earthquake to deal double damage. Power. Hammer of the Ancients also forms a seismic line that deals its damage and slows enemies hit by 60 to 80% for 4 seconds. Earthquakes it passes through explode for their total damage and are consumed. That's pretty amazing. Khan was talking about that the other day. Of Incendiary Fissures, legendary aspect, your earthquakes deal 35 to 50% increased damage, and their damage is converted into fire. Druid Malefic Crescent unique armor. 25% resist all elements, 10% willpower, 200% werewolf critical strike damage. 12.5% movement speed while shapeshifted into a werewolf, and 2 ranks of feral aptitude, which I think feral aptitude was the one that was specifically for werewolves. It's werewolf damage while healthy. The value of your lupine ferocity consecutive critical strike damage is increased by 150% times against enemies when consecutively critically striking. Of Wolf's Rain legendary aspect, casting Hurricane also spawns smaller hurricanes on your wolves. They talked about that one in the campfire chat for 8 seconds, and these hurricanes deal 15% of the hurricane's damage for each active wolf. Of Electrified Claws legendary aspect, shapeshifting into a new animal form causes lightning bolt to strike a nearby enemy, dealing lightning damage. Your lightning bolts deal 40% increased damage for 2 seconds. So every time you shapeshift, you just get a lightning bolt? Like a lightning bolt just strikes something? That's kind of cool. That's really neat for a build that might be set up on like shapeshifting back and forth between multiple farms. Necromancer Indira's Memory Unique Pants. Casting Bone Spear reduces Bloodwave's cooldown by 2 seconds. 25% maximum life. Overpower damage. 27.5% damage reduction while injured. 3 ranks to ranks of Tides of Blood. The passive. Bloodwave is additionally a bone skill that spawns Bone Prison at its end point. They showed us this one in the campfire too. Increases your blood skill damage by 80% for 8 seconds when cast. A Bone Spear is additionally a blood skill and will drain 10% maximum life each cast after hitting an enemy and consume a surrounding corpse and launch 1 new Bone Spear from it. It's super powerful. Kesime's Legacy Unique Pants. Inherent casting Bloodwave fortifies you for 70% of your maximum life. 300% ultimate damage, 14.5% damage reduction while fortified, 25% blood wave cooldown reduction, 25% chance for blood wave to deal double damage. Power blood wave now forms a wave on each side of you. I saw this on the campfire too. It was pretty cool. Both waves converge at your feet, pulling in surrounding enemies and exploding for X damage. Each time an enemy is hit, by the way, they take 5 to 10% increased damage from your blood waves, up to 300% in total. Of distilled anima legendary aspect. While Soul Rift is active, you are unhindered and gain 1% increased movement speed per absorbed soul up to 60%. This lasts for 5 seconds after Soul Rift ends. Bone Duster's legendary aspect. Bone Spear is guaranteed to critically strike enemies within a bone prison and deals 40% increased damage to them. Rogue Assassin's Stride unique boots. An inherent after casting mobility skills, 100% movement speed for 2 seconds, 40% increased shadow resistance, 15% mobility cooldown, 1 to 2 ranks of mobility skills, 3 ranks to shadow imbuement. Mobility skills are always shadow imbued with 80% increased potency. Lucky hit, damaging an elite or boss with a mobility skill has an 80% chance to instantly trigger a free shadow imbuement explosion. They showed these two and they looked absolutely amazing. I was kind of excited about those because I like the imbuments. Slice and Dice legendary aspect. Twisting Blades initial hit cleaves. Twisting Blades returns 45% faster. Bitter Infection legendary aspect. Enemies infected by the shadow imbuement take 50% increase of its damage every second. Shadow imbuement deals 50% times increased damage. Sorceress. Strike of Stormhorn unique focus. Now they did show us some of these uniques. I actually got like pictures of them, but we'll go over them. Inherent chance for ball lightning projectiles to cast twice is now chance to cast super ball lightning. 74.5% critical strike damage, 250% ball lightning projectile speed, which is really cool. 2 ranks to ball lightning, and 17.3% chance for ball lightning projectiles to cast twice. Power ball lightning splashes on contact to 100% times increased damage and stunning enemies for 1 second if it reaches its maximum range. Super ball lightnings are larger, deal 100% more damage, and have a higher lucky hit chance, and its stun duration is increased to 3 seconds. This one is really cool. Basically, when you shoot the ball lightning, it goes much quicker. It's larger. It actually hits the target with like an impact and causes like a backward, sort of like splash off of the target, which hits more monsters, which is really cool. Then they have another one, which is Okun's Catalyst Unique Focus, which is ball lightning can be cast while moving. 32% attack speed for 5 seconds after casting a defensive skill. 1.1% damage reduction for each active ball lightning. 2 ranks of ball lightning, and another 17.3% chance for ball lightning projectiles cast twice. This one, however, is ball lightning orbits around you, creating a static field that damages all enemies within for 180% of ball lightning's damage per active ball, and grants unhindered while the field is active. Of Mind's Awakening legendary aspect, casting a pyromancy skill immobilizes enemies hit for 1 second, and casting a shock skill grants a burst of movement speed, 30%. For 1 second, and casting a frost skill gains 6% maximum life barrier. While enlightened, each skill grants all benefits. So it's just another one that's going to take advantage of that enlightenment key passive. Spiritborn. Sustained War Crozier unique quarterstaff. Another unique weapon. 40% block chance, 150 dexterity, 680 maximum life. All pretty simple. 30% chance for potency skills to deal double damage. That could be interesting. I was actually considering making an entire build around the Devourer, which is an ultimate, and he actually does have a potency tag that can be added to him. Could be really interesting to try and set up a Devourer build where you just like have like a really, really strong Devourer. And of course, you could also run another potency skill in combination with it. There's several potency skills. You have obviously access to Touch of Death, which would synergize well with the Devourer. You could also potentially utilize Razor Wings, Rushing Claw, which actually synergizes well with Toxic Skin, which also synergizes well with the Devourer. Or you could run, what's the last one? Payback. So it gives you plus 2 to 4 ranks to focus skills, which is going to be really nice for High focus skills. That'll help with toxic skin. Your focus skills benefit from all their upgrades, and they increase the damage of your potency skills by 20% for 8 seconds up to 200. Okay. So that means I can already see a build there. Set up for the Devourer, and maybe like Touch of Death or Rushing Claw, and you run toxic skin. Utilize this weapon. That could be like absolutely insane. That looks like fun. Endless Talons legendary aspect. Razor Wings hitting an enemy increases your eagle skills damage by 1% times for 3 seconds up to 50% times. Razor Winged critical strikes grant 3 stacks. The Tree of Whisper grows. Of the phantom souls that toil around the Tree of Whispers, more of their haunted ranks have joined the hallowed grounds. The vendors around the Tree of Whispers have been rearranged. They showed this during the campfire. They basically just kind of like rearranged the entire Tree of Whispers area and added more vendors so that the Tree of Whispers area is a more effective town as opposed to just kind of like a odd little smattering of things, but not really everything that you needed. Features offered for testing. We will have servers for PTR in our largest regions, and using account copy, you'll be able to PTR boost to aid you in public test realm. Apparently they're going to set it up so we can account copy at any time, so it will just instantly copy our account as it is online. However, it will delete all the characters in progress that you have on PTR when you copy the account, because it's the whole account. PTR boost, here's what's been added to the PTR boost NPC. Season 7 uniques have been added. Spiritborn unique items have been added. Boost now also includes items and benefits for Spiritborn characters. If you own the Vessel of Hatred, access to the new runes. You'll additionally be able to select the following options from PTR Boost NPC, granting all witchcraft powers, grant seasonal progression items, grant the occult gems. There's also an option at the Boost NPC that offers all the above and the following feature, like level to max, complete map, the whole 9 yards. Providing feedback, installing PTR. If you guys have never installed PTR before, it's super duper easy. I will go over it with you right now. So if you go to your BattleNet launcher and you click on Diablo 4, and then you click here, see this little drop down right here, you click on this little drop down, and you see how it says public test realm. So you're going to click on the public test realm, and then you can basically download and install the new public test realm that way. If you want to go back to the live game, you just click here and go back to the live game. It's super duper easy. There's really not much to it. I don't believe it works for like most of the consoles anyway. I think they set up here like something about the consoles. Regions, yeah, consoles don't work, but they did say it's going to be available in North America, Europe, Korea, Japan, South America, and Australia. 2.1 PTR patch notes. All that, and we haven't even gone over the patch notes yet. So let's go over the patch notes. Aspect of Endless Talons. These are new items. We already went over all the new items, so we're going to skip the new items and the new runes. Balance updates. Enhanced Thunder Spike, Vigor increased from 5 to 7. Accelerated Thunder Spike, vulnerable duration increased from 2 to 3 seconds. Sharp Thrash, Ferocity increased from 1 to 2. Stinger, damage increased from 70 to 77%. Enhanced Stinger, damage increased from 50 to 60% of its base damage. Concussive Stomp, damage increased from 40 to 50. Enhanced Concussive Stomp, maximum barrier increased from 30 to 40% of your maximum life. Invasive Payback, cooldown reduced from 15 to 8 seconds. Touch of Death, swarms now ignores invulnerable enemies. Razor Wings, max of active Razor Rings increased from 12 to 15 maximum wings. Endurance, Vigor generated increased from 15 to 30. Velocity, previous, if you dealt damage within the last 5 seconds that are moving, you generate 3 Vigor per second. Now generate 3 Vigor per second while moving. Bastion, Thorns increased from 120 to 360. Big buff there for the Thorns characters. Acceleration, previous, gain 3 additional evade charges after you evade. Your next skill deals 30% increased damage. Now gain 1 additional evade charge after you evade. Your Eagle skills deal 24% increased damage. So you can no longer gain additional charges by putting more points into it, and they also reduce the damage by 6%. So big nerf there. Also, huge nerf there, too. Wow. They just nerfed the crap out of acceleration, didn't they? Because it used to be after you evade, your next skill deals damage. Now it's just your Eagle skills deal increased damage for 2 seconds, which is nothing. So you better be like firing off your next skill within 2 seconds. Otherwise, you're not going to get any damage bonus out of that at all. Auspicious, delay to gain barrier after taking damage reduced from 5 to 2 seconds. The Protector, rank 5, the Protector's domain pulses 100% of your thorns as physical damage to enemies within every second. That's pretty cool. The Seeker, rank 5, the Seeker's damage is increased by 50% of your critical strike damage and vulnerable bonuses. So they talked about this. They're going to be adding a rank 5 bonus to all the ultimates to make them feel more powerful if you invest in them. The Hunter, rank 5, the Hunter's initial damage will execute injured non-boss enemies. Devourer, the rank 5 Devourer's damage is increased by 150% of your healing received bonus. Ooh, that's an interesting way to push that. Spirit Hall, Centipede primary Spirit Hall. Previous, hitting an enemy with Centipede skill reduces their damage by 2.5%, slows them by 10% for 3 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times. All skills are now Centipede skills. Now, hitting an enemy with Centipede skills reduces their damage by 2%, slows them by 10%, and deals 70% poisoning damage over 6 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 8 times. All skills are now Centipede skills. Wow, okay. So you get a 70% poisoning damage over 6 seconds, which stacks. So that is beautiful. That makes the Centipede primary Spirit Hall a lot more attractive. Eagle secondary Spirit Hall, delay before the bonus is reset increased from 2 to 4 seconds. Tempering recipes, chance for raising projectiles to cast twice with chance for razor wings to deal double damage. Brilliance skill ranks removed. Spirit Resolve, Born Resolve defensive recipe. Maximum resolve stacks replaced with armor plus percentage. So they just took maximum resolve stacks out entirely? Okay. All right. Soil augments weapon recipe. Chance for the touch of death swarms to reinfect on a hit, replaced with increase of touch death duration. Centipede innovation utility recipe. Touch of death swarm duration removed. Legendary aspects. Bristlebass aspect increased from 160 to 200%. That's a good change. Ruthless aspect. Additional functionality now always grants Jaguar skills 15% critical strike chance. Aspect of layered wards, block damage reduction increased from 30% to 40%. Aspect of reactive armor, blocked attacks no longer have to come from a close enemy. Sticker thought aspect no longer drops for the Spiritborn as they do not have channeled skills. Aspect of rallying reversal, aspect category change from offensive to utility. Oh, that's interesting. That's a pretty big buff for it because utilities are much easier to utilize than offensives. Aspect of exhilaration no longer requires enemies to be vulnerable for its effect to activate. Lucky hit bonus per stack of ferocity increased from 3 to 5. Aspect of pestilence. Pestilence swarm duration increased from 1.5 to 3 seconds. Additional swarm duration reduced from 100% to 50, increasing the swarm duration from 3 to 4.5 seconds. So they increased the base to 3 and then reduced the increase on the aspect, which is fine because it's still increasing it more than it was before, which brings the swarm duration up to 4.5 seconds total, which is a hell of a lot better than what it was before. Aspect of tenacity, you gain resolve for each 10 vigor you gain over 100. Now you gain resolve for each 20 vigor you gain while at maximum vigor. This resolve can overfill your maximum resolve stacks by 5. That's pretty powerful. Aspect of binding morass, they increased the damage by 10%, but also added a variance. Aspect of deflection, invasive razor wings upgrades now causes reflected razor wings to spiral outwards. This was a big bug with the deflection and the counterattack. So now that now that you have this fixed, this aspect becomes better now, because now your counterattack razor wings will start spiraling, which is really good. Unique items, Scorn of the Earth Boots, effects reduce evade cooldowns, now affect Soar's evade override. Soar deals damage based on distance traveled from 275 to 425. Soar grants maximum life as barrier replaced with lightning resistance. Bonus Soar damage, that's a big nerf. Increased from 50 to 100 times. Band of First Breath Unique Ring. Lucky hit chance while you have a barrier replaced with critical strike chance. Bonus damage after gaining resolve replaced with resource generated while when losing resolve. Ranks to auspicious replaced with maximum resolve stacks. Previous casting evade consumes 1 stack of resolve to generate 40 vigor. Gained armored hide passive. Now casting Evade consumes 1 stack of Resolve to increase your damage dealt by 40% of times for 5 seconds and gain Armored Hide's passive effect. Wude Nakpa Unique Glaive. Casting an ultimate skill restores primary resource replaced with maximum life. Really nice. Primary Spirit Hull potency increased from 50 to 100% to 100 to 200%. Big buff. Big Chongus buff there. Like, holy Jesus, that's huge. I mean, Wuxie Nakpa was already good, but now it's just going to be even more amazing. That is insane. Ring of the Writhing Moon unique update. Ranks of Unrestrained Power replaced for chance for Pestilent Swarms to deal double damage. Pestilent Swarms damage increased from 65% to 120. Delay between spawning Pestilent Swarms decreased from 10 to 4 seconds. Pestilent Swarm duration increased from 1.5 to 3 seconds. Vigor generated when Pestilent Swarm hits an enemy increased from 1 to 3. Rod of Kepeleke unique quarterstaff. Ranks of Velocity replaced with ranks of Vigorous. That's a buff. No longer reduces core skill damage dealt by up to 30%. Bonus critical strike damage for each point of vigor consumed reduced from 3% to 0.5%. Pretty big nerf there. It'll still be powerful, but it's been nerfed. Jacinth Shell, life on hit replaced with armor percentage. Remaining cooldown duration reduction reduced from 3 to 2 seconds. Spending vigor healing increased from 10% to 1 to 10 to 5 to 10. Paragon Hubris Glyph, maximum thorns increased from 2,000 to 3,000. Big buff for the thorns builds. Spiny Skin Legendary Node increased from 20 to 35%. Big buff for thorns builds. My thorn character might be absolutely insane now, actually. I've already got him like built and he works just fine. And with these changes, I think he's easily pushing like 100 bits at this point. Bitter Medicine Legendary Node. Previous, when you heal for 100% of your maximum life, deal 20% damage to close enemies. This damage is increased by your healing received bonus. Now, when you heal for 100% of your maximum life, afflict close enemies, dealing 200% poisoning damage and causing them to take 10% times increased poisoning damage for 6 seconds, up to 40%. That looks amazing. I can see a really fun poison build forming in my head already, with all these like weird changes, like to the potency skills, like the toxic skin focus stuff, like affecting the focus potency skills and stuff like that. This looks really neat. I'm actually kind of excited about this now. Mercenaries bartering caches. Crafting material cache rewards now scale with torment tiers. Cache will now drop iron and rawhide. Boss material cache gold now scales with torment tiers. Masterworking cache obdusite and obols now scale with torment tiers. Augment cache gems now scale with torment tiers. Runes are now guaranteed to drop in torment difficulties, and amount scales with torment tiers. Rapport track caches, masterworking obdusite increased from 30 to 100. Local mercenary events rewards have been adjusted to be more in line with other events. Increase the amount of pale marks earned. Runes knock can now gain half of the offering when inflicting a slower chill. Seer offering increased from 50 to 300. Previous cast the same non-channel skill 3 times. Now cast 5 skills that then become exhausted for 3 seconds. Hidden name changed from grinding to lethargic. Interesting. Seer was basically useless. Like some people like fell into the trap of the Seer rune with the whole like casting the same non-channel skill 3 times in a row. But like it was just a awful rune, and it basically gave you like nothing by comparison to what a lot of the other runes did. And anybody who was using it was honestly shooting themselves in the foot. So it's good that they're changing that. Monai hidden name changed from harmonic to alcridity. Changed to cast 2 mobility or macabre skills, offering increase from 35 to 100. Invocation runes, summon spirit wolf now benefits from summon and companion bonuses. That's really cool. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. So the summon spirit wolves will now gain your summon and companion bonuses on your druid and your necromancer. I like that. Qua rune movement speed increased by 7% up to 10%, changed from rare to magic, up to 50% total. Zek rune cooldown reduction given reduced 2 to 1. Cost reduced from 200 to 100. Cooldown reduced from 2 to 1 seconds. Cooldown reduction, okay. I mean, that's a pretty big buff across the board, so. Vex rune 150 offering +1 to skills for 10 seconds. Overflow more skill ranks up to 3. Increase the cooldown from 1 to 5 seconds to avoid overriding overflow bonuses. Zan offering cost reduced from 800 to 700. Overflow cast increases time by 1% per 10 offering. Jaw offering reduced from 400 to 250, so more teleports. Overflow store excess offering. Interesting. Yam overflow increased stun duration. Teb hidden damage bonus reduced from 300% to baseline 100. Overflow increased damage by 1% per offering. That's pretty nice. Zalrune offering increased from 200 to 300. Previous overflow increased duration. Now overflow gained more maximum life. Increase the cooldown from 1 to 3 seconds to avoid overriding overflow bonuses. Tizik offering cost reduced from 250 to 200. Overflow increased damage by 1% per offering. Cry overflow increased size. Tech overflow offering reduced from 100 to 50. Damage increased from 700 to 1400%. Wow. Overflow updated from 100% increased radius to 100% increased size. Ton offering cost reduced from 100 to 25. Now drops 1 stun grenade. So they did this for overflow purposes, because now if it only costs 25 for 1 stun grenade, that means as much as you put into it is going to generate as many stun grenades as you possibly can. So 100 is 4 grenades, 200 is 8 grenades, and so forth and so on. Talrune offering reduced from 100 to 30 offering, and now spawns 1 Pestilent Swarm. Same thing. So 30 is 1 Pestilent Swarm, but 90 is 3, and so forth and so on. So that'll be really nice too. Watt overflow increased duration. Zol updated tooltips on runes that cast player skills to be more clear with the Zol rune effect. Basically, the Zol rune only worked with skills. It didn't work with things that weren't skills. So like earthquakes from the barbarian, that's not a skill. Like the barbarian doesn't have that. That's like an aspect effect. So it didn't count as a skill. But like decrepify is a skill. Or the cry rune, which gives you the vortex, that's a skill. And so forth and so on. Miscellaneous, the chance for runes to be legendary rare from defeating tormented bosses has been updated. Bug fixes. Ooh, I bet you the Spiritborn's got about 10,000 bug fixes here. Oh, God. Spiritborn fixed an issue where the damage resistance aura could be removed by activating Mystic Circles with the aspect of soul power. Leon pointed that one out. Fixed an issue where tooltips for Bristling Vengeance did not show the correct amount of thorns applied by payback. Fixed an issue where replenishing Ravager spent 5 stacks instead of 4 and would not stack multiple hits on the same elite enemy. Fixed an issue where the health drain effect of Jacinth Shell did not trigger from Rushing Claw or Razor Wings. Fixed an issue where non-damaging abilities could consume the buff from Enhanced Vortex. Fixed an issue where the Rod of Kepeleke could provide stacks toward Crown of Lucian or Banish Lord's Talisman without costing anything. Fixed an issue where the damage increase from Viscous Shield was calculated incorrectly and was granting far more increased damage than intended. So there you go, boys. Viscous Shield is off the menu. I mean, it's still going to be a useful ability. It gives you a 30 times multiplier. I mean, there's that. But other than that, it's not going to be like the crazy scaling, broken craziness that it was before. Fixed an issue where the critical strike damage bonus from Aspect of Redirected Force could be much higher than intended. Fixed an issue where extra damage from Ravager, the primary Gorilla Spirit Hall upgrade, and the dominant passive could trigger off, making enemies vulnerable. Fixed an issue where Quill Volley's feathers that hit a wall could not return to the player when using Rebounding Aspect. Cuirass Undercity fixed an issue where the Tribute of Ascendance and Tribute of Refinement did not properly grant their respective rewards in specific scenarios. Fixed an issue where the Tribute of Radiance did not properly grant ancestral legendary items in certain scenarios. Fixed an issue where the Torment-only tributes could be accessed in lower difficulties. Fixed an issue where the large gold values did not display properly in Bargain's UI. Dark Citadel fixed an issue where the rare and magic items weren't always auto-salvaging as expected. Fixed an issue where the Dark Citadel did not function for the Party Finder quick list. Runes fixed an issue where the teleport from the Jaw rune did not grant unstoppable. Fixed an issue where the damage increase from the Cax rune could be increased by 200% instead of 100%. Mercenaries fix an issue where each attack from the Iron Maelstrom triggered reinforcements. Fix an issue where Rahir's reinforcement opportunity that cast when the player is hit. The control parry effect did not function properly. Miscellaneous fixed an issue where the Fields of Giants Delver challenge couldn't be unlocked. Fixed an issue where the Scroll of Abundance restored 30% of base life instead of 30% of max life. Fixed an issue where the Fog of War Nahatu was removed after using the Vessel of Hatred campaign skip. Fixed an issue where the Dweller in the Dark Enemy and Kichuk Stronghold would become unkillable after being staggered. Fixed an issue where the Echo of Hatred dungeon was not available for a quick list through Party Finder. Now moving on to the base game. My horns were digging into my head. Inherent. This is the unique chest armor. Okay, so we got the new items. That's the new item we already went over. Aspect of Incendiary Fissures, offensive. Your earthquakes deal 50% increased damage and they're converted into fire. This was a really cool aspect they talked about in the campfire. Vehement Arguments, new weapon tempering recipe, ranks of Warpath, Belligerence, and Heavy Hitter. Druid, there's the new item that they already talked about. We already talked about. Aspect of Wolf's Rain, we talked about that as well. A new tempering and poison damage, werewolf attack speed, and werewolf critical strike chance. We talked about most of these already. Ranks of Fueled by Death, ranks of Finality, and ranks of Titanfall. That's pretty cool. And we already talked about these as well. Ultimate Efficiency Tempering Recipes. Death Trap cooldown reduction, Rain of Arrows cooldown reduction, Shadow Clone, and Energy after casting an ultimate skill. Interesting. We already talked about these as well. No reason to go back over it a second time. Prismatic Augments Tempering Recipe. Chance for Ice Blades to cast twice. This has been removed from the Conjuration Augments Tempering Recipe. Chance for Inferno to deal double damage. This has been removed from the Pyromancy Augments Tempering Recipe. Ranks to Shocking Impact. Balance updates. Barbarian. Hammer of the Ancients damage increased from 70 to 80. Hammer of the Ancients can now strike the ground areas without enemies, but will approach when a target is hovered. Furious Hammer of the Ancients. Previous Hammer of the Ancients gains 2% critical strike chance for every 10 Fury you had when cast. Its critical strikes knockdown ended for 2 seconds. Now Hammer of the Ancients gains 3% critical strike damage and 3% critical strike chance for every 10 Fury you had when cast. Its critical strikes knock down enemies for 2 seconds. Mighty Throw, impact damage increased from 80 to 105%. Pulse damage increased from 35 to 50. Kick, skill ranks now increase kick's damage. Mighty Kick, knockdown duration increased from 2 to 4 seconds. Wrath of the Berserker, rank 5 of Wrath of the Berserker, pulls in enemies instead of knocking back and deals 200% damage to them. Call of the Ancients now has the summoning tag. New ranks 5 bonus while Call of the Ancients is active. Gain 40% movement speed bonus and 20% distant damage reduction. Prime Call of the Ancients damage bonus increased by 5%. Iron Maelstrom. Two-hand bludgeoning slam damage increased from 60 to 75%. Dual wield swing damage increased from 33 to 43%. A new rank 5 bonus. Iron Maelstrom damage is increased by 80% of your damage to injured and healthy bonuses. Okay. The following skill tree upgrades, which directly deal damage, will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Enhanced Charge, Mighty Kick, Power Kick, Battle Lunging Strike, and Enhanced Rupture. Interesting. Passives. Previous, your ultimate skills deal 15% more damage. Your ultimate skills, Earthquakes and Dust Devils, deal 15% more damage. Defensive stance, previous, increase the damage reduction gained while you're fortified by additional 2%. Now, while fortified, you gain an additional 2% damage reduction and heal for 0.5% maximum life every second. Slaying Strike, you deal 5% increased damage against injured enemies. Now you deal 5% damage to injured and healthy enemies. What's up, Pork Sniffer? Unbridled Rage. Previous, your core skills deal 45% increased damage but cost 100% more fury. Now your core skills deal 45% increased damage but cost 100% more fury. The damage is doubled against injured enemies. Wow, doubled. Walking Arsenal. Previous, dealing direct damage with two-handed bludgeoning weapons, slashing, dual-wield weapons, increased okay. Additional 10% increased attack speed. Now dealing direct damage with two-handed bludgeoning weapons, yada, 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 grants 15% increased damage for 10 seconds. While these 3 bonuses are active, gain 20% crowd control duration and attack speed. Okay, pretty big buff there. Executioners, now your overpower will spawn an earthquake every 4 seconds that deals physical damage over 4 seconds. Your earthquake damage is increased by 25% for every 100 strength you have, so they put a scaler on it. That's nice. Now, Ground Stomp creates an earthquake that deals physical damage over 4 seconds. While standing in the earthquakes 4 seconds afterwards, you deal 25% increased damage, and your earthquakes deal 25% increased damage as well. That's a nice little buff. Of Bolcathos, same thing. Looks like they added your earthquakes also deal 25% increased damage. So if you're running both of those, you can get double bonus on your earthquakes. Ancestral Echoes now gives 40% summoning skill damage bonus. Ancestral Charge now gives 40% summoning skill damage bonus. Of Encroaching Wrath, after spending 100 Fury, your next weapon master brawling skills within 8 seconds. So pretty nice buff there on the seconds, and 10% increase on the damage. Of Herculean Spectacle, Mighty Throw damage increased from 35% to 45%. Unique items, Twin Strike. After casting Double Swing 4 times, your next Double Swing will hit 2 additional times, dealing 80% increased. Now it's after casting Double Swing 4 times, your next Double Swing will hit 2 additional times, each dealing 80% increased damage and stunning for 1 second. So it looks like it stayed mostly the same. They just added a stun in there. Unbroken Chain, 1 to 2 skill ranks of Pit Fighter swapped to 2 to 3 ranks of Slaying Strike. Enemy damage reduction increased from 30 to 40%. Ugly Bastard Helmet, fire bonus damage increased from 80 to 100, and inherent fire resistance increased from 50 to 100%. That's ridiculous. It was already a really good helmet, and that 20% increase in damage there is amazing. I don't care about the fire resistance. Bone Breaker, legendary node. Every 12 seconds, your next skill is guaranteed to overpower. Now, every 12 seconds, your next skill is guaranteed to overpower, and whenever you overpower, your ultimate skills deal 10% increased damage for 10 seconds, up to 80%. Weapon Master, legendary node. Previous swapping grants you 8% maximum fury. Now you deal 30% increased damage as well to injured and healthy enemies. Druid Hurricane can now be cast while moving. Raging Shred, now Shred's third combo attack is larger, applies an additional poisoning damage over 5 seconds, and causes enemies to take 30% times increased poisoning damage for 5 seconds, which I really like. Innate Blood Howl. Blood Howl also generates 20 spirit, and you deal 25% increased damage until you shapeshift out of werewolf form. Grizzly Rage, damage bonus increased by 10% to 60. Lacerate, damage bonus increased to 600%, 40% bonus. And at rank 5, Lacerate will now increase damage increased by 40% of your critical strike damage bonus. Cataclysm, rank 5. Cataclysm slows surrounding enemies by 70% for 8 seconds. Petrify, rank 5. Casting Petrify resets all your non-ultimate skill cooldowns. The following skill tree upgrades which directly dealt damage will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Fierce Claw, Innate Earthen Bulwark, and Raging Shred. Passives, Lupine Ferocity. Previous every third werewolf skill critically strikes and hits for 100% increased damage, double to 200% against injured enemies. Every third werewolf skill will now critically strike. Werewolf skills deal 75% times increased damage. Toxic Claws. Critical strikes with werewolf skills deals 12% of their base damage as poisoning over 4 seconds. Now critical strikes with Shred, Lacerate deal an additional 16% of their base damage as poisoning over 4 seconds. Oof. That's a big oof. That's a nerf. That's like a heavy nerf. That's unfortunate. I gotta stop and take that one in for a second. There's tons of poison builds that rely on Toxic Claws, and Toxic Claws makes it so that werewolf skills, deal poison damage. Well, things like Tornado can be a werewolf skill. You can have, a lot of storm skills can become werewolf skills through the Tempest Roar. Well, basically what they just did is they basically just killed any build that was relying on Toxic Claws that is not utilizing Shred or Lacerate, which is rather unfortunate. I'm going to have to put some feedback in on that one and say that one needs to be reverted. That's too harsh. That kills a lot of builds. That's a heavy build killer. Heightened Senses. Previous when shapeshifting, werewolf grants 3% damage reduction, and werewolf grants 2% movement speed bonuses. They are lost after 3 seconds in human form. Now, when shapeshifting, wereborn grants 3% damage reduction and 3% movement speed. Both bonuses persist as long as you are in either animal form. They are lost after 3 seconds in human form. I guess they beefed up the movement speed a little bit. Charged atmosphere, pulse every 14 seconds, 45% damage. Now pulse every 14 seconds for 45% damage. And you get an additional 10% damage on your lightning bolts. Spirit boons, spirit offering unlocks reduced from 100 to 60 per spirit animal. Prickle skin, gain 480 thorns. Now deal 5% increased damage to enemies for 5 seconds after they attack you. I guess that also still helps thorns, but it's weird. Deer, gift of the stag, previous gained 40% 40 maximum spirit. Now gain 40 maximum spirit, and you gain 5 spirit every second. Eagle, Scythe Talon, gain 15% critical strike chance. Now gain 15% increased critical strike chance and 15 times increased lucky hit chance. Wolf Energize, lucky hit dealing damage has a 15% chance to restore 30 spirit. Now lucky hit dealing damage has a 15% chance to fully restore spirit. Wow. Snake Obsidian Slam, every 10th kill causes your next earth skill to overpower. This was always horrible, and even when they buffed it, it was still horrible. Now every 6th attack cast will cause your next earth skill to overpower. That is way better. Holy Jesus, that is like way, 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 way better. Snake Overload. Previous lucky hit dealing lightning damage has up to a 40% chance to cause the target to emit static discharge. Now dealing storm damage also applies an additional 20% poisoning damage over 5 seconds. Lucky hit dealing poisoning damage has up to a 1% chance to summon a lightning bolt on the target, dealing 120% damage. I'm not sure why they would start adding all these poisoning storm skills if they're going to take away toxic claws. It's kind of weird. Blurred Beast, previous while dashing, Shred seeks out nearby poisoned and deals 75% increased damage to them. Now Shred deals 75% more damage, and Shred's first dash lands up to 4 additional strikes based on distance traveled. It was kind of like Zeal. It looked like Zeal almost. Unsatiated, previous, after killing an enemy with Shred, you gain 20 spirit, and your werewolf skills deal 40 times increased damage when cast above 50 spirit. Now, after critically striking an enemy with Shred, you gain 15 spirit, while at 100 spirit, werewolf skills deal 40 times increased damage until you go below 30 spirit. Virulent, changed from utility to offensive aspect. Previously, when rabies infects an enemy, reduces its cooldown. Yeah, it was okay. Now, when rabies infects an enemy, reduces its cooldown by 0.99 seconds, and tripled when infecting elites. You now deal 25 to 50% times increased damage to enemies affected by rabies. Runeworker's Conduit. Now critical strikes with storm skills cause lightning bolts to periodically strike close enemies for 3 seconds, each dealing lightning damage. Your lightning bolt damage is increased by 50% for every 100 willpower you have. That's pretty nice. I like that. Tempest Roar. Change flat damage willpower to +% willpower affix. Mjolnir Ring. While Cataclysm is active, you gain unlimited spirit and deal 40 to 100% increased damage. While Cataclysm is active, now you gain unlimited spirit and deal 40 to 100% increased damage, and Cataclysm receives your lightning bolt benefits. Ooh, nice. Tempering. Removed werewolf attack speed, werewolf critical strike chance, and added damage while fortified. Paragon, Heightened Malice has been changed. While a poisoned enemy is nearby, you deal 35% times increased damage, plus an additional 5% for each additional poisoned enemy up to 4. Oh, that's really nice. So now it no longer is only single targets. I like that. Survival Instincts. Previous, while in werebear form, you deal 1% increased damage with 60% difference. Yeah. While in werebear form, now you deal 30% times increased damage, or 40% times while you're at full life. If you have 1% increased overpowered damage, up to 25% for every 1% difference in current life percentage. That's a pretty good buff. Ancestral Guidance is basically spend 75 spirit, get 40% increased damage. Now spend 75 spirit, get 40% increased damage, and also your ultimate skills deal 1% increased damage per spirit when cast. Keeper Glyph, increase the non-physical damage bonus from 10 to 15. Territorial Glyph, increase the damage reduction bonus from 10 to 15. Undaunted Glyph, increase the damage reduction while fortified from 10 to 15. Werewolf Glyph, increase werewolf damage from 11.2 to 16.6. Okay. Skills Blight, essence cost reduced from 25 to 20. Enhanced Blight, previous Blight radius was 15, increased by 15%. Now Blight's radius is increased by 15%, and directly hitting an elite with it doubles the damage of its defile area. Paranormal Blight chills enemies for 15%. Now it is Blight has a 25% chance to instantly freeze enemies on impact for 3 seconds, and its defiled area also chills enemies for 15% every second. The impact freeze works with smaller projectiles from the Ebb and Piercer unique item as well. Bone Spear increased damage from 85 to 100%. Now Supernatural Bone Spear. Bone Spear makes the first enemy hit vulnerable. Now Bone Spear makes the first enemy hit vulnerable for 3 seconds and deals 30% increased overpower damage. Paranormal Bone Spear. Bone Spear has a 5% increased critical strike chance. If Bone Spear's primary projectile critically strikes, fires 2 additional shards. Now it has a 5% more critical strike chance. Its main projectile critically strikes. 2 or more bone shards form upon expiration, and you gain 10% maximum essence for 5 seconds. It's pretty nice. Enhanced Sever. Sever now deals its initial damage along its path and slows enemies for 40% for 3 seconds. Kind of 10% buff in damage. Every third cast of Sever makes enemies feared. It makes them vulnerable for 3 seconds, so they threw in some fear in there. Supernatural Sever. Sever now deals the same increased damage for each minion upon cast, but also spawns a corpse at its endpoint. Soul Rift. Every 30 souls consumed refills one of your healing potions with lifeblood of your tortured victims. That's kind of cool. Not bad. New functionality. While soul draining from a boss, Soul Rift will now additionally also drain up to 2 other enemies at the same time. Supreme Soul Rift. Maximum stacks increased from 30 to 100. Damage bonus reduced from 1% to 0.5 per soul. So that's a increase, technically. Maximum damage bonus increased from 30 to 75%. They just made it a little bit harder to get your stacks. Previous enemies with souls ripped out become vulnerable for 2 seconds, damaging enemies. Okay. Now Soul Rift extracts twice the souls from enemies and applies vulnerable to them for 3 seconds. After it ends, all surrounding enemies are feared and slowed by 85% for 5 seconds. Blood Mist. Baseline damage increased from 2% to 35%. Ghastly Blood Mist. Previous leaves a corpse behind every 1 second. Now Blood Mist is a mobility skill that grants 30% movement speed, spawning a corpse every second and applying vulnerable for 5 seconds to enemies it passes through. Dreadful Blood Mist. You now gain 15% critical strike chance and 10% critical strike damage for 5 seconds after Blood Mist ends. Sounds like they're trying to turn it into a damage ability. Bone Prison. Cooldown reduced from 18 to 15 seconds. Enhanced Bone Prison. Enemies within Bone's Prison, when it appears, are made vulnerable and take 15% more damage for 8 seconds. Max cooldown reduction increased from 3 to 5 on Dreadful Bone Prison. Casting Bone Prison grants 40 essence. Trapping a boss now generates another 25 essence. That's kind of cool. Army of the Dead increased from 90 to 120. New functionality. Volatile Skeletal Explosions now stun enemies for 2 seconds. Now has the Summoning Tag. That means it'll get summoning damage bonuses. And a rank 5 bonus. Army of the Dead's damage is increased by 125% of your Skeleton, Mage, and Golem damage bonuses. That seems pretty OP. Blood Wave. The knock wave on Blood Wave is now much more consistent and will sweep enemies farther along its course. Rank 5. Blood Wave's damage is increased by 100% of your damage while healthy and while fortified bonuses. Bone Storm. Rank 5 Bone Storm's damage is increased by 60% of your critical strike damage bonus. The following skill tree upgrades which directly dealt damage will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Blighted Corpse Explosion and Enhanced Decompose. Passives. Reaper's Pursuit. Previous damaging enemies with darkness skills increases your movement speed. Now for each darkness skill on your skill bar, you gain 2% increased movement speed and 2% more damage. Amplify damage used to give you 4% for hitting a cursed enemy. Now you get 4% increased damage to cursed and feared enemies, and these bonuses can stack. Ooh, that's really nice. Hellbent Commander. While you control at least 7 minions, your minions now deal 10% increased damage. While you control at least 7 minions, gain 10% summoning damage to go along with all the summoning tags. Coalesced. Previous, while your healthy blood skills deal 6% increased damage, now you just deal 6% increased damage while healthy. They just took away the blood skills, so now it's all damage bonus. Spiked Armor. 40 thorns, 5% additional armor. Now it's going to give you up to 120 thorns and 15% additional armor, and also some block chance too. Rathma's Vigor now additionally provides 120% overpower damage. Affliction. Explosion damage scaling based on your shadow damage over time bonus has been replaced with critical strike damage bonus. Legendary aspects. Numerous legendary aspects from Spiritborn are becoming available to the Necromancer, which support its block archetype. Bristleback, which allows them to apply thorns. Wow. Aspect of Redirected Force, gaining critical strike damage equal to your block chance. Very amazing. Aspect of Layered Wards, your block damage reduction is increased by 10 to 30% while you have a barrier. Title. Bloodwave now fires 2 additional waves, each dealing 240% of the normal damage, but you can no longer recast it until the last wave ends. Gorequill's damage of the Blood Lances spawned from Blood Orbs increased from 60 to 80%. Bloodseekers, previous Blood Lance, 25% increased per lanced enemy. Now Blood Lance increases by the same 25% to its primary target per lanced enemy. While healthy, your Blood Lance deals an additional 40% increased critical strike damage. Cadaverous, consuming a corpse increases the damage of your core and ultimate skills by 7% for 5 seconds up to 30. So they added ultimate. Of the Void, Blight's defiled area now pulls enemies in and has a 50% chance to stun them for 3 seconds when it appears. That's kind of cool. Plunging Darkness, Bone Prison is now a darkness skill and spawns a pool of blight that deals 140% bonus damage over 6 seconds. Okay. So all they did here was they converted Bone Prison into a darkness skill. That's the main thing. And that's actually pretty cool. Unyielding Commander, while Army of the Dead is active, you get increased damage and reduced damage reduction. Increased damage reduction. While Army of the Dead is active, gain 110% summoning damage, so they changed it to summoning damage. Of Great Feast, 45% summoning damage, but each active minion drains 1 essence per second, but if you have no active minions, you gain 45% increased damage instead, and lose 7 essence per second. Again, converted it to summoning damage. Blood Moon Breaches, new affixes, critical strike chance, curse skill ranks, golem mastery, and hellbent commander. Previous, you gain the chance to randomly inflict curses and overpower damage. Now your summoning skills have the same chance to randomly inflict curses, but they took the overpower damage away and gave 50% increased critical strike damage to enemies affected by curses. Looked like a pretty hefty nerf to Blood Moon Breaches. Curses can now be applied from all your summoning skills, not just minion attacks. I mean, that's a little bit of a buff to the ability to spam the curses, but at a 7% chance, it really doesn't happen very often. Well, goodbye, Blood Moon Breaches. Deathless Visage, Bone Spear leaves behind echoes. Now Bone Spear deals 50% more critical strike damage and form echoes that burst for physical damage, increased by 5% for every 25% of your critical strike damage bonus. So a little bit of a buff there to the damage on it. Lidless Wall. What do they do to Lidless Wall? While you have an active Bone Storm, hitting an enemy has up to a 45% chance to spawn a Bone Storm around the location. Each sacrifice bonus increases this chance by 25% and allows you to spawn 1 more Bone Storm. Each active Bone Storm grants 10% critical strike damage. So they added the critical strike damage. Is that pretty much it? Yes. That's it. Wither Legendary Node, increased intelligence cap from 1200 to 2000. A little bit of buff for the Shadow Necromancers. Bloodbath Legendary Node, deal 100% increased overpower damage, so pretty big buff there. After overpowering, you deal 25% increased blood skill damage for 5 seconds. Tempering, Profane Cage, Defensive Temper, removed ranks of Spiked Armor. Spiked Armor can still be found in the Thorn Army recipe. People were actually putting like multiple Spiked Armors on their characters. Rogues, Twisting Blades, duration increased from 1.5 to 3 seconds and now stacks. Okay. Enhanced Penetrating Shot, chance to shoot an additional arrow when hitting an elite or boss is increased from 25 to 40%. Enhanced Shadow Imbuement, you now gain 15% increased critical strike chance against enemies affected by Shadow Imbuement. It's just, they took away the injured modifier. That's good, it's a buff. Blended Shadow Imbuement, Shadow Imbuement's damage makes enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. So it no longer has to be the primary explosion, so that's good, and they increase the duration. Blended Cold Imbuement applies to 2 additional imbued skills and reduces their energy cost by 35%. Reducing the energy cost, that's pretty cool. Caltrops, they talked about this one in the campfire. So it no longer makes you jump backwards. Can now be cast at the target location rather than always at the rogue's feet. Casting animation update to no longer move you backwards, no longer has the mobility skill tag. Death Trap, new functionality. Enemies are pulled into the Death Trap when it activates. Damage increases from 250 to 300. Rank 5 Death Trap has an additional pull-on effect when it appears. Prime Death Trap. Death Trap slows all surrounding enemies by 85% for 5 seconds when it activates. Discipline Shadow Step. Damage increased from 200 to 300%. Shadow Clone is now also considered a summoning skill. Damage from the Shadow Clone is now attributed to the rogue, allowing it to more consistently trigger effects and benefit damage and bonuses. Rain of Arrows. Previous Rain of Arrows rain down over a large area 2 times, each wave dealing damage. Rain of Arrows' first wave knocks down enemies for 3 seconds. Now arrows immediately rain down over a large area dealing damage and knocking down all enemies hit for 3 seconds. Damage increased from 220 to 450. Delay before arrow impact reduced from 1 to 2.25 seconds. Casting animation has been smoothed out and improved. Lucky hit chance increased from 4 to 12. Rank 5 Rain of Arrows. Damage is increased by 100% of your damage to distant bonus. I don't know if I like this change. I like Rain of Arrows. I mean, they took away the double attack so that it doesn't trigger twice. So it used to do 2 large waves, and then you could get a double, so you could get 4 large waves. They took away the double, now it's down to 2 large waves. And now they're taking away the 2 large waves, and now it's just 1 wave. Which sucks. I mean, they increased the damage to compensate for the fact that they took away the additional waves, but the whole, like, thing about having the additional waves was that it would apply the, you know, each one of the imbuements with, like, the Word of a Con, and so you would have multiple waves applying all the imbuements, which would then interact with each other and cause, like, explosions and all sorts of other things, like poison puddles and whatnot. And, I mean, reducing the total number of waves from 4 to 2 and then reducing it from 2 to 1 is kind of a punch in the wiener. I don't know. I mean, they gave it away to scale damage, I guess, which wasn't ever really a thing with Rain of Arrows, but whatever. Supreme Rain of Arrows. Rain of Arrows now deals 60% increased critical damage to crowd-controlled enemies. Now Rain of Arrows does 60% increased damage to both vulnerable and crowd-controlled enemies. The following skill tree upgrades, which directly dealt damage, will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks. Methodical Dance of Knives and Subverting Smoke Grenade. Passives, Deadeye, you deal 30% times increased damage to distant enemies. Shadow Crash, shadow damage up to 30% chance to stun for 1.5 seconds, so an increase there from 10 to 30. Precision, stacks required to activate critical strike damage reduced from 4 to 3. Casting Mark skill no longer regenerates an additional stack if the skill critically strikes. Baseline critical strike damage bonus increased from 50 to 65%. Legendary aspects, Aspect of True Sight now goes up to 21 ranks. Bonus damage while Inner Sight is active increased from 30 to 55%. Aspect of Corruption increased from 45 to 60%. And not against vulnerable enemies, now it's just in general. Aspect of Siphon Victuals, Lucky Hit, damaging a vulnerable enemy has a 25% to drop a healing potion. So I guess basic skills are now added in that. Aspect of Stolen Vigor, time between unstoppable buffs reduced from 8 to 6. Aspect of Cruel Sustenance. Explosions from Victimized Key passive grant you a barrier for 15% of your maximum life for 5 seconds instead of healing you. Okay. Clandestine Aspect, skill ranks of Agility and Subterfuge skills increase from 3 to 5. Trickster's Aspect, Caltrops and Smoke Grenades receive your Stun Grenades benefits and throw stun grenades that deal physical damage and stun enemies for 1 second. Now Caltrop, Smoke Grenade, and Death Trap receive your Stun Grenade benefits and throw stun grenades that deal physical damage and stun enemies for 1 second. Unique items, Grasp of Shadow, affix updates. Lucky hit chance is now critical strike chance. Okay. Power. Now, casting a marksman skill has a cutthroat skill, 50% chance to summon a shadow clone that mimics the skill. Internal cooldown on the summoning of shadow clone reduced from 3 seconds to 1 second. Wow. I didn't even know there was a cooldown. That's pretty stupid. Scoundrel's Leathers, new inherent affects. Your trap and grenade skills are now also considered core skills. Unique effects also grants 20% core skill damage. Internal cooldown on triggering trap reduced from 1 to 0.75 seconds. Word of a Con additionally grants 50% increased damage to distant bonus. Ambush Glyph, damage bonus to trapped enemies increased from 10 to 12. Candy Glyph, non-physical damage bonus stacking limit increased from 10 to 15. Chip Glyph, physical damage bonus increased from 10 to 15. Ranger Rare Node, damage to distant increased from 40 to 80. Dunce Macabre, legendary node increased from 50 to 75%. Eldritch Bounty legendary node increased from 20 to 30. No Witness legendary node increased from 10 to 20 and 45 to 60 for the maximum bonus. Tempering, looks like they moved around a lot of stuff. Changed to a utility recipe. Rogue movement, mobility recipe, removed movement speed affix, specialist evolution, stun grenade size affix removed, stun grenade size affix added over in rogue utility, so it's no longer in the offensive section. Agile augments weapon recipe, chance for Shadow Clone to deal double damage added. Sorcerer, all sorcerers eventually use burning and conjuration builds. The focus behind all these changes is to try and fix the outlying issues and open more build options. As always, we will continue to monitor the effect this has on the sorcerer's power level. Conjurations all now show the max limit on tooltip. Nice. Enhanced ball lightning. Previous ball lightning's attack rate was increased by your attack speed bonus up to 25%. Now your attack speed is increased by 5% for 3 seconds each time you cast ball lightning up to 20. Wizard's Ward Ball Lightning. Previous hitting an enemy 4 times with 1 ball lightning spawns a crackling energy. 2 times per cast. Casting ball lightning spawns 2 crackling energies. Mage's Ball Lightning. Previous, after hitting close enemies 50 times with ball lightning, your next cast stuns for 1 second. Now ball lightning deals 30% times increased damage against stunned enemies. Deep Freeze, final explosion damage increased by 25%. And rank 5 bonus, Deep Freeze damage is increased by 40% of your vulnerable damage bonus. Prime Deep Freeze. Previous, when Deep Freeze ends, gain 10% of your maximum life as barrier for 6 seconds. Each enemy you froze while it was active. Now, when Deep Freeze ends, gain 50% of your maximum life as barrier for 8 seconds. Inferno, rank 5. Enemies with Inferno are now vulnerable. Supreme Inferno, while Inferno is active, your pyromancy skills do 50% increased damage and cost no mana. Unstable Currents. Casting Unstable Currents stuns surrounding enemies for 3 seconds. The following skill tree upgrades which directly dealt damage will now scale up their damage with increased skill ranks of the base skill. Enhanced Spark, Enhanced Fireball, and Enhanced Familiar. Enchantments. Firebolt. This was a big nerf to the sorcerers. They changed it from applying burning damage to now dealing burning damage has a 10% chance to heal you for 4% of your maximum life. Flame Shield was changed, now taking 30% of your maximum life with 2 seconds activates Flame Shield and can only happen once every 30 seconds. Passives. Devouring Blaze, another big nerf. Your pyromancy skills now deal an additional 10% increased critical strike damage, so it no longer affects non-pyromancy skills. So they just like went, yeah. A lot of characters utilize that for damage on sorceress, and they're like, we know a lot of characters utilizing this that aren't fire characters, so like F you, and they shoved like a rocket up your butthole and exploded it. That's what they did. Shocking Impact. Now every time you stun an enemy or attempt to stun a boss, you deal X lightning damage to them. Inner Flames, you deal 4% increased damage while healthy. Icy Touch, you now deal 4% increased damage to vulnerable enemies. Conjuration Mastery, renamed to Primordial Binding. And previous, you gain stacks for each active conjuration. Now gaining a stacking bonus for each active summon, up to 10 summons, 2% summoning damage, and 2% movement speed, and 4% mana regeneration. The power of Conjuration Mastery in the endgame limits all sorcerer builds to become which build can summon the most conjurations possible. We are looking to redistribute the power boost gained from this passive into other parts of the sorcerer's kit. Enchantments. Splintering Energy, now an extension of Lightning Spear. Previous critical hits with Lightning Spear cause lightning to arc from it, etc. Now critical hits with Lightning Spear will cause the spear to arc again to your target and up to 5 other enemies. This damage is increased by 100% of your critical strike damage bonus. Aspects of Tenuous Destruction enhanced by 5%. Aspect of Tenuous Agility. Bonus when not using defensive skills has been increased from double to triple. Aspect of Recharging. Mana gained per bounce of Chain Lightning increased from 1 to 5 to 2.5 to 5. So no bonus there if you have the perfect one. Aspect of Searing Wards. Previous, after spending 65 mana, your next Firewall is free to cast, destroying incoming missiles. Now Firewall slows enemies within by 60%. After spending 65 mana, you also get your next Firewall free to cast and destroys incoming missiles. And immobilizes anything hit within the initial cast for 3 seconds. Okay. Gravitational, move to utility category. Previous ball lightning orbits around you dealing 30% increased damage. You may have to 10 ball lightnings and more increases in damage by existing ones. The previous version of this affix has been reworked into Okun's Catalyst unique item. So they changed it entirely. So now it's after creating 2 ball lightnings, your next ball lightning implodes, pulling in close enemies before dealing 90% weapon damage in a small area. This damage scales with ball lightning. Sounds really nice. Of Armageddon, previous a hail of meteorites fall, mobilizing enemies. Now a hail of meteorites fall during Inferno, dealing fire damage on impact. Your meteorites immobilize enemies for 3 seconds. While Inferno is active, your meteorites deal 300% increased damage. Unique items, non-physical damage affix replaced with ranks to primordial binding. Paragon, damage reduction from burning enemies has been changed to damage reduction while healthy. Searing Heat Node, previous your pyromancy skills have a 12% increased critical strike chance and deal direct damage equal to 20% of your damage with fire bonus up to 60%. Now your pyromancy skills have a 12% chance increased critical strike chance and deal damage equal to 10% of your critical strike damage bonus up to 60%. Burning Instinct Node, your burning damage is increased by 20%, so a 10% bonus of your fire bonus, not your critical strike damage bonus, so they swapped them up to 90%. So they just swapped the fire over here and the critical strike, or the critical strike over here and the fire over there. Am I not reading that right? Burning your critical fire. Yeah, fire. This one went from crit to fire, and this one went from fire to crit. Yeah, so they just swapped them. Ceaseless Conduit. While you have crackling energy charges, your skills have deal 10% increased damage. This amount is increased by 4% of your per 20 intelligence you have up to 60. When you reach full charges, your crackling energy damage is increased by 3 times this amount until you run out of charges. I like it. I like it. Static Surge, it basically just gives you like a huge amount of damage to all of your skills now instead of just the crackling energy, but also gives a huge amount to the crackling energy. So, Static Surge node, now hitting enemies at least 8 times in a second with shock skills restores 30% of your maximum mana and increases your damage by 40% for 8 seconds. This cannot be refreshed while activated. So big huge boost, like 30% boost on the mana restoration, and then didn't have the damage bonus at all. So that's nice. Fundamental Release, the skill that sounds like a dirtied porno. Every time you apply vulnerable, burning, or critical strike an enemy, they take 10% increased damage from you, up to 30%. Your ultimate skill damage bonus is increased by 10% of your non-physical damage bonus, up to 40%. Conjurer Glyph, 20% conjuration duration replaced with 15% conjuration critical hit chance. Tempering Recipes, Ice Blades cast twice removed from conjuration augments. Infernal double damage removed from pyromancy augments. Nightmare Dungeons, a new affix has been added to the elemental tokens. While in combat, one of the 3 totems can spawn. Cold, affected monsters slow players and apply vulnerable on hit. Demonic Totem, affected monsters move and attack faster. Spirit Totem, affected monsters revive once when killed. Revived monsters do not grant loot or experience upon being defeated. That's kind of a mistake, because honestly that's just going to like push people to run by them. They really underestimate people's like ability to be like, oh, this monster doesn't give EXP, well then he's not worth killing, and then just like they just run away. Monsters only have the buff while inside the area, and the totems can be destroyed by attacking them, but they slowly lose health over time and are destroyed on their own after 20 seconds. Seasonal Nightmare Dungeon rotation. Okay. I don't really care. It's there, though. If you guys want to look at it, you can go back and do a frame by frame. Incense updates, maximum resistance 2 to 4, 2 to 4, armor increase 200 to 300, core stats increase 25 to 100 across the board. All stats increase from 15 to 60. Maximum resistance increased from 1 to 2 on Soothing Spices. Thorns increased from 250 to 400. Maximum life increased from 500 to 750 for Redamine Buzz. Loot updates. The general chance for an ancestral item to drop has increased. The general chance for an elixir to drop from Elite Monster has been reduced. The minimum roll for legendary affix on ancestral item is now equal to the maximum roll of non-ancestral items. The acquisition rate of infernal compasses has been adjusted. The chance to acquire one from Greater Health Digest has been increased. The chance for an infernal compass to drop from the following sources has been decreased: Whispers, Nightmare Dungeons, Lesser Helltides, and Chests, and the Pit. A new Whisper cache has been added, collections, keys. This will also include 3 Infernal Compasses and 3 Nightmare Dungeon sigils. The overall drop chance of gem fragments has been reduced. The variance on the roll of unique item powers has been reduced. Additionally, the variance for the strength of the power further reduces with each greater affix present. They talked about this in the campfire chat, and they basically said, like, if you find a 4 greater affix unique item, it's going to have a strong effect on the unique roll of the item. So there's going to be a less chance that you're going to get like a min rolled 4 greater affix unique, which was probably some of the stupidest things that would happen. I had it happen to me early on in the season. I literally had a Wuxia Nakpa drop, and I was so excited. It was a 4 greater affix Wuxia Nakpa, and it rolled with a 50%, the minimum roll that it could possibly roll, which was just kind of stupid. They're not saying that it's going to guarantee that it's going to be a perfect unique item, but they're going to increase the amount, like the decrease the bottom roll and increase, like, you know, like it won't min roll basically if it has a greater affix, and it won't, like, you know, half roll if it has like 2 or 3 greater affixes or whatever. They're not going to guarantee you a perfect, but it's going to make it so that if you do see a quad greater affix drop, it's not going to be just like a trash minimum roll that you're never going to use, which is kind of cool. Greater crafting whisper cache has been adjusted. It's now a normal cache, so it will appear more often. It now contains 4 times as many crafting materials than other caches would drop. No longer contains non-crafting items. Affix items updates. The items that have affixes that are class specific are no longer class restricted. Instead, the specific affix is now class restricted. What? Any affixes that are inactive due to being compatible with your class will be explicitly called out and disabled on the tooltips. Items and affixes that are not usable by your current class will explicitly denote which classes can use them on the tooltip class iconography. The following list details what affixes are now class restricted or have had the classes that they were restricted updated. The majority of these affixes are from class-specific tempering recipes. To acquire them on other classes, the item must be tempered by the class that has access, then transferred. Restricted to barbarians, damage to android dual wield and swapping weapons. Restricted to necromancers, ultimate cooldown reduction, damage while fortified. Blood orbs restore essence. Restricted to rogue, damage to poisoned enemies, lucky hit, chance to daze. Bonus maximum life while shroud is active. That's a nice one. It's unfortunate. Restricted to sorcerer, bonus fire, bonus cold, bonus lightning, bonus to frozen enemies, increased freeze duration, damage to mobilized enemies, and lucky hit chance to heal. Restricted to barbarians and necromancers, thorns while fortified. Restricted to barbarians and the sorcerers, bonus crowd control duration. Restricted to barbarians, necromancers, druids, and sorcerers, casting ultimate restores resource. Summons and minions update. All skills that summon entities such as necromancers, minions, druid companions, sorcerer conjurations are now all tagged as summon skills for the consistency across class, including the barbarian's ultimate, which apparently also counts as summoning. Added the summoning skill tag to druid companion skills, sorcerers, conjuration skills, rogue, shadow clone, barbarian call of the ancients, as I just said, in addition to necromancer, ray skeleton, golem, and army of the dead. Units created by these skills are now collectively referred to as summons. All damage from summons is attributed to the player character rather than the summon unit. The updated wording on various effects to use new summons terminology where appropriate. Many effects still interact with only with the class-specific version of these summons. Updated wording on various effects to remove you and your summons where it is now redundant to specifically call out your summons. Developers note. Summoning skills have behaved inconsistently across the classes, making it hard to know how to scale their damage or what effects would interact with your summons. This update aims to standardize their interactions across the board by attributing their damage they deal to the player rather than the summoned unit. This means that the damage from your summons will be able to trigger all of your lucky hit effects and interact with all of your damage modifiers, multipliers, and triggers. Note that effects such as the Ring of Mendeln still properly increase their damage output based on the damage bonuses you have for the specific minion type that triggered the effect. Additionally, specific changes for necromancers have been implemented to reflect these changes, which can be seen above in the relevant section. Infernal Hordes compasses have been updated. Compasses now stack based on tier. Maximum count is 99. Old compasses from previous seasons will now become broken compasses, and these compasses can be consumed to generate random compasses. User interface and user experience. The customization screens for both the wardrobe and the Sable Master have been updated to improve general readability. Comparing lower item power rings to dual-wield weapons or dual-wield weapons will always compare a default slot instead of selecting one with the lowest item power. All nearby crafting materials will now be collected when picking up a stack from the ground. The description for the hardcore challenges for defeating Andariel, Duriel, and Lilith can now clarify that it refers to the campaign bosses. The tooltip for Yen's Blessing has been updated to clarify that the free casts triggered by the item do not count as if the player casted the skill, which implied other effects should also trigger in this case. That's weird. Okay. They were on like some sort of rant about free casts. Miscellaneous mount can be customized anywhere now. There are now no more mounts that can be bought with gold. Now all mounts can be acquired either as rewards from various activities or through being purchased from the shop. A new option in the training yard has been added to toggle damage variance on and off. Damage variance. Scroll of Amnesia, that's kind of interesting. Scroll of Amnesia will no longer drop any remaining scrolls on characters created in previous seasons, can easily dispose of them. Gems can now be transmuted into random legendary unique jewelry. Crafting, we can craft. The quest to unlock the class mechanic now only needs to be completed once on the account. Monster density has been increased in the following strongholds: Nostrava, Malnock, Vasierra, Altar of Ruin, Mordrain Lodge, Hope's Light. The Infernal Horde's gold chest now rewards more gold. They kind of nerfed it last season. Completion of the class quest now rewards a cache of legendary loot tailored to the class. That was to get people to do the class quest, even though you don't need to do the class quest anymore if you've already completed. So now you just have like an additional whatever. Accessibility fixed an issue where the screen reader did not read the input field of the create clan menu. Infernal Horde strongholds fixed an issue where progression of Core Dragon could be blocked off if vampiric corruptions were killed before the objective updated. Fixed an issue where some enemies could be untargetable if Infernal Hordes would block progression. Gameplay fixed an issue where Whisper Cache rewards were based on the character opening them rather than the character who earned them. Fixed an issue where range crowd control effects could cancel suppressor fields from outside the field. Fixed an issue where the Wild Bolt aspect did not pull in as many enemies as intended in certain scenarios. Fixed an issue where the life per second affixes had a much lower value than intended. Fixed an issue where unique mythic items are more frequently attainable from Purveyor of Curiosities than intended. Okay. Fixed an issue, I never got one, but some people had. Fixed an issue where certain shadow monsters, attacks, and pit bosses encounters had attacks with visuals that did not match the hitbox of the attack. Barbarian. Fixed an issue where Barbarian's Mighty Throw could snapshot bonuses from the initial instance to the rest of the explosions. So now, fix that bug. Fixed an issue where earthquakes were not properly consumed by the seismic lines spawned by Hammer of Ancients when using the Mantle of Mountain's Fury. That's not even in the game yet. What do you mean you fixed it? Fixed an issue where the description for Power Kick did not mention that the upgrade made Kick a core skill. I found that out in like Season 5. Fixed an issue where the Tactical Iron Skin would heal more than intended. Druid fixed an issue where the one with nature damage bonus from applying to the Vine Creeper Druid Companion's active effect. Fixed an issue where nature magic wall tempering FX did not increase Earthen Bulwark's duration. Fixed an issue where Stone of Yemen was not tradable. Fixed an issue where Shred could dash without Primal Shred upgrade learned. Fixed an issue where the Shred could have visual issues when cast with high amounts of attack speed. Necromancer fixed issue where Affliction Key passive did not always deal 2 instances of shadow damage from both Decrepify and Iron Maiden when the aspects of Cursed Aura was equipped. Fixed an issue where the Needle Flare aspect would incorrectly trigger its pulse damage around the Necromancer rather than around the minion when the minion triggered it. Fixed an issue where the Shade Mist aspect could trigger the Ring of Mandel. Fixed an issue where the Abyssal Glyph granted 21% bonus instead of 10. Fixed an issue where the free cast of Blood Artisan Curios scaled off both current and maximum life. Fixed an issue where Soul Rift could overpower when using Blood Boiled Aspect. Fixed an issue where the Blood Orb spawned from Tidal Aspect and Blood Wave could overlap and appear as if Blood Orbs did not spawn. Fixed an issue where Iron Maiden was not being applied by the aspect of Cursed Aura. Oh, interesting. Heathen was right. Fixed a bug where the aspect of Cursed Aura would not gain the 50% bonus from amulets. Fixed an issue where the movement could become difficult if Corpse Tendrils was assigned to the left mouse button. Fixed an issue where Ghastly Bone Prison did not grant additional essence when used on bosses. Rogue fixed multiple instances per tempering affixes for chance to deal double damage, chance to spawn bonus projectiles, and chance to hit twice did not work properly when using Shadow Clone. Fixed an issue where Pit Fighter's Gull was account bound on pickup. Fixed an issue where the affix for bonus maximum life while Dark Shroud is active did not factor in all sources of additional maximum life. Fixed an issue where No Witness Paragon node was activating on ultimate skills which had been cast for free. Fixed an issue where both critical strike chance bonuses to vulnerable and crowd control enemies from Trap Mastery could apply at the same time. Fixed an issue where the Shadow Step would incorrectly deal damage to adjacent enemies when it killed a target. Fixed an issue where second wind passive would not trigger if you had infinite resources, such as from Inner Sight. Fixed an issue where Stun Grenade tag on the Dance of Knives was not properly flagged as a search-only tag. Fixed an issue where Enhanced Poison Imbuement would incorrectly increase poisoning duration. I like that. Fixed an issue where... That's too bad they fixed it. Fixed an issue where the Dance of Knives to infinitely cast while using Yen's Blessing. Fixed an issue where Methodical Dash reduced a charge cooldown by 2 seconds instead of 3. Fixed an issue where multiplicative damage to close enemies was not being properly accounted for in the bonus from close quarters combat key passive, such as from Turf and Closer Glyphs. Fixed an issue where the rapid fire projectiles with Scoundrel's Kiss equipped couldn't hit certain stationary enemies, such as Hollow Defilements. Fixed an uncommon issue where the preparation wouldn't reduce your ultimate cooldown skills by the appropriate amount. Fix an issue where Shroud of Caranduras couldn't trigger certain lucky hit effects. Fix a bug causing Ravager's aspect to gain its bonus multiplicatively with itself. Fix an issue where you could get stuck after using volley dismount in certain scenarios. Sorcerer fixed an issue where automatic casts of Familiar were not always lightning based if spawned by unstable currents. Fixed an issue where Sorcerer's Familiar was not triggering the Shocking Impact passive. Fixed an issue where Incinerate's visuals would occasionally be incorrectly sized when using Flamethrower's aspect. And fixed an issue where Meteor would occasionally stop recharging after changing zones while using Starfall Coronet. User interface and user experience. Fixed several instances where some skills, Paragon nodes, and glyphs, legendary effects did not properly appear while using keyword search. Fixed an issue where controller navigation in the party finder menu was inconsistent. Fixed an issue where the controller focus would default to required resources instead of the confirm button when enchanting previously enchanted item. Miscellaneous. Fixed an issue where Lord Zir did not drop Khazra horns as expected. Fixed an issue where fully equipped challenge only unlocked if all equipped items were of magic quality. Fixed an issue where Smoldering Ashes did not auto-claim as expected. Various stability UI, audio, visual, and performance improvements. I mean, overall, the patch here for the PTR is mostly buffs with some very interesting things. I have to get into the game and actually test out some of these things, but some of the uniques look really good. A lot of these changes look very nice. There are a couple things in here which I would definitely consider to be nerfs. But with a ratio of probably like 98% buffs to like 2% nerfs, the poor Sorceress got hit pretty hard in the winter. Yes, she has a winter. You shush. Don't judge her. There was a couple really weird changes. Like, I really don't like the Toxic Claw changes on the Druid. I'm kind of excited to test out some of these unique items. I hate to say it, but I don't really care about these Eldritch powers. They kind of look stupid. With the exception of maybe some of like the poison ones and whatnot that look kind of neat. Maybe with the addition of the summoning changes and the summoning, like all the stuff being attributed to you, they might scale very well. I don't know. I had to get in and play with the witch powers. They look kind of weird. The witch gems look very generic. They're just basically like damage bonuses, which, I mean, I'm not really sure what I think about the witch gems either. They're okay, I guess. Overall, looks like a good patch. PTR starts on, I think it's December 3rd. So we'll hop in on December 3rd and we'll check out these changes. I'm going to have to put some feedback on that Toxic Claw change, though. That Toxic Claw change is atrocious. I really, really don't like that Toxic Claw change. Overall, though, just really good changes across the board, I think. I think it's going to be a pretty big buff for most of the characters. The Spiritborn obviously got nerfed really hard, but that was, we all knew that was coming. You know, Spiritborn was super bugged, and Spiritborn's not going to be clearing pit 150s anymore in 3 minutes. That's not happening. I'd be surprised if the Spiritborn is clearing pit 120s at this point. So, You know, we'll see. You can obviously, with the new like character copy, you can copy over your character to the PTR, and you're going to be able to just like take your Pit 150 Spiritborn, copy it straight over, and check it. And I guarantee you, he's not going to be clearing 150 pits no more. They fixed basically all of the bugs that people were using. The Spiritborn is going to be right back down to earth with all the other classes, which is honestly where it should have been to begin with. I mean, it was a fun season of playing a bugged, broken character, but you know, like it's a bugged, broken character. Let's move on. It was fun for a little bit, and then it just felt like cheat codes, and I think we all realized that it was just too powerful, and we needed to come back down to reality. I don't really think there's that much more to say about the patch, especially since we need to get in and actually test this stuff out. Wuxie Knockpod looks absolutely insane. The new unique quarterstaff they're adding for the Spiritborn looks absolutely insane. They got a lot of really nice buffs for the Spiritborn as well. Really excited about a poison build for the Spiritborn. There's also some really cool new runes, which I'm excited about. The lightning rune looks really cool. A lot of the overflow stuff looks really neat. I'm actually excited to go play with that stuff as well, which we'll dive into on the 3rd. That earthquake build looks really cool on the barbarian. Talking about the one that allows you to like explode the earthquakes. That does sound really neat. This sounds really cool. I might be playing around with that. The hurricane causes, on your wolves. That looks really neat. I'm actually kind of excited to play with that. I don't know. Maybe even make a summon necromancer on season 7. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, as always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these patch notes. I know these patch notes are a little long, an hour and 42 minutes. Be sure to hit that like button and subscribe button if you enjoy the content. And as always, keep watching. All right, a good little hour and 42-minute detour there because I forgot to do the patch notes. But now that I have them recorded, I can get them uploaded and posted. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and do that right now and lag the crap out of the stream as we get back to some more Diablo. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Reuse details. 2.1 December 3rd PTR. I just want to get this thing uploaded so I don't have to worry about it later. And then we're going to get back to some more SoJ farming. Huh? I can even make a thumbnail for it real quick. Create thumbnail. Beep. Alright, done. Gotta leave that open while it's uploading, and we can get back to farming. Beep. Put the rare items in the stash, because we're going to put the rare items in the stash. And that is what we do. We put the rare items into the stash, because that is what we do. Alright, I need to find my, I was like baby runes or low runes or something like that. I can't remember what I called the character. Crafting jewels, we need to put crafting jewels up too. Crafting jewels, radioactive crafting jewels, does whatever crafting jewel can, cause you're gonna be a crafting jewel man. Crafting jewels, radioactive crafting jewels. Does whatever crafting jewel can. Oh Lord. No, this is ah. Gotta be OCD. OCD. Radioactive OCD. Does whatever an OCD can. Alright, I'm back on. I unmuted myself on, since I'm finished with the video, I forgot. I unmuted myself now. Unmuted. Unmuted. Alright. Gems. I need to do some crafting actually. Like, I'm probably gonna want to do a bunch of crafting here eventually. Oh, Bob had a power outage. It's terrible. I hate when that happens. Yeah, look at my pretty gems. Pretty gems. Look at all my pretty, man, jewels. Look at all my jewels. Pretty jewels. What's up, Raphael? What's up, Dule? Siggens armor, Siggens bow, Siggens come on down, you know. We got Siggens on the floor, we got Siggens in the door, we got Siggens everywhere. We got Siggens in your hair. I want to clear out so I can get another like good set running here. I mean, I shouldn't have to pick up very much anymore, so that's also nice. No more to the pick up stuff. We got some diamonds, some emeralds, some amethysts. No, you do not belong. Do not go into the darkness, my friend. It is dangerous. It is rantantankerous. Rantantankerous. I'm hanging on to all the gems because I need them for various things. It's crafting, upgrading, you know, runes, etc. Like, it's just it's a whole thing. It's a mess. Eat some ass. Oh yeah, where my music at? Let's get my music back. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. All right, we gotta find my baby rune character. I don't remember what he's called. Baby runes, where are you? I got baby runes. Got the baby runes. Oh, we need to put the base on there. We got a 4-socket crystal sword that needs to be stored away. I got a bunch of base mules. So this is just like bases 1, bases 2. No big deal. Just trying to store a bunch of bases on there. Bases 3. Low runes. There you are. Oh, well, he's full. I guess I need to make low runes too. Okay. So what is he named exactly? Low runes? We'll just make low runes II. Create new low runes I. Oh, IO. No, not IO. Dang it. Okay. Whatever. I just need to pull a bunch of runes. Pull like 3 of those and 3 of those. I just pull a little bit of everything. Like, it's not that big of a deal. I don't need that many runes on me at any given time. Go is a mid rune. That is not a low rune. I may eventually have to make characters that are just like dedicated to each rune. Have like Nef rune, Ral runes. I think Lums are in the low rune category. That's fine. Lums are low runes. I'll accept that. And that frees up a whole bunch of space. That's a whole bunch of space freed up right there. Let's look for our rando unique, our rando jewelry, or rando rings or something. I think it's what it's called. That's what I named them. I think it's rando rings. Yeah, we got rando rings and rando amulets. That's right. We'll search through these as needed to gear out our characters when we need to. Rando rings. We need rando rings now. Rando rings. Rando rings. I got a lot of rando rings. Okay, don't make fun of my rando rings. Alright. Rando rings, rando rings. Radioactive rando rings. Rando rings, rando rings. Radioactive rando rings. Radioactive rando rings. We should do some crafts real quick too. I got some items saved up. I could go onto my PGM mule and I could grab this stuff for later. What do I need for this? I want to do... These are what, caster belts? So we got what, 1, 2... I don't really care about this one. This could go. I could go back to my jewel mule and grab some more stuff. And I think this one is iths. So we need iths. So if we got 2 iths, so that's fine. We also got a ruby, which is what, Nef. I got that saved up. Man, so we need a jewel. Let's go grab 2 jewels from the jewel mule. Why not merge some Nephrons? There's no reason to merge anything right this second. Not unless I need to. Like, it's just not, it's not something that is required at all. Oh, we only needed 2? Okay, we only needed 2. Alright, let's go craft those real quick. How is Kubus the devourer of propeller tails? I don't know. He's probably taking a nap. That's what he likes to do. He's taking a nap, a nap, a nap, a nap. He's got some crap on him. Oh, he's got a spirit forge. Those are high-class garbage. Terrible, horrible belt. Probably still for 35k in the bank. Much better. 10% faster cast, 9 strength, replenish life, mana, extra gold for monsters. Could have faster hit recovery on it, but I mean, it's pretty much the same belt, unfortunately. Like, just slightly different stats. They're both kind of bad. This one's really bad, though.
Good day.
I can go right in the trash. Where are those shark skin gloves? I can go right in the trash, too. Alright, what else we got? Bow, 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 bow. Favasetto Movinas. I probably I already have 3 belts in here. It's hilarious. Okay, you're a garbage belt. There you go. Solved. Alright, I've also got a Zacharoom's hand and 2 wands and a mace that need to find a home. I know I have unique mace, unique scepters. I probably didn't put them in with the maces because there's too many maces. Unica. Oh, there's charms. We got charms. Let me go dump all the charms. I hang on to a bunch of charms, like anything that's even remotely useful, and then whenever I start a new character, I jump on here and I, like, pull every single charm that has any kind of usefulness over. It's a decent little tactic. I don't see unique scepters. I also don't see a unique wand. No wands, no scepters? Like, what the hell? Unique armor, unique helmet, unique bows, unique gloves, unique spears, unique shields, unique axes, unique jewelry, unique swords, staves, daggers, boots, orphan's call sets, civerbs, maces. I do have a mace. Okay, so it looks like I have the scepters on here as well. flesh render. What is that? 148. This is the 186. Okay, so that one, the one I have, is like way better anyway. I also have a Zakharum's hand, which can go on here. Got 2 rust handles for some reason. Why do I have 2 rust handles? I don't know. You can go. Actually, that one's actually worth money. I could sell it. I can just sell these. I guess technically I decided not to make any, like, other characters. So I guess for right now the wands can go over here since they are also technically mace class. Actually, they're technically staff class, aren't they? Huh. Interesting. Maybe I put them with the staves. That's not a bad idea. I can put them with the staves. That's not a bad idea. Yeah. There's not very many wands anyway. And there's not very many staves. So, like, putting them together with the staves is probably not a bad idea at all. That's acceptable. That's acceptable. Alright, I think I'm pretty much done. Let's get back to farming. Fire me. Can sell both of those to the NPC, I don't care.
What you need?
Boop, boop. Resurrect my mercenary, which died in a painful ball of fire. And back to farming sojas. An amulato, gelato, probably a Mahimo Kikurio, or a Naznokizen relic. Oh look, a Nokizen relic. You're so funny. Oh, you're so funny. Oh yeah, you're so funny. I got like 17 of those. I mean, it's not exactly a bad amulet. Like, it gives you like massive amounts of fire resistance, and it has some other nice stats on it. But, you know, like, once you have 17 of them, you don't really want any more. You're like, you know, no, 17 is fine. Like, I'm fine, I don't need another. I'm not Mr. T, okay? I don't need, like, a giant, like, wall of necklaces around my neck. Like, I think I'll be alright. I was actually watching a thing from Mr. T about that ridiculous stack of chains around his neck and where it came from, and it was actually quite interesting, to be perfectly honest. Would you guys like to hear the story? Press 1 to continue. Press 2 for in Spanish. Press 3 for in German. Press 4 for in Japanese. No nihongo wo choto shibarimasu. Mr. T. I think I already have a Ravenclaw. I'm pretty sure I already have a Ravenclaw. We'll hang on to it just to check, but... Okay, so. How did Mr. T get his giant stack of neck chains? His giant stack of neck chains. If you guys have never seen Mr. T, let me actually pull up a picture of Mr. T and show his giant neck chain, like his golden neck chains. So, he was telling the story of how he ended up with this giant stack of gold chains around his neck. And it was actually a pretty interesting story, so I'm going to see if I can repeat it as he stated it. He said that he used to work as a bouncer at a club. And that when somebody would leave their necklace in the club, that he would put the necklace around his neck with the assumption that the person would eventually return. And since he was the bouncer at the club, that, you know, obviously they would look at him, see that he had the necklace around his neck, and be like, hey, that's my necklace, and then he would take the necklace off and give it to him. And while he said that it worked sometimes, you know, occasionally people would notice their necklace around his neck, is like it was mostly unaffected because people would not come back to the club. And so he started to, over a long period of time, gather this ridiculously large number of necklaces around his neck. And it just kept growing because more and more people were forgetting their necklaces at the club, and so it was just getting, you know, ridiculous. And that's where his, like, stack of neck chains came from, apparently. It was working as a bouncer for a club. Kind of makes you realize, you know, like, at first I thought it was just like some sort of fashion statement or something. You know, it was just something he decided to do. Maybe he had a lot of money and bought a bunch of chains or something. But, you know, it turned out that's not the case at all. Apparently it was something completely different and not, you know, like, deliberate at all. There we go. Here's the article right here. Mr. T was a huge star in the 1980s and known for his character B.A. Baracus. Mr. T's iconic gold chains originally came from customers at a nightclub where he worked as a bouncer in the 1970s. People had either lost or left them behind after a fight, and he would wear them and return them if the person chose to reclaim them. He later used the chains in his iconic image, stating in his biography in 1984 that they were a symbol of the chains of the African ancestors. You know, but basically he got them all while he was working at a nightclub. Like, people kept leaving them, he kept putting them on his neck, and some people came back and got them, and most of the people didn't. If only I knew a soge hack like I knew for the burr runes. So as far as I'm able to tell, unique items are very uniquely coded in that they only really drop when they want to, and there's not a lot you can do to force them to fall. I tried for a while to force a soge to fall like I did the burr rune, and I couldn't get it to happen. I mean, but that's a good thing, right? Just shows that not everything is hackable.
Hello.
Hello.
Zap, 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 zap. A Nephrin. Don't mind if I do. I got messages on Discord. Who's messaging me? Message requests. Sarah 001. The hell? Looks like a scam to me. Scam! Scam, 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 scammy, scam, scam, scammy, scammy, scam, scam, scam. Scammy, scam, scam, scammy, scammy. Scammy, 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 scam. Alright, well, we're like 6 or 7 days in, Pork Sniffer, so hopefully eventually I'll get one. Static, 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 shocky, 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 shocky. Oh, some mage fisties. Ethereal mage fists. Okay. Okay, alright. We gotta keep this stuff. These are Grail items that just fell on the ground. We gotta hang on to the Grail items. Garbage. Garbage. So we got Ethereal Mage Fist and we got Ethereal Wall of the Eyeless. Both of which are Grail items. Interesting indeed.
Good day.
Grilly Eliots and free. Graily Eliots and free. Graily Eliots and free.
I need a key.
I need to start coming up with some like really generic and stupid like way of responding to people. You know, like the tick would just yell out spoon. That'll be me. Like, you'll send me a message and I'll just do something really stupid and be like, spoon! And you'll be like, what? I mean, hi, what's up? But you said spoon. Yeah, so what about it? Spoon.
It's locked.
That'll really throw off the, that'll really throw off the spammers. The scammers. They're like, what did this dude just say spoon? I said hi, he said spoon. This guy's crazy. He's nutso. He just spammed spoon into the microphone. I tried to call him on the phone. He yelled out spoon as loud as he could.
Welcomes you.
Spoon! Well, flawless emerald, artisan. And Dario, please, can I have a Soge? Please, may I have Soge? Please, Soge. No Soge? Okay. Boo to the who, to the bee, to the ho, to the he, to the yo, to the boo, to the boo. I'm gonna check all this dujinks. It could be good. They probably not, but it could be good. Yeah, they definitely weren't. That's a bunch of garbage. Whole bunch of garbage, garbalingos. Garbosian, all the garbosian to the yards. We got garbos that's better than yours. I'd teach you, but I'd have to charge. My garbage is better than yours. I have to giggle while I say spoon. Alright, so we need to settle this in chat, okay? This is important, alright? Was the tick real? Or was he a figment of Arthur's imagination? Alright. Is the tick real? Or is he a figment of Arthur's imagination? I think the tick is a figment of Arthur's imagination. That's my personal my view on it. I think the tick is a figment of Arthur's imagination created by Arthur, essentially. The tick had absolutely no memory of anything before Arthur. Was absolutely enamored with Arthur for some reason. And even though Arthur technically had no superpowers, my theory is that Arthur's superpower was to summon forth a conjuration of his imagination. And the tick just happened to be what Arthur conjured. That's my theory. A conjuration of his imagination. And you can't just say imagination, you gotta say imagination. SpongeBob reference for those of you guys who are uncultured swine. Uncultured swine. I'm always interested in these weapons because you never know what they're going to be. Well, the rare weapons can be absolutely godlike, or they can be the most horrendous garbage you've ever seen in your life. Irene says figment of imagination. She agrees with me. We have one in agreement with the ginger. We have one in agreement. You know, it also kind of explains why the tick is invulnerable. Like, you ever think about that? Like, the tick is, like, super duper invulnerable. He can't really be hurt by anything, right? Like, it doesn't matter what happens to him. Like, he just gets punched, like, through a wall, doesn't feel it. Like, building falls on top of him, he doesn't feel it. Like, it kind of makes sense when you think about it from that perspective. Like, if he's a figment of Arthur's imagination, that might explain why he's capable of taking so much damage and not really being affected by it in, like, any way, shape, or form. Just simply because, you know, he's essentially invincible, right? If he doesn't actually exist, of course he's invincible. It's kind of hard to be damaged by anything if you don't exist. I mean, and I'm not saying he doesn't physically exist, because of course Arthur, you know, like, pulls him into existence with his mind. But, and he's not invincible either, because technically if Arthur dies, I'm assuming that the tick dies with him. But I don't know. It's interesting. If you Google search the question, it comes up with two answers, and both of them are in contradiction with each other. The first one says, yes, the tick is a figment of Arthur's imagination. In the show, this Arthur's office temp who becomes obsessed with a conspiracy he believes is taken over the city. Everyone thinks he's crazy except for his mysterious new ally, the Tick, a blue superhero who might be a figment of Arthur's imagination. Tick's self-image may not allow Tick's mind to ask its own questions. When this happens, Tick's self-image may release a swarm of angry midgets that resemble Tick that suggests that Tick may not exist physically, but only as a manifestation of self-image within his psyche. And then right below that, the Tick is consistently shown to be a real person, and everyone else treats him as such. He never manifests any powers of invisibility or anything similar. But the last episodes of second season, Arthur's mother apologized for having mistreated him by assuming that he was mentally ill or hallucinating. So it's like there's a contradiction there. Some people believe that the Tick is real, and some people believe that the Tick is a figment of Arthur's imagination. And it's not necessarily that he's a hallucination, and I think that's the important thing here. He's not a hallucination. But he is somehow being manifested by Arthur into reality, which is kind of interesting. The Tick told us who he was from the start. The Arthur exhibits a very real facial tick when he is stressed. The tick is transformed a third time, stronger than ever, and Arthur doesn't have the facial tick because it is now permanently manifested as a hero called the Tick. Just watch the first episode where they meet and this hits like a brick. So the facial tick is the tick. Get it? Facial tick. Oh, I see. That's funny. And the tick is a parasite. Interesting theories. Interesting. I like talking about the tick. He's just one of those absolutely ridiculous heroes that doesn't make any sense. And then when you start to realize that he's a figment of Arthur's imagination, then it starts to become more realistic, right? You're like, oh, okay, well then that's just some weird part of, Arthur's mind. Like, it's not, it's not a real person, right? It's just a weird part of Arthur's mind, so not so bad. Ethereal tear haunches. I guess we can hold on to those. I don't think we have a pair of ethereal tear haunches yet. That'll be one for our ethereal grail. Better selfie than on TikTok. I mean, the only way to really prove it, I hate to say it, would be to kill Arthur, which sounds evil as all get out, but technically if you killed Arthur and the tick disappeared, then you would know for certain that Arthur was the one creating the tick. And of course, in the comics, I don't think Arthur ever dies. No, Arthur does not die. Some people are also saying that there's a third interpretation, that of course the tick is a parasite, right? And what do parasites do? Parasites live off of a host. And so a third interpretation could be that maybe the tick is not a figment of Arthur's imagination, but perhaps a projection from Arthur's psyche of a sort of like alien or something that is infected Arthur, like a parasitic organism that has infected Arthur and is basically like, taken over Arthur's brain, or at least part of it anyway. Which could also be another interesting interpretation, that the parasite is essentially inside of Arthur and is using Arthur to create the tick, which could also be another interesting interpretation. Sort of like the venom, I guess. Yeah, sort of. I mean, that still means that if Arthur dies, the tick goes with him. So, I mean, that is also potentially part of it. It also seems to reflect upon Arthur, like, his mental state. Because the tick does disappear several times when Arthur's mental state is at its worst, and comes back stronger than ever when his mental state restores itself. So it's kind of interesting to consider that as well, is that his mental state might have something specifically to do with how powerful the tick is at that any given moment. Which could go either way. Could also be, that the tick is obviously, in a figment of imagination, or it could also go to the parasite part as well, because the parasite may not have full control over Arthur, and so it could be going in that direction as well, like, when Arthur wanes, so too does the parasite, and so forth and so on. Kind of interesting. I mean, some of the supporting facts that the tick doesn't exist are things like the tick's memory doesn't like expand like beyond the point where Arthur exists. It's like there was actually a point where they talked to the tick, and the tick says something along the lines of, "Well, like the first thing I saw was Arthur," and they were like, "Well, what was before Arthur?" And he's like, "There was nothing before Arthur. It was the first thing I saw was Arthur. The first thing I remember was Arthur, right?" And he's like, and he kind of like proves it himself that there's something strange going on because he was literally created at like the moment that Arthur thought him into existence. Who knows? It might be a little bit of both. Maybe it's a parasite that enables Arthur to create the figment, or maybe it's just Arthur's power. Maybe Arthur has a power that allows him to create figments of his imagination, but he doesn't know about it. Like, he doesn't actually know he has the power, you know what I mean? He's blissfully ignorant. Which is likely. I never even did check. Like, did they come out with another season of that Tick TV show? I never went and looked. I think I watched the whole first season, and then I didn't pick up the remaining season. Only went up to episode 9. No, I don't think that's the one I was thinking about. I'm thinking about the new one. They had a new one that came out. Yeah, the Tick TV series, the new one. A Prime Original. 22 episodes. Oh, they do have a season 2. I don't know if I watched the season 2. I'm gonna have to go take a look. Refresh my memory. My memory. Well, tomorrow's Thanksgiving, isn't it? Everybody got something cool planned for Thanksgiving? You guys gonna eat lots of turkey and go into a turkey coma? Do be careful because there's a bunch of recalls on like turkey and some other things. It's just the greatest time to have a bunch of recalls on turkey, right? Oh my god. Is it a soge? Is it a soge? I need a soge. Is it a soge? Come on, soge. You know what? I didn't want a soge anyway. You know what? I didn't want a soge. Okay? Yeah. I didn't want stuff. I didn't want a soge. No. What are you talking about? That was exactly what I wanted. You did good. That was good. That was good. I wanted a mantle heal. For the 70th time in a row. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted was a mantle heal. It's okay. It's alright. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't want a soge anyway. Okay, I wanted a soge. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I wanted a soge. Okay. I just need a soge. Please, Andar, I beg you on my hands and knees. Can I have a Soge? That is not a Soge. You didn't give me one. That is not a Soge. Y'all mama's a Soge. I just want a freaking Soge. Just give me one freaking Soge. I just want single digit Soge. I don't want lots of Soge. Just one single Soge. So I can have a Soge. Just one. Just one. That's all I need. Just one. Just one. Just a single. You're not gonna give me a double or nothing. Just a single. Single bingle bingle dingle. Single wingle dingle jingle. Single bingle dingle dingle. Single jingle jingle jingle. Superior crown shield of poopiness. A bone one, which might be okay. A random skull, a flawed emerald, a quantum gemerald. What about? I came over here to pick up something. I don't remember what I came over here for. Oh yeah, I was gonna pick up potions. Potion. 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 So many jambalams. So many jambalams. I just need one Soge and just one Soge. I just need one Soge for Christmas. If it's okay with you for Christmas. Soge, 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 Soge. I just want it too bad. She said, boy, you's too thirsty. You're too thirsty for the Soge, and that's why you'll never get it. Your thirst is too high. You have an extreme level of thirst. And I do. I do have an extreme level of thirst.
Not here.
Oh yeah, I wish I could see if my video's uploaded. So I can launch it. Copy, post, post. Bink. There you go. Everything's up. Except for Facebook, which is taking forever for some reason. Just posted already. What the hell? Hit the post button. Post it. Just post it. Thank you.
The Wooble sent me.
The Woobles? What the hell's a Wooble? Fred the Dinosaur Woobles. Oh, you can make your own dinosaur? That's kind of cute. Comes with all the yarn you need to make your Wooble. Come with knitting sticks too? It does come with knitting sticks. That's neat. It's an ad. Woobles! Buy your Woobles today. That's actually really neat. Knit your own little pet. You can customize it a little bit too. You can add in some little doojanks to it. Add in some doojanks. A blade. Is that a rare blade? It's a rare blade, isn't it? It's grody. It's grody like poop. It's got the doodoo on it. Let's change the player count, shall we? We've been on P5 the entire time. Let's bump it up to P7. I've been trying to understand slow missiles. I watched your video and did some Googling. I don't understand a couple things. Where is the central point of the slow missiles radius? From the Amazon. Also, do you target a creature in area ground or self-cast? No, you just right-click and you just cast. You just cast it. That's it. You just cast it. It hits everything around you in a radius. You can clearly see whether or not the monster is hit by they have sparkles. They get little sparkles on their character. They get little sparklies. Sparkly darklies. You can also stack it with inner sights. Oh, +1 barb, 30 attack rating, resistances. That's not bad. Not bad little barb circle. That is the poop. That is the poop. That is the poopy poop. The dookie palookie. That is the dookie palookie. That is poop so bad. That is nasty poop. That is dirty, nasty poop. So dirty bad. They poop. So bad they poop. Oops. Demon high boots.
I can't carry anymore.
Huh. Ethereal Inferno shrines. Okay. Another Grail item. really struck you. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to assault you in such a manner.
I'm overburdened.
I didn't mean to assault you. Bow, 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 bow. Sorry. Bunch of dujinks on the ground. I need to check. It is le garbage. That's not bad. White Avenger Guard and no stats. Where's that other item? Grand Scepter, no stats. Poopies. Poope, doope, doop. Poope, doope, doop. Poope, doope, doop. Poope, doope, poop. Poope, doope, doop. Poope, doope, doop. The patterns give us control and is therefore rewarding. I don't think I said that. I'm pretty sure I said something along the lines of that the game is alive in that it responds to the way that we interact with it. Not necessarily that we know what we're doing when we're interacting with it, which is something different entirely, but more so that, like, our actions specifically change the results, which therefore makes the result different for every single person because different people do different things. Not everybody travels in the same direction. Not everybody clicks on the same number of things. Not everybody kills the same number of monsters. Not everybody hoards. Not everybody doesn't hoard. It's basically every single person has a different way of playing the game, and so every single person's experience is going to be slightly different than the others because of that difference in the way that we interact with the game itself. Not necessarily that we're manipulating the game, but more so that the game is changing depending on who's playing it. A long battle bow, those can be extraordinarily good. Hopefully we got a 35 with like perfect mods. That would be amazing. If it's a 35 with perfect mods, we'll go start our freezing arrow sorcerers right now. 202. I think that's pretty low for that. Terrible. Well, that's terrible. Hopefully, he got a chance to play Diablo 2 Resurrected before he passed away. That way, he gets the ultimate experience. Really like D2R. D2R is an amazing game. Ugh, it's a 28.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes?
Need some healing potions. Yeah, Cooley was researching that side of things, like trying to see if he could guarantee specific rolls on his Hodo and stuff like that, like guaranteed grief rolls. And he did say he was able to like reproduce some of that through the RNG manipulation. Amethyst. Alright, I want to change it up to P1 this time. We're gonna go down to P1. We're gonna go for speed runs. Fast as possible. Fast, fast, fast. Sounds like a very specific process that would lead to a very specific creation. Interesting. Did you drop one item? That's a little rude. I mean, I did go to P1, so... Speed run, speed run, speed run, speed run, speed run, speed run. I love how some people are either like super believers in the whole thing, or they're just like completely, they're like, they hold up a cross and they like hiss at you and they say "Be gone, foul demon" or something. Like there's like no in between. Like nobody seems to like half believe. Speed, 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 don't stop.
Not here.
We need to go faster. We need fast. We need speed. We need fast speed. Speed, fast, fast. Fast is speed, speed, fast. We need super fast, fast speed. We need fast, fast. Go fast, 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 fast. We not fast, fast, fast. We need fast, 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 fast. We need to go fast, fast. Come on, it's supposed to work. You can't do entrances. You can do waypoints though. That's good. That'll be good enough. We can at least use it for the waypoint. Not Ethereal? Who cares? Hey, she's TZ'd. I think that ruins it. Now she's going to be able to drop, like, much higher items. That's okay. What is she now? 71? She can drop a lot higher items than she was dropping before. She's dropped me a Hydra Edge and a Bassinet. Sotheby's. An Ethereal Hydra Edge. Terrible stats. Does it matter if declone is P1? I mean, as long as you're on single player, you only need one soge. Like, that's all you gotta do. No, it doesn't matter if he's on P1. You can't leave the game, though, so... She's just dropping a whole bunch of crazy stuff now. Because she's TZ'd. She just dropped me the unique bill, which is Black Leech Blade, I believe. Yeah. I don't think I have one of those. Take Sotheby's, we're gonna put that in here because I don't think I have one yet. I don't think I have a Black Leech Blade yet either. Check out this Trident. Could be an amp. It's not an amp, who cares? Let's go grab some more pots. Hey, Wind Fury Hawk, thanks for the resub, man. 3 months. You've been subbed for 3 months. So I've had to put up with your spamming John Cena emotes, sound effects for 3 months. Man, time flies when you're spamming John Cena emotes. Having fun.
I can't carry anymore.
I want to keep a 3-second Legends. Maybe. One word of warning about Declone is he has relatively high physical damage, as well as relatively high fire damage. Pretty much all of his attacks are half physical, so do be aware of that before you go in there. Like, you can't just go in with like 95% fire resistance and lightning and think you're okay. He also does a really high amount of physical damage, because basically all of his fire attacks are half physical, and sometimes it catches people off guard because they don't realize that they need physical damage reduction to fight Uber Diablo. Without any physical damage reduction, his physical damage attacks will pretty much just rip you to shreds. So, you know, keep that in mind. And Dario. Probably like the stupidest idea ever. I wonder if normal Andariel has like a really good chance of dropping a Soge if she's TZ'd. Nice. Death Sash. I do like Death Sashes. Nice little Death's Guard.
Impossible.
What level is Andariel in Nightmare? Andariel. Okay, she's level 49 in Nightmare difficulty. What is the maximum level that you can be in normal difficulty for Andariel?
I can't carry
Kind of
anymore.
curious.
Impossible. Not in town.
Yes.
Let me go check real quick on a different character just to see. I'm kind of curious. I don't want to ruin my map if I don't need to. 45. I think that's like the exact right level for a Soge. Maybe this is our key. Maybe this is our moment. Maybe we go down to normal difficulty. See if we can farm the Soge in normal. Let's bump it up to P8 too. Oof. Oh, okay. It's right here. Can I teleport across there? I cannot. Okay, that's nasty. We might have to redo this one. This is... ugh. I don't like this one at all. We want a faster run. Holy crap, this is awful. Okay, that one's not as bad. I just didn't see it. Okay.
I can't carry anymore.
Spirit Mask? Check that. Extra missile defense is a lot more powerful than a lot of people give it credit for. because there's a lot of things that technically classify as missiles that shouldn't really classify as missiles. And it's not really something that I can explain very well because it's stupid. Like, there are things that classify as missiles that are totally not missiles. But they are technically missiles by the game's standards. So missile defense is actually a lot more powerful than it seems. Well, this is like even faster than it was before, so this is fine. I like this. Let's just roll with it. Check the gloves. Always check the gloves. Can gloam bolts miss? No, spells aren't subject to attack rating, and therefore they're not subject to your defense, which is kind of like an oddity. What actually, like, happens? Oh, I accidentally went to nightmare, didn't I? Dang it. What ends up happening is odd. Like, some things that apply to missiles can apply to missiles anyway. Some things are affected by defense, some things aren't. Like, for instance, if there's physical damage attached to the ability, then it is subject to defense, and so it does have to pass through your defenses, which is weird. Some abilities have physical damage that are considered spells, which is also, again, weird. I don't particularly claim to know everything about that particular section of the game. All I know is that for some reason or another, some skills and things are classified as missiles when they probably shouldn't be. It's actually really hard to, like, narrow it all down, to be perfectly honest. You know, like, for instance, slow missiles applies to lightning bolts, but why? I mean, lightning bolts are missiles. You can slow down light. I was completely unaware that you could slow down light. That's rather interesting. And you know, that's where it starts to get weird, is that certain abilities probably shouldn't be affected by those things but are. Other abilities that probably should be affected by those things are not, which is also kind of weird. I mean, really what it comes down to is I like having slow missiles on just simply because it's on. Like, I'm not really too worried about it. I keep switching back to Nightmare by accident because I'm an idiot. Got into a habit of it so long. I'm just not paying attention when I go to make the new game and I hit Nightmare by accident. My poor mercenary.
I need mana.
Has Cody destroyed his peppermint pillow? No, he's not. He's actually been very nice to him. He loves his peppermint pillow. He loves his peppermint pillow a lot. a Gleam Scythe Falcon. Oh my god, you shouldn't have. I'm so excited. Well, not a Gleam Scythe Falcon. Is Nightmare Cow worth running outside of Terror Zones once you're all 75 plus? Nightmare Cow, it remains, to this day, one of the best places to farm charms. We actually tested this during one of the seasons just to see, like we collected all the charms to see, like, what quality charms you would end up with. And if you're just trying to fill up on charms, if you're just trying to get, like, good quality charms, not, like, perfect charms, obviously, but if you're just trying to get good quality charms and, like, you want to fill up on skillers, not necessarily perfect skillers, but you're just trying to fill up on skillers, and, like, you want decent charms to fill out all your characters, to, like, pad your characters, and Nightmare Cows remains the best place to farm charms, skillers, like, anything for padding reasons. A lot of the really good endgame charms can actually drop in Nightmare Cows, like All Res 5 and stuff. Like, some of them can't, obviously, like, you're not getting 45 all life, you know, skillers, but it's neither here nor there. Like, it doesn't matter one way or the other. Check the damage on that. 171, mine are better, don't care. It's an interesting manipulation of the it's an interesting manipulation of the way that the terrorized zone works, because I'm basically just manipulating the terrorized zone to give me the same level monster. So I was farming Nightmare Andy, and as soon as she went terrorized, I changed it down to I changed it down to normal, and now she's still Nightmare Andy, basically. She's the same level. She is a Nightmare, so... or just about, anyway. Like, a lot of people don't know that, like, all res 5 charms can come from, like, normal difficulty. Like, you can get all res 5 charms from while you're fighting, like, the Bale waves in normal difficulty. Like, stuff like that. Like, you don't need to be in Nightmare difficulty to get all res 5 charms. People will literally walk by charms in normal difficulty, and I'm like, you're an idiot. Like, those could be all res 5ers. Like, they could be amazing. Like, you don't know. Like, you didn't even pick them up and give them a chance. Like, it's like the thing is that a lot of the really good mods for charms are actually a lot lower than you think they are. I just switched back to Nightmare again like an idiot. I believe it's always left for the first one, isn't it? Can't remember right off the top of my head, but I could have sworn it was like always like this way. Usually down a little bit, but guess not.
Not enough mana.
Gotta go back to map school. Back to school, back to school, back to mapping school, back to school, where the girls think I am cool.
Good day.
Some barb shield. That's new. Lance guard. I haven't had one of those fall yet. Lance guard's a fun one with the deadly strike. It's interesting on some characters. It's a highly offensive shield, though. Its entire purpose is offense, so like you pretty much have to use it for an offensive character, someone that doesn't want defense and instead is looking for offensive output. It's in an odd place because I feel like most characters that want offense are probably just going to go two-handed. Like, why do they want to shield at all if they're trying to go like pure offense? I've come to the realization that two-handed is just superior. If that's your goal, if your goal is offense, then two-handed is just superior in pretty much every way. Ethereal gnarled staff. And it's poopy. Ethereal warsard. Oh, okay. It's garbage though. Let's keep running north.
Not here.
I like it when I get the path to the thing right on the first try, so I can just follow my previous map and I don't have to worry about it. Garbage. Villabregas, Sanders, bunch of junk. No, back to Nightmare again. See, I can't keep it straight in my head. I mean, it's okay, whatever. I mean, I just run it, like, whatever. I just want a soge, boys. That's all I want. I just want a soge. Oh, this is terrible. Ugh. Woo. Ow, ow, ow. Oh no. War gauntlets. I know what those are. Hellmouths. Let's grab some of this other crap and bring it back.
Greetings.
Messages. Mama Fat's in the house. That's the message I got. Mama Fat's in the house. So many messages on here. Any more hip potions? Any more potions? Oh, normal difficulty. I get garbage tier potions here. That's a big downside. No potions for you. Would help if I stopped, you know, like erasing my map like an idiot. Stop erasing your map like a dummy, Mr. Ginger Boy. Why do you think you are just a lovely tower? Oh, whoa, 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 wow, 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 wow. So many spiders. Heavy bracers and Amron. No Ethereal, not Ethereal. Moving on. I just want a soge, but they won't give me one, 'cause they think I'm too cool for it, son. Young honey, one bun. I don't get none, for it's true, yo. Sad, sad Mr. Ginger Man don't get a soge in his hand. Oh, sad, sad Mr. Ginger Man. He don't get a soge in his hand. Just need a soge. Just need a soge. 25 poison. I'll keep take that. I don't care about the rest of that crap. Continue. Flange mace. Flanged mace of flangerliness. Boobies. That mace so bad, yo, yo. That mace so bad. I can't believe it, yo. That mace so bad. Keep on going. Push it. Push it to the limit. When Ethereal's wearing a thong. And Ginger's singing a song, push you to the limit. Yeah, you thought you didn't know what I was gonna rhyme with thong, did you? That's right, song. Song. Was that Alder's helmet? There'd be some crazy stuff if I get a SoJ from normal difficulty. Storing away as much stuff as I can. Eventually I'm going to get on like a character building kick, and we're going to be making a whole bunch of characters, so it'll be nice to have all this stuff stored up in advance so we can pull from our gear equipment, which is what we've been doing. Building up a pretty healthy amount of equipment, so. A salad bowl. Not a salad bowl. What's up, QSCH? How's it going? Welcome to the grind, my friend. Welcome to the grind. Captain Swidgel. I don't want a Captain Swidgel. I want a Talrash's amulet. Gothic plate, russet armor. Gothic plate Ethereal? No, it's not. I don't care. I'm looking for a SoJ. That's what I'm looking for. If you guys couldn't tell. Nightmare Andy? Yes. But right now, it's terrorized a Nightmare Andy. And terrorized Nightmare Andy is too high level, and so she's dropping other items like Raven Frosts and Dwarf Stars and whatnot. And I don't want those right now. I'm trying to get a SoJ. So I bumped it down to normal Andy, specifically because she's now level 45 in the Nightmare version. And so she's dropping other items that she doesn't normally drop. So normal Andy is now Nightmare Andy, which is silly, I know, but that's exactly what's happening. And Nightmare Andy is basically now Hell Andy. And Hell Andy is, you know, like advanced Andy. Oh, a co-rune, just a random co-rune. That's nice. I like co's. I like big co's, and I cannot lie. I like big co's because they make me fly. No other co-rune can deny that when a co-rune falls in your face, you get code. Clicking on stuff. Yes, Cody, do you guys to go pepper doodles? How do you force something to drop? You don't? I mean, that's pretty much all there is to it. You don't. You don't do the force. You cannot force. Unless you do RNG manipulation, in which case, like, you know, then you gotta find the exact pattern for that particular item, and then you gotta repeat the pattern over and over again. I think I need that armor. That's Vidala's, right? I don't think I have a Vidala's armor yet.
I am overburdened.
I gotta check the jewel. Could be good. It's not really. But Dowla's armor is mine. It goes on the mule in time. Throw it in stash for now, and later it'll be a really highbrow when I throw it on a new character you see, and she's got all the really nice buffs from the, and I don't know what to tell y'all. Hey, if you got access to all the sets, then you're like a god in the normal difficulty, and it's just a really fun, okay, cause I have a full Saigons, fully Rathas, Vidal set, and Arctic furs. Even full eyes and hearts can be pretty fun in normal difficulty. In normal difficulty. Ooh. Ethereal plated belt. Poopy doopy 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 poopy poopy. Poopy doopy poopy doopy 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 doopy. Cody, what do you want? Why you sniff my armpit? It's really weird. Like, I'm gonna tell you, if you were a human and you walked up to somebody on the street and just stuck your nose into their armpit and took a big whiff, I don't think you would be invited back. I'm pretty sure they would call the cops. And they'd haul you away. And you wouldn't get any more treats, that's for sure. No more treatums. Not for weirdos that stick their noses in people's armpits and suck up armpit dust. He said, what? He said, this is stupid. He said, you guys live in a stupid world full of stupid people that don't want to sniff armpits. And that's right, it's okay. If that's where you want to live, is a stupid place where stupid people don't like sniffing armpits, and that's okay with you, but I'm not going to live there. Cody the monster dog. What does Cody want? Does Cody want snackums? Does Cody want treats? Does he want talkums? Does he like milk and bones? Does Cody like condoms? Does he like condoms? Does Cody like tortillas? Does he like Doritos? Does Cody like granola bars and Rice Krispies? Cody, do you want to share a Rice Krispie with me? We can share a Rice Krispie. People get so mad at me sometimes for calling them that. Like, what the hell are you talking about? A Rice Krispie? What the hell is that? I got a box of 40 Rice Krispies down here. I got 40 Rice Krispies. Oh, look at this. That's a Rice Krispie. Rice Krispie! Cody, would you like half of my Rice Krispie? Do you want half? I'll give you half. Which is a bigger half? I'm keeping the bigger half. That was mine. Huh? Monster. Monster dog. Uh-huh. I said it. Monster. Oh, you want to feel mine? No, sir. They're bad. You see him take his half and then try to steal mine? That's not very polite. That's not polite. Soul feast time. I know I don't have that. Sulfie could go in the stash. I'll put that on the spear mule in the future. Cody, why are you staring at me like I got more rice crystals growing out of my beard? Did I drop a piece in my beard? I got a rice crystal piece in there? He said maybe. Let me check. I'll check and see. So, but you said it's rude to stick your nose places and just take big whiffs, so. Gauntlets. I'll check the gauntlets. 24% magic, fine. 2 reses. Frost Nova when struck. Those are pretty solid. Those aren't bad at all. This Falchion is most likely garbage. I don't even know why. I just failed to identify it like 3 times. Yep. I don't know. I was trying to pick up the War Axe. That's what I was trying to pick up. That goes up to a Berserker. Although, honestly, at normal difficulty, is there really much that's going to roll very well for characters? I should probably just ignore the rares here. I'm really just shooting for that soge. One day. Maybe I'll get one. Heavy bracers, studded leather. Is it ethereal? No. Saber, is it ethereal? No. I already got the repeating crossbow. I don't need it. I don't know if I already have, like, maxed out ghoul hides. I think I do. I mean, it's worth hanging on to. Just a 4-slot item. I'm not too worried about it. Spirit mask and an amulet. Cathins. Bunch of crap. Crap. I haven't even gotten a Nagel or a Mantled since I started farming normal difficulty, or have I? Or did I actually no? I got a Nagel at the beginning of the normal runs, didn't I? It was like one of the first things I got. A ring! Soge, Soge, Soge. A 29% Najal. It's better than my 28% Najal. My Nigalagalagulgal. Not a Soge. Not a Soge. Not a Soge. Was that a Soge? No. Was this Soge? No. What's up, Chunks?
So you in here all by your lonesome?
Just single player runs. You know, no big deal. Bob was in here earlier, but his internet went out. Ooh, Hands of Brock. That's nice for my collection. I like using those on low-level characters.
They're amazing on Classic. I found them on my Classic run.
I am. You know what I was thinking?
What are you
We could-
playing?
Single player. Just trying to get a SoJ.
Well, I mean, like, what character?
Sorceress right now, just for the teleport to Andy. I don't really prefer Sorceress, but that's the fastest way to get the Andy runs done.
You said you were thinking we could what?
What?
I thought you were saying something before I interrupted you.
I don't know. I don't even know.
Must not have been very important.
Yeah. You gonna play Path of Exile 2 with us?
Probably have to wait until my internet rolls over to download it. I'm sure it's a massive file.
Don't they have like what is it called? I could have sworn there was like a mode that you could down like you could go on there and you could pay like for an unlimited amount of download for like a certain number of hours or something.
No, I don't know what I got. I don't fix wireless. I get 350 gigs. And then if I hit 351, it's another $10 for the month for another 50 gigs. And if I go 1 kilobyte over that, it's another $10 for another 50 gigs, and it just keeps on going. But there isn't even a maximum. So I could like very easily, if I just kept downloading stuff, get like instead of a $80 bill, get like a $160 bill. But I assume Path of Exile 2 is probably going to be a pretty big file. I'll have it flooded.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. I haven't really looked into it enough, unfortunately, like to really get a good idea.
It says 100 gigs.
Dang, where I live, I have Verizon 5G to home, and it's unlimited 2,000 megabits. And a lot of the time, cell phone plans, even if they say they're unlimited, are not unlimited. Like it's kind of like in the fine print, and a lot of people don't read the fine print. Like they hear the word unlimited, and then like they shoot off like a bottle rocket, and they're like, oh, it's unlimited, and then like. Then later on, they find out it's not really unlimited. Like there's a cap. Even most home internet has a cap. By the way, like if you know, even we're talking about like cable internet, there's no such thing as like truly unlimited.
Yeah, but I mean, at least on those, it's like 1,000, or, you know, 15.
Give me like a terabyte or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I blow over that like easily. My
I'm
only
sure you're streaming though.
my saving grace is that I'm currently working on what is it? So there's no fiber in my particular zone for some reason. But oddly enough, despite the fact that there's no fiber in my zone, apparently there's fiber next to my zone, and as a competitive feature, they're offering a basically unlimited internet access because apparently fiber does have unlimited. And as to compete, they basically have given all users within this area unlimited to like to try and like convince them not to switch over to fiber. It just so happens to be that I'm in a zone that doesn't have access to fiber, which is stupid.
But isn't yours, like, your internet considered business since you're a streamer?
Oh yeah, I write off the entire
do you qualify
internet.
for that?
I don't know what you mean. Like getting business.
Well,
I tried to look and see if they had better. Oh, you're talking about like to see if I can get access to fiber.
Yeah.
Commercially
Yeah.
fiber. I don't know.
Because I mean, like, there's commercial fiber across the street from my house, but since I'm not a business, since it's just a resident, you know, I can't get that. But if I was, I guess, working from home, if I was running a business
Oh, she
here
a
in the
hoe.
same spot, then I could get it.
And
So
I
I
just-
didn't know if
She just dropped me 2 rare
streamers
rings.
could do that.
She a hoe.
I figured you'd qualify for that since that's how you.
I mean, there
Make
is
a living.
there is a thing like I'm currently working on trying to get it set up, and apparently the county wants me to like get a business license and a bunch of other stuff, and I don't. I'm working on it. Like it's. I mean, I thought it was
just like
I thought it
the-
was gonna be easy. I could just go up there and do it, but no, it's like there's a whole friggin' rigmarole to it.
Like just like the Amazon, like you can get regular Amazon delivery, or you can get like Amazon Business. So I didn't know if there was like a minimum, like monthly. You had to make so much to be eligible for it, or I don't know. I've never had to do it.
I mean, it'd be interesting to check and see.
But I get emails all the time about Amazon Business shipping.
Not ethereal. Boo. Every time I see a woe save and it's not ethereal, a tear falls from my eye. I just want an ethereal woe save. It's not that big of a deal, right? Or an ethereal kelpie snare. Still have not found an ethereal kelpie snare.
Oh, those are excellent.
Oh, they got me. I was like, ring mail. Oh, okay, never mind. Ring mail. Pretty sure I already have a Coif of Glory. I don't think I know one of those. Moving on. I've been like spam farming Andy for hours now. She's not been nice to me today. Couple halfway decent drops like yesterday. Like I got a nearly perfect string of ears. That was a really good find. It's like it was like 8-15, like capped out on the defense. The only thing it didn't roll perfect on was the MDR, which while the MDR is really nice, I mean it's not like super important to have that. Ooh, she dropped me
I can't carry anymore.
yeah, she dropped me a Peltalunata.
I can't.
Haven't seen one of those in a little while.
You killing her in hell or nightmare?
It's currently TZ, so I was killing her in Nightmare, but when the TZ hit, she started dropping like other things like that she doesn't normally drop. You know, like I'm trying to like target farm the SoJ, so I didn't want all that other stuff dropping. And so I switched to normal because I realized normal difficulty TZ'd Andy is level 45, which is high enough to drop the SoJ. So that just puts me right back where I was before. And now she's dropping like TC3 items. This is kind of cool. I never seen. I didn't know TZ normal Andy could drop TC3 items. She's already dropped me 2 TC3 items, I think. Isn't Hand of Brock a TC3 item as well?
Yep.
So I got so far I've gotten Hand of Brock and Peltalunata.
You get the what's the armor?
I'd love to get the
Grey
Nell.
Wolf?
I'd love to get the Nell Striker. That would be amazing.
Nell Striker's good.
Yeah, Nell Striker.
Isn't the armor like Grey Wolf something?
Gray form? Yeah, Gray form quilted.
Grey form.
There's a Blink
yeah.
Bats form. There's a bunch of TC3 items. I mean, I'd be happy with any of them. Just give me all the
Spurs.
TC3 items right now. I'll get those out of the way for the Grail.
Hotspurs are TC3, aren't they?
Think so, yeah. TC3 items can be some of the notoriously most difficult items to get. So
Yes.
I just got Gladius and Saleh. I've gotten plenty of Rock Stoppers. I'll have to check that one, see if it's better. I've also gotten plenty of Bloodletters. I really doubt that's better than the Bloodletters I've already got. Yeah, I mean, she's dropping Rock Stoppers, she's dropping like Bloodletters, so she has to be high enough to drop Soges. That's well within the territory for Soges.
Yeah, Soge is what, 25 or 27?
Well, I think to actually find it,
Well, I
it's
mean
got to
the
be like
level of the
30
item.
some odd, I think. I can't remember.
25 or 27.
I know you got to be 45 to gamble it. Like 45 is the optimal level for gambling. But I know it's lower than that to find it.
Better do a
Circlet.
classic run one day.
Classic run.
I've tried to talk you into it before.
I just don't like the synergies on the classic run. I think it's stupid. I want to do like the non-synergy classic run. I want
Well,
like
then
the
you
I want
need
the
to-
actual classic.
Then you need to look into the old patch.
I don't know if we can play together though.
Some of the mods you can do at TCP/IP.
I'm still trying to put together like a third angelic. Of course it was Cathans. Of course it was Cathans. It's never not Cathans. I don't know why. I don't even know why I thought it was anything other than Cathans. I have a question for you. I play single player. I have a Zod. Thinking to make a Breath of the Dying. I have an Ethereal Archon staff and a Superior Zerker's Axe. Both good options. I mean,
What kind of character is he playing?
obviously the Archon staff is going to be limited to two-handers, but you could use the Archon staff on like a Paladin too. It's kind of funny. Like it doesn't matter.
Super fun on a Fury Druid.
It's really good. I mean, the one-hander is going to be more universally useful, but I wouldn't underestimate the power of a two-handed Breath of the Dying. Those are really powerful. I think if you want, like, if it's single player and you're afraid that you're never going to have another Zod rune, I think you're better off making it in a weapon that's more universally acceptable across all classes. Like something that a mercenary could use, something that your paladin can use, something that your druid can use, something that like all of your characters can use, because you may never get another Zod rune.
I've never found one in 20 plus years.
Exactly. So like when it comes to the Zod rune, like in its rarity, I think if you're thinking about like a more universal item that you could use across all your characters, you're probably looking at a spear or a polearm. In fact, I would say spear most likely, because spear is the only one that's usable by Amazon, so the Fizz Amazon. So I would probably make it, if you wanted it to be like universal, like your druid can use it, your paladin can use it, your Amazon can use it, your mercs can use it. I would make it in an ethereal ghost spear. That would be the base I would choose. Because ethereal ghost spear is usable across all your characters. Doesn't matter what character you are on, every character should be able to use an ethereal ghost spear. Cody, I don't know what you're doing down there, but you are so close. Like, I think you might have actually managed to crawl in my skin this time. Just in the skin. He's like, look, don't tempt me. He's like, I will climb in the skin. He goes, I will do it. It's like, you joke, but I will get in there, and you will be really uncomfortable because I'm a big dog. I will be a skinwalker.
I believe that.
A skinwalker. I think he's down there trying to steal my snacks. That's what he's trying to do. What snacks are you stealing? You stealing snacks? I see you stealing snacks. You snack thief. Snack thief. I can get none of my blueberry favorite fruit and grain bar. I'll bop you on the nose with it like that. He said that. He said, you can bop me on the nose all you want, as long as you give me a piece. As long as you give me a piece. Yes, Charles. Synergies were a expansion edition. They were not something that existed within Diablo 2 before the expansion. So to call Synergy version of Classic is a travesty because Classic never had synergies. So
It was the 1.10 thing, I believe.
yeah, after the expansion. They took the expansion change and they pushed it onto the Classic, and they changed Classic forever. As far as I'm concerned, they broke Classic when they did that. Because that is not how Classic was intended to be. Okay. Oh, God.
They didn't change the stash, though.
A lot of people misunderstand what the synergies are. So they're like, well, what's the problem with having more damage? And it's actually less damage. So it's something that a lot of people don't understand because the synergy buff came with something else. And it was kind of insidious in the way that they did it. So when the synergies were introduced, it was under the guise of giving the skills more damage, you know, like, and I have to like be one of those silly people that like puts it in quotations or something, you know, like more damage. Because what they did is they did give the skills technically more damage, but they also increased the HP of all the monsters by a tremendously large amount to accommodate this extra damage that they added. And they actually added more HP than technically the monsters had to begin with versus the damage that they increased. So the damage of the skills actually went down. And on top of this, you had to use the synergies to get optimal damage, whereas you did not need to use the synergies before to get optimal damage. So all they really did is they killed build diversity by adding the synergies, which was unfortunate. They may have made some of the abilities usable. And when I say some, I mean a small subset of the abilities which were unusable before became usable by the addition of the synergies, but they also completely killed build diversity in Classic by adding that. Classic was just not, it just did not have that problem. Like, you could be whatever you wanted in Classic. Like, there was no downside to it. I mean, I distinctly remember, like, you know, sorceresses being tri-element sorceresses, where you had like a Sorc who was like fireball / blizzard / lightning or something, like, and it worked.
Yeah, like frozen orb, meteor,
yeah,
charge bolt.
Yeah, and it worked.
You had to. That was the only way you could get through it.
Well, there was no immunities either, remember?
No, there was immunities before the expansion come out, I thought.
Wasn't didn't the
maybe not
immunities
long before,
didn't the
but there was
immunities come
immunities.
with didn't the immunities come with the expansion? Or am I misremembering?
I don't believe so. Cause you had to at least like dual spec. You had to at least go like Frozen Orb Meteor, and even then you might run across fire and cold immune.
Let's see. When were
And you
immunities
just had to skip
added?
it.
Yes, they were added at the same time as synergies.
Oh, okay.
So it says here that they were added by the LOD expansion in patch 1.07. And then with 1.10 they doubled down on it and also suffers more. That's why the Hammerden became super popular after 1.10. It was just the expansion. It was once the expansion hit, they added the immunities, they added the synergies, they added a bunch of stuff, and it just like completely changed the entire game.
Hammerden was still never popular in my eyes.
Yo, Mama's popular though.
Back in town.
Not really.
She's a popular lady. Am I in normal? I'm in normal. Please. Hit the wrong button again.
Oh, emote help.
I was thinking about this the other day. I take Cody out like once every 4 hours to go to the bathroom, otherwise he whines and complains. Like, I've sat here before sometimes for 12 hours and like not had to go to the bathroom. Like, what's the deal with that? Like, dogs just have really small bladders or something?
He just wants attention. That's all.
I mean, I get it, but like, I don't know. Like, it seems like he'd be able to hold himself a little bit longer than, you know, like the tiny amount of time that he seems to be holding it.
Well, his hearing's better than yours. He probably hears something outside. He's like, hey, I wanna go see.
I can't carry anymore.
I don't like that.
I don't think he cares.
He don't rightly care?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so why does he stick his nose in my armpit and take a deep huff?
Well, he's probably smelling, getting a big old whip to see if you're ready to eat or not. 'Cause I'm pretty sure if you die with him in the house, he will eventually eat you.
Nom 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 nom, tasty human.
Yeah. I mean, he'll probably start with your foot.
Crunch, 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 crunch. He's like, Daniel's crunchy. Crunchy. He's got a heckin' crunch. Heckin' crunchers. Cody used crunchy. He liked crunchy things. It's kind of funny. It doesn't even have to have no flavor to it. Sometimes I like to double up on my seasoning packets on my like fancy ramen noodles, and I give him like just the dry ramen pack, and he's super ecstatic and he runs off and crunches it. He just likes it because it's crunchy. That's all. Crunchy. He sits there and crunches it. I think that's why he likes ice too. I call him water cookies. I give him water cookies. I'm like, hey Cody, you want a water cookie? He's like, yeah. He just crunches it to a whole bunch of little pieces and then drops it on the ground. Ugh, that stupid arbalest. 48%. Boo-boos can go right in the dirt. I've already got an arbalest. That's a pretty high magic find on it too. I wouldn't mind finding a perfect Langerbrizer. Like, that'd be nice. I'd socket it, maybe throw an Istrun in there just to have like a MF item. Oh dang it! I hit the wrong button. Not like I wanted to save my map anyway.
Oh, did you go to a different difficulty?
Yeah.
I hate that.
I gotta refine the thing again.
I wish whenever you swapped it back, it would go back to normal.
I hate when I swap it from like a really good one that's like super easy to get to like a really difficult one where it's like 7 miles away from the entrance. They're like, oh, you didn't want the one that was like 62,700,000 gajillion miles away from the Dujake? Oh, so sorry. Well, too bad. Poopy on you. Poopy. Poopy on you. You get the poopy. You get the baby. Why does Jennifer poop the parties? Why is Jennifer the party pooper? It is not a good thing to be the party pooper. You got to poop before you go to the party. You do not want to be the party pooper. An ethereal night smoke. It's a Grail item. I'm gonna keep ethereal items on all my uniques. Be fun. Ethereal item for ethereal stuff. Ethereal items. I hate it when I have to explore the whole map too, because I don't want to have to like think about where the entrance is. Like, it's much easier if you get it like on the first try, so you know exactly where the entrance is. Come on, Soge. I need Soge. I need the Soge. I do not want the not Soge. I need the Soge. Why do you always do me not the Soge? I need the Soge. You guys are just rude, always doing the not Soge, and I think you do it on purpose. I think you do it on the purpose.
Well, I mean, you know how to get one.
Cheat.
No. You go kill Ethereal, and you talk about how all he drops is town portals.
It's got to be TZ Ethereal, though.
Yeah, that's fine. But all you gotta do is say, oh, all he ever drops is portals, and then you could ask SoJ.
All he ever drops is portals. All Andaseat ever drops me is trash. She never drops me anything good. She never drops me nothing good at all. All she drops me is trash. Just trash, 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 trash. Well, I know MF on swap. I don't think MF really matters that much, to be perfectly honest. So maybe that's why. Ugh. Ugh. Blech. A 25 all res Viper Venture. Ugh. Blech.
You put that right back on the ground where you
Blech.
found it.
Blech. 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 Like I said, I don't think Magic Find really matters. I've been testing. I've been doing a lot of testing. Seed code testing, all sorts of stuff. Checking out Magic Find, how Magic Find really works, like judging different percentages. I don't think the Magic Find really matters at all. I could have 8,000% Magic Find right now and it wouldn't matter. Now, changing it by a couple percentage points can make a big difference. But we're talking about like 1%, 2% makes a big difference. Just like 1 or 2% can make the difference between finding an item and not finding an item. Am I going to be playing PoE2? Yeah, I'm going to be checking out PoE2. Even like around 200% Magic Find. I don't think Magic Find matters at all, but I mean, I have it. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I have Magic Find. But the exact percentage of Magic Find seems to be... I try to find a way to explain this in the succinctest way possible, but then I end up like explaining the whole thing because, you know, like it's impossible to explain it in such a tiny way, like a, you know, a single sentence.
I feel like it helps to an extent, like, but only so much. Like none compared to, like, say 200, 250. You can notice a difference.
Well, from what I've been able to tell, it's actually kind of like a misnomer that Magic Find helps you at all. Is that a lot of the unique drops are pretty much guaranteed. Like they're just guaranteed they're going to fall. Like so whether I have 0% Magic Find or 10,000% Magic Find, there are drops that will happen regardless of whether or not I have any Magic Find at all. And those drops are very hard to quantify because they occur at a set rate, just regardless of anything else that's occurring within the game. Like player counts, Magic Find percentage, like players, like, you know, player proximity. None of that stuff is affecting like the guaranteed drops. So like if you're running along and a frickin' Griffin's Eye Diadem falls on the ground at 0% Magic Find, that Griffin's Eye Diadem was always going to fall on the ground, and nothing that you were going to do was ever going to change that Griffin's Eye Diadem from falling on the ground. It's just that's a guaranteed drop within the game. And understanding that guaranteed drops exist is something that, like, you have to pull into the equation. You have to be like, okay, well, if guaranteed drops exist, then that means that I may or may not be attributing drops, you know, things to Magic Find that Magic Find is not helping with. And this is something that is really hard to quantify within the game. Like, you can't actively quantify how many drops were guaranteed drops and how many drops were affected by Magic Find, because there's no indicator on the screen that says like, congratulations, your Magic Find has activated and enhanced an item to a unique quality. You know, nothing like that occurs. But when you play a 0 Magic Find character that's based around kill speed, and you find things like Griffin's Eye Diadems, you find Wind Forces, you find all sorts of crazy stuff like frickin', you know, Astrion's Iron Wards, and you have no Magic Find whatsoever, you know, you start to realize that, okay, maybe Magic Find isn't affecting some of these drops. Then you come down to, well, what does Magic Find affect, and how is it, like, adjusting the drops? Well, from what I've experienced, the majority of what Magic Find does is it converts whites, blues, and, like, cracked items into rares. That's, like, the majority of what Magic Find does. I've noticed, and I've checked it, and I've tested it multiple times, and it seems like if you have a large amount of Magic Find, you generally tend to get about 10 times more rare items than you would without Magic Find.
Oh, yeah.
Rare items specifically seem to be affected by Magic Find in a high degree, and this is because of the key system that Magic Find seems to use that I've been able to identify, which is basically where Magic Find is kind of like a key for a lock, okay? In that the exact Magic Find percentage is a key to an exact lock, which opens that lock and causes you to get a better item than you would normally get. And after, like, freaking hours and hours of testing, I'm talking like 16, 20 hours of literally testing this, the conclusion that I came to was that the number of unique items that exist within this lock are tiny. Like, infinitesimal by comparison. Like, if say, like, with the percentages, let's say you click on a body, and let's say from percentages 1 to like 8,000% Magic Find, like 90% of those are crap, right? They're not going to give you anything. 8% of those, or like maybe even 9% of those are all rare items. And the remaining like 0.5% is like set items. And then there's like another 0.5%, actually it's like 0.4%, which is unique items. And then in that like tiny 0.1%, there's actually the possibility that the magic find actually causes the drop to be worse, which I've actually encountered, which was very rare, but occasionally an exact magic find percentage actually caused an item not to drop, which was really freaking weird. And so things get really hazy. They get really complicated. So when people ask me like what Magic Find does, like I can't really give them a good answer because it feels like Magic Find is mainly just giving you rare items. By a ratio of 10 to 1. So for every 10 rare items you find, you might find one set or one unique item. And I tested this like in a full game. I basically just like cleared pretty much the entire game and recorded every single rare item and every single unique and every single set that fell with a massive amount of magic find. And what I determined is that the rare items were just always going to outnumber like all the sets and all the uniques that you ever find. So you just end up with a huge number, like a huge number of rare items. Which, if what you're looking for is rare items, then Magic Find is great, because Magic Find definitely gives you more rare items. But in my testing, I could not force uniques or sets to fall by changing the Magic Find percentage. Now, if I happen to get a unique item to fall, like one of those guaranteed drops, then the guaranteed drops weren't affected by Magic Find, because of course they were already guaranteed to be uniques. Except for in the odd case where the Magic Find would actually cause the unique item not to fall, which was really freaking weird. I don't really know how to like quantify it. All I can really tell you is that Magic Find does a lot less than you think it does. For unique and set items, and probably a lot more than you ever thought it did when it comes to rare items. And a lot of the items that you have found over the years, probably close to maybe like 70% of the unique items that you found, may not have even been affected by Magic Find at all. Which means that no matter how much Magic Find you had, it wasn't actually affecting that drop, and that drop was probably going to happen whether you had 0% Magic Find or 10,000, because that was a guaranteed drop. And I think this has something to do with the fact that there is like I think I remember researching this a while back, and apparently like there's no such thing as 0% Magic Find. So if you play a character and you have 0% Magic Find, you are technically, according to the way the calculations work, you are at 100% Magic Find. It's actually like a base level of Magic Find that all characters possess, which means that you're given a key just for simply creating a character. Like if you think about the exact Magic Find percentage that your character has as a key that opens locks, and then you like, you know, you ever get one of those little things in the mail, and you ever get like it's like they send you a key, you know, like a car company sends you a key, and they're like, come on down to the showroom and try your key in the cars. If your car fits, walk away with your car today, or something like that, right? And you go in there and you take your little stupid little key and you put it into all the cars and you see which one it opens, right? Like, and if it happens to open a car, then like, bam, you win a car. Of course, there's probably like some stipulation to it. But that's how Magic Find works, is you're literally taking your key, you're putting it in all the locks, and you're seeing what you get. And you're like, okay, lock number 1, lock number 2, lock number 3, lock number 4, lock number 5. And as your Magic Find percentage changes, you get different keys. Having higher Magic Find gives you a different key. It doesn't necessarily give you a better chance, it gives you a different key. In fact, some of the time when I raised the Magic Find percentage, it seemed like I was getting worse drops, and I'm sure people have experienced this before, and it's not just in your head. Sometimes when you change your Magic Find percentage up or down by even just 1%, because it's literally by 1% numbers, even just 1% can drastically change the results of the drops that you were getting. Like, say you were playing earlier and you got freaking a Griffin's, like a Wind Force and a bunch of other stuff, right? And you feel like you're like the luckiest person in the world. And then all of a sudden you get like a 7% Magic Find Small Charm, and you work that into your builds, right? Well, the 7% Magic Find Small Charm has now changed your Magic Find percentage and has now changed your drops. So you don't have the same key anymore, which means you're not getting the same drops anymore. And now all of a sudden you're doing worse. You're in a slump, right? You increased your Magic Find, but the drops got worse, not better. Because the number that you were at previously was a better key than the one that you went to. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Sounds le bonkers. But it's true.
I've never really wanted. I mean, in my experience, I've never really had much luck if I go over like, say, 325, 350. Seems like I just got more blues and yellows beyond there.
I mean, there's something to it. I mean, you're not imagining things. My hunch is that there's probably percentages, like specific percentages that are better than others, that have a much higher statistical number of successful hits. Like as if, I don't know, Wheel of Fortune. That's a good analogy. You guys, I'm sure many people here have watched Wheel of Fortune before, right? If you're guessing letters on a Wheel of Fortune board, okay, what are the best letters statistically to pick for Wheel of Fortune, right? So what are the best letters to pick statistically for Wheel of Fortune? I'm sure you guys are well aware. I mean, I can think of some of them right off the top of my head, but I could even type it in. So what are the best letters to pick in Wheel of Fortune? So statistically,
like RST, DLNE or something.
Yeah, it's like RSTL. Like there's specific letters that just they crop up in the English language more often than anything else. So yeah, RSTL, N, EAOI, HDC, and U. So these are like some of the most commonly used letters in the entire language, right? So the thing is that if you have a good key that statistically gives you more good options within the game, then it's like picking one of these letters. It's like picking an R, an S, or a T, and L. Now, there could potentially be a rather crappy key, like a Magic Find key that's just the worst Magic Find key ever, right? But it could lead you to a Griffin's Eye eventually. Like it has really bad drops, but there's a Griffin's Eye in there somewhere. Or you could pick R and end up with much better in loot, like across the board, like an average greater amount of loot, getting things like Skulders and like Astrions and stuff like that all across the board. And as I was playing around with it, like the keys were just kind of all over the place. Some of the keys were terrible. Some of them were great. Some of them just led you to a bunch of rare items, which were awful. The only thing I can tell you is that instead of focusing on trying to get as much Magic Find as you possibly can, one thing that you could do is you could do a bunch of runs with a specific amount of Magic Find. And if you feel like that specific amount of Magic Find is not leading you, to where you would like, just change it by a tiny amount. Add a little or take a little away. Change the key. Right? So this is what I'm going to do right now. I haven't been getting a SoJ. Maybe I just got the wrong key. So I'm going to remove 5% Magic Find from my list. That's not really a lot, but that 5% is a huge difference as far as my key is concerned. I've now changed my Magic Find key. So let's continue to farm with a new Magic Find key. And that's another thing too. Like Val Katru said, I died a lot by having a lot of Magic Find and crappy gear. I mean, you don't. That's another thing. Like kill speed tends to be superior to Magic Find anyway. Like you don't want to. You don't want to sacrifice large amounts of kill speed for Magic Find. It's just not worth it. Because Diablo 2 is very much so about quantity over quality. So killing monsters quicker is usually going to be better than than killing monsters slowly. I mean, the general understanding or the idea behind that notion is that having more magic find means that I have to kill less monsters and I will potentially get better drops because of it. But that's not how the logic works out. The logic works out that the game is just changing the keys and giving you different drops depending on your magic find. Now, what I have noticed is that the higher your magic find is, the more often your keys will land on successful things. But since the majority of those successful drops in the key category are just rare items, and the unique and set items are few and far between, like, usually increasing your magic find doesn't do much more than just give you more rare items. Which, I mean, if that's your goal, if your goal is to farm rare items, then stack as much magic find as you possibly can. I mean, that is helpful for that purpose at the very least, for getting as many rare items as you can. Most people aren't normally hunting for rare items, though.
Not in town.
Like, that's not usually something people, like, hunt for. What's up, Matthias? Yeah, I wanted to squeeze in some D2R before, like, Path of Exile 2 starts. Unfortunately, a lot of launches right now, so I don't really have a lot of time for the good old classics. I'll be back to Diablo 2 eventually, that's for sure, though. But with Path of Exile 2, early access launching, and then Diablo 4 Season 7 launching eventually. They got the PTR on the 3rd. I mean, if PoE early access is a dumpster fire launch, I'm going to be back to D2R Season 9, so. But I want to get some Diablo in now. Diablo 2 in now. I'm not taking any chances. I have a hunch I'm going to be playing a lot of PoE in the next couple weeks. Oh yeah, they played around with Magic Find a lot. In a lot of the patches, there were definitely some wonky patches. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm dealing with the current iteration, which is Diablo 2 Resurrected, so I don't think they're going to be making any more changes to the way that Magic Find functions. I mean, there were some crazy things back in the day. I remember, like, I think it was like a rule where, like, if a unique item existed in the game, it couldn't drop again. And I'm not even just talking about, like, had dropped before, like the current rule is. It was like a rule that basically stated that if somebody had the ring on, or like the unique item on, or it was in their stash, like, it just couldn't fall again. And so people were literally just, like, taking all their soges and they would push them on to other characters. And then they would bring a Nagel and a Mantle Eel with them, and they would go farm Andy. And Andy was just dropping Sojas like left and right because she couldn't drop Mantles and she couldn't drop Nagels because people already had them on their characters. That's where the majority of the Sojas actually came from. Like in the early days, it wasn't even duping. It was the original Sojas actually came from that stupid glitch. And then once they fixed that glitch, then people started duping the existing Sojas, which were in the market. And then it took them a while before they added in the item codes, which allowed them to delete the duplicates. But before they added the item codes, people were just taking the Sojas that existed already and then just duplicating them into the moon. And then finally they added the item codes, which allowed them to delete the Sojas. It was a whole mess. My suggestion about Magic Find is this, and this is what I'm currently subscribing to. This is my current subscription, okay? My subscription is, don't worry about Magic Find too much, okay? Like, 200% is plenty. Anything past that, that's just icing on the cake. At that point, you really need to focus on kill speed. That's the most important thing. Kill speed is the most important thing. Having a little bit of magic find is great. Kill speed is more important. Focus on getting your kill speed up so that you're able to like murder the monsters at an efficient rate. In fact, generally you want to get your kill speed high enough where you can kill P8 monsters, or rather P7, because P7 is where like the real like money is. That's where the real like, big dollars is, because that's where you get the no drop roll decrease, and things just start getting even better for you. So you focus on kill speed and not really magic find. When it comes to barbarians are a whole other ball of wax because they have the find item ability, and the find item ability forces items to fall, which is really quite interesting. Because obviously they bypass the no drop rule. They have other things that they do. It's difficult for me to like put a cap on barbarians magic find. Like, like, hey, have this much and no further. Because barbarians, it's just so easy for them to stack as much magic find as they possibly want and still have really fast kill speed. Because they usually focus on things like Travancore and stuff like that where it really doesn't matter. But it's funny because those same barbarians will tout about all the runes that they find, and runes are completely not affected by magic find at all, so... Oh, Falcature, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. For 6 months in advance. Wow. I appreciate that. As a thank you to you, I have it set up so that anybody who subs gets no ads. So congratulations. You should have no ads.
Not in town.
I mean, there's another way to think about it, which is really interesting. So, like, because of the way that the game is set up, essentially having variables that change depending on your actions, like what you kill, the map seed, and various other things, there is... Man, I don't think my heart can take any more of these unique rings. I keep hoping that it's a soge, and it's never a soge. Like, my heart. It's like... Razor switch, Joseph. I think I already have a razor switch. I'm pretty sure I already have a razor switch. I wish it was a soge. I wish it was a soge, but it is not a soge. It makes me sad because it's a stupid nagel ring. I just want a soge. I just need a soge so I can get myself a Annihilus charm. I just want an Annie for my account. Like, that's the entire goal. Is just to get a soge, go kill Uber Diablo, get an Annie for my account, move on. Annie for my account, please. Oh, I'll play the Valley Baba. I'll play the Valley Boo Boo. Ali Booba. Blade of Ali Booba. Ooh, an Ethereal Demon Hide. That is the skin of the flayed one. The skin of the flayed one is very nice. Because it has repairs durability on it. Which makes it a solid low-level armor. It's also life leech, so there's also that. So it's a life leech armor, and it's also, you know, it's a merc plate. You can put it on mercs if you want to. What was mine using? Treachery, Tails Mask, and an Insight Bill. Ugh. Okay, so yeah, I remember what I was gonna say. Okay, so let's think about it like this. We'll think about it a completely different way. All right. If you have an infinite row of doors, okay. So an infinite row of doors that stretches to infinity, right? It's an infinite row of doors. In this infinite row of doors, you have a key, obviously, and in this infinite row of doors somewhere, your key is going to open that door, and it's going to give you a, like, obviously you're going to go inside the door and get whatever's inside, right? Well, the thing is that, like, every key, as far as I'm aware, has a winning door. But where is your winning door? So when you start shuffling the game, when you leave the game, when you join the game, when you change the seed by going to a new game with a new map, with a new seed code, when you do things like go to the jail level 1 before you go to catacombs, when you kill Infector of Souls, or when you kill, Eldritch the Rectifier first, or you kill Pindle before you go do your Andy. These things shuffle the numbers. They shuffle the doors, essentially, right? And so instead of you opening up the same doors over and over again, you're always opening up a different random door, okay? And what does your key give you at this different random door? Well, don't know. Like, eventually, if you keep opening up doors, you may get to a door that is going to give you a good thing. And that's kind of like how people have based their entire Diablo, like, careers. I say Diablo career. That's kind of how people have based their entire Diablo careers up till now. Is they're just like, okay, let's just take my key and let's just run as fast as we possibly can, open as many doors as we possibly can, and hope that behind one of the doors is something good. And it works because, if you open enough doors, like, eventually you're going to get something good. Like, if you just take your stinky key that doesn't open up anything good and you just do like 10,000 games of Andariel runs, eventually one of those Andariel runs is going to give you something good, right? So now you're in the situation of quantity over quality, which is where a lot of people end up. They end up at this quantity over quality situation where they're trying to run as many times as they possibly can, hoping to get the door, which is kind of what I'm doing right now, by the way, with Andariel, because soges are so freaking ridiculously rare that you've got to hit the right door, and I'm not hitting the right door. Like, that's my current problem. Doesn't matter how many times I run Andy, I'm just not hitting the right door, no matter what. So she's not dropping me the soge. Which, like, eventually she will, as one of the rarest items in the game, which to me still boggles my mind that people are able to summon, like, Diablo clone. I don't even get it. Like, I go entire seasons without finding any soges whatsoever. Like, I'll go an entire season, no soge. I've only found, like, 2 soges in 20 years. And somehow they're popping up, 75 to 150 soges to spawn, like, Uber Diablo multiple times a frickin' week. Like, to the point where we've got like 4 or 5 spawns of Diablo every week, and I'm just like, I don't get it. Like, I could sit there and target farm a soge for hours and hours and hours and never find one. I mean, even if you account for bots, like, okay, so I've been farming a soge, Andy for a soge for, I don't know, how long now? 2 days? Oh, actually, multiple days, more than that. I've actually been farming for, like, I think if you add up all the days I've been farming, it was like 6 or 7 days or 8 or 9 days. I've just been straight farming and trying to gamble a soge. Nightmare Andes and, like, target farm gambling, and still haven't gotten one. So even if you have like 100 bots running, I mean, at what point do you say, like, that you're still not going to find 150 soges? I mean, it goes back to exactly what I'm saying. Open up as many doors as you can, right? Quantity over quality. So if they open up as many doors as they possibly can, if they run like 100 bots or 1,000 bots, and they're running like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they're opening up as many doors as they possibly can, and they have more chances of getting the soge. But there's still every possibility they might get none. Because there's no guarantee that they're going to open the right door.
I am overburdened.
Like, there's no guarantee of that. What's up, Sean? But there's also no guarantee they won't get one either, which means that they could end up with 5 or 10 or 20 or something like that. You'll be like, oh, you don't have a soge? I have 17 in my stash right now. 17 soges. Okay. I don't think lower level characters really changes it much because it's based on the monster's level, not your level. Ethereal balanced knife? Wow, that's bad. Yeah, so TC class is based on the monsters level and the area level, which are kind of like both tied together, and not necessarily your level. Terror zones, on the other hand, are based on your level, which changes the monsters level, which also changes the TC class. But I'm not in a terror zone. I'm just running regular Nightmare Andy, so TC doesn't apply. So the monster level is really the main thing. Andy's monster level is just the right monster level to drop, you know, soges. That's what she's good at. Rings and amulets. She's very good at rings and amulets because of the quest bug. Ooh, poison. I think I need one more Saigon settlement. I think that was, or did I already have, I can't remember.
Yes.
Well, have a good night, bud.
Alright, Chunks.
Figured I'd pop in and talk to you for a little bit. Hope you find a SoJ.
I will try. It's called an analogy. JOFTL. Analogies are where you try and explain something that's more convoluted with a, you know, something that makes sense so that you can see it in your head. In this particular analogy, your exact MF percent equals the key. And in this analogy, the doors are the set of variables that lead to a result. The key, obviously, opens the door. What's actually really interesting is that, have you guys ever, like, been in one of those vehicles that has a, like a code on the door, and the code on the door is linked to a specific person who uses the vehicle, and so like when you type in the code, it changes the settings according to how the person wants to use the car. So like for instance, let's say I'm big burly man, right? It's like 6'3", and I need the seat back as far as I can and the steering wheel up so that I can fit in the car, right? Well, then I type in my code, and the seat, goes back, the steering wheel goes up, and, like specific settings, other settings that I might like the mirrors and whatnot, are going to change for me. And then, like, say my wife, who might not be, 6'3", maybe she's more along the lines of like 5'6", and she's got shorter legs and shorter arms, and she doesn't need the steering wheel so high, and the seat needs to be further forward. She types in her code, and she gets a different result, right? So, like, the interesting thing about Diablo is that with your Magic Find percentages, when you kill a monster, it's kind of like that. Like, you're typing in your code, and your specific code, your specific key, is giving you a specific result. And if you have a different magic find percentage and you type in that key, you get another specific result. And so it's basically the same door with 2 different results on the other side of the door, depending on which key you use to open it. So it actually gets a little bit more convoluted in that way, because in that particular example, like, it's not necessarily about which door you open, it's about what key you use to open the door. Which is also just ridiculously complicated. As I said, your exact magic find percentage is far more special than you realize. Special. Let's use the word special. Shark spin belt, amulets, throwing axe. Maybe some visual data will help you guys see what I'm talking about.
Greetings.
GGM is hunting soge. I am hunting soge. I already have like 3 of these builds, so I just check it and see if it's better than the one I already have. +2 master is... yeah. Alright, let me show you some visual data so you can get a better understanding of like what I'm talking about, because this visual data will help you a little bit better. That was such a weird ring. I'm sure I've got it in here somewhere. Bam, bam, bam. That's not it. That's not it either. Bow, 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 bow. That's not it either. Here we go. Okay, so this is me testing Magic Find percentages, like exact percentages, and I was clicking on the same corpse, essentially trying to figure out exactly like what I would get out of it, right? So I started out like going by like 5% increments, and I was like, crap, you know, like first change, it was a weird change. It was like increase the gold or something, like crap, right? I was going by like 5% and 10% and stuff like that, and I just kept getting crap. So then I hit this one right here, which was 255, and it was a rare man catcher, and I thought I was onto something. And I went 265, and it was still crap, and I kept going up, and I was like, okay, so does that mean that 255 was like just like the magic number to get a rare man catcher? And yes, the answer is yes. 255 was the magic number to get a rare man catcher, but it was more than that. Like, so I was going up too much. I was thinking too linearly. I was trying to like think about it like, okay, well maybe it's just like a massive percentage which causes it, but that was not what was happening. So I started going by 1% increments, right? So I went 280, you know, crap, 281, crap, 282, crap, 283, crap, 284, crap. Then 285 was a rare man catcher again, and 286 was a rare man catcher, and then 287 was crap, and 288 was crap, and 289 was crap, and then like 290 was weird. It was like a crude man catcher with like extra gold or something. And so, like, as I started to test it and I kept going up and up and up, I found that, like, most, if not all of the numbers, like, most, if not all the Magic Find percentages were crap. Like, they were designed to give you crap. Like, the key, you put the key in the car and it's like, booby prize, you get a lemon and a Tic Tac. It's a lemon-flavored Tic Tac, actually. Not a lemon and a Tic Tac. You just get a lemon-flavored Tic Tac. Congratulations. And, like... As I started testing this more and more, and I actually have more sheets of this, I don't know where they are, but it was very apparent that specific Magic Find percentages were giving me, like, specific items, right? So then I was like, okay, well, what about uniques? What about sets? I couldn't get them. Like, I tried, and I increased the Magic Find and lowered the Magic Find. I went by 1% intervals. I started like 1%, went to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, blah, 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 blah. And I just couldn't get a unique or a set item to fall. I could get rares. I could get blues. force tons of stuff to fall that was like whites, superiors, socketeds, rares, blues. I could force like crudes to fall, like, you know, broken stuff. But I could never get a unique or a set to fall by changing the magic find variables. And I tried tons of different stuff, tons of different variables. And like I think I got at one point I got one set item to fall. And I got one unique item to fall out of like all of my testing. And that was when I decided to do like a big giant run where I just like cleared an entire game, and I just wanted to see like how many sets, how many uniques, how many like various items I got, because I was really curious to see like what the ratio was. Yes. So in this particular scenario, I never managed to get the unique man catcher, which was one of the things that I was trying to do. That particular scenario, I never got the unique man catcher, even though I was trying. I tried to force the rare to become a unique, which according to the way that the game logic works and what we've all been taught, you should be able to technically force any item to become any item, but that wasn't the case. In fact, in my testing, I found that a lot of the times I could get a unique to fall, but it wasn't Magic Find related. I would change the Magic Find number, and the unique would fall every single time. Had nothing to do with the Magic Find percentage. And that's where I started to come across the general gist of the idea, which is some drops are just guaranteed to fall. And Magic Find has no effect on it, which is rather interesting. Then I came across that really odd scenario where the where Magic Find was actually causing the item not to fall, which was really weird. Like, there were specific percentages that would sometimes happen where the item would just stop falling. And it was really rare, but it would happen. And I was always under the impression that Magic Find would never make things worse. Like, that was what I had always been taught. More Magic Find would never make things worse. It would only make things better. That was what I, drilled into my head, forever, right? Like, it's not necessarily going to make it worse if you have more Magic Find, unless you're sacrificing damage for Magic Find, which is a whole nother thing. But then I found that time when literally the Magic Find caused the item not to fall at all, and I was like, wait a minute, so you mean Magic Find actually does make things worse on occasion? So having large amounts of Magic Find can actually cause the drop to be nothing. Didn't even think that was a thing. Like, I was like, oh, okay. I remember I tested it multiple times too. Like, I was so confounded by it. I kept like booting the game back up, trying it again, changing the Magic Find by 1%, the item would fall on the ground, changing it back to that percentage, and then it wouldn't fall on the ground. And I was like, hold up, so the item literally isn't falling on the ground as if I have this exact Magic Find percentage. And I'm like, this is crazy. It's like, so Magic Find can actually make it worse. I'm like, that is new to me. Now, of course, it was really rare. Like, I'm not going to say that that was really common. It was like 1 in 300%. 1% out of like 300% of Magic Find caused the item not to fall. One specific value. And by the way, it was really high, too. It was like 275% or something like that. I can't remember. It was in like the 270 range. Was the one where the item didn't fall. It was actually one of the higher numbers which caused it not to fall. I mean, it does seem like there's MF sweet spots, yes. I mean, I started to think, like, kind of rather interestingly about some things which I had kind of taken for granted before. Like, you know how people will say that you generally want to get around 200% Magic Find? They're like, yeah, just get around 200% Magic Find and you're fine. Like, just 200% Magic Find. Why did 200% Magic Find become like a standard? Why did that become like a gold standard? Why did people start recommending 200 specifically? Is there a reason? And I started to think, well, maybe 200% Magic Find, or somewhere in the 200% Magic Find range, like maybe 198 or like 202 or 203. Maybe one of those exact percentages near 200 happens to be one of those like Wheel of Fortune letters, like, you know, RS, TL, whatever. Like maybe that one particular percentage like is kind of something that unconsciously got noticed by the community as a specific percentage that was very likely to cause large amounts of drops, right? And so maybe that's why everybody recommends around 200% Magic Find, because that's where that magical number is. The magical key that seems to open all the doors. Like one specific percentage that rules them all. I mean, as Charles said in previous versions of the game, there were specific Magic Find percentages that would cause a 100% chance to get a unique. This was in previous versions of the game. So, what did they do to change it from that? And how did they change it? We're not dealing with a real random number generator. And that's the part that a lot of people just forget. Like this isn't an RNG system in, you know, like EverQuest, you know, 72 or Path of Exile 2 or something like that. It's not a standard random number generator. It's a pseudo random number generator that functions based off of like algorithms, like in a computer database. Like it basically has like these specific rules that it has to follow, variables that occur that change the results. Like it's different than what you would think. And there are patterns to it, but finding the patterns is not always easy.
Your presence honors me.
Usually by that graph, people usually recommend higher than 200. I recommend 200. That's about where I like to sit. I don't usually recommend going much higher. And it's really just because when you go higher than 200, you sacrifice too much damage output and you slow down way too much.
Hello.
A Lockabarax, a meat scraper? An ethereal meat scraper at that, so okay. Ethereal meat scraper. Beautiful. That's a fun little merc item. Ethereal meat scraper on the deck, yes, on ethereal meat scraper, ethereal meat scraper.
Not here.
A long warbow. Ew, a blast spark? One of the worst bows out there. Completely outclassed by Kuko. That's one of the classic uniques that just got smashed into the dirt. Blast spark used to be good in classic. It was okay. Not very good in LOD though. Unfortunately, Kuko Shikaku is like 1,000 times better than Blast Spark.
Not here.
Kill Hatchet. Crappy. The French just because we're checking. I mean, I'm not saying that Magic Find does nothing. So like, don't take away from this argument that I'm saying that Magic Find does nothing. I'm just saying that I don't think going really high in Magic Find really does anything at all, to be perfectly honest. I mean, and I've tested really high Magic Find. Like, I went to the moon. I gave myself like 8,000% Magic Find in some of my testing. Like, to see whether or not I could force unique items to fall. Like, I wanted to just, like, get as much Magic Find as I possibly could, and I wanted to just see if I could force Magic Find to give me what I wanted. Like, you know, just, like, brute force the lock by having the largest amount of Magic Find possible. And you know what I determined? Didn't really do very much. I don't know why, but having like 8,000% Magic Find didn't really give me the results that I was hoping for. Kind of proved the exact opposite for me, that large amounts of Magic Find really just don't really give you very good results. It was actually kind of surprising to find out that 8,000% Magic Find wasn't giving me like permanent blues and like tons of rares and uniques and set items popping out of every orifice. Did I test the difference between raw MF and Hork MF? I mean, I don't think there's much difference in how the Magic Find works, but there definitely is a big difference in the no drop rolls. So 100% you're going to have way better no drop rolls with Horking, which is one of the reasons why people adore Horking as a Magic Find source, because you get way better no drop rolls in general. It just forces more items to drop. Like we were talking about earlier with the increased number of doors, like you're just trying to open as many doors as you possibly can. Horking gives you double the number of doors. If not even more than double. Like, I can't really quite quantify exactly how many doors you're opening with Horking, because the problem with Horking is that you're removing the no-drop rolls from the equation entirely, which means that even in, like, P1 content, where most people would be getting relatively nothing, you're going to be getting a large number of items due to the fact that Horking is bypassing the no-drop roll entirely. And, I mean, that's a good thing. Right? So Horking in general just tends to be the best way to Magic Find because of the way that it bypasses one of the like biggest hurdles for finding items, which is the no drop roll. And the no drop roll is obviously something that's going to prevent items from falling, right? So if you're trying to open as many doors as you possibly can, you don't want the game to be deleting doors from your, from in front of you, which is what no drop rolls are. That's basically just deleting the door from in front of you so you can't even open it. And if it deletes, like 75% of all the doors that you approach, well, then that's obviously going to have a big impact on the items that you find, because the Horker is going to be opening up way more doors than you are. I hang on to poison charms because I wanted to do like a poison character at some point. Just hang on to like all of them and slowly upgrade them as time goes on. Exactly. Horkin runes doesn't matter for Magic Find, so That's another thing that people don't take into account, I think, a lot of the times when they're thinking about Magic Find. It's like, okay, so what does Magic Find affect? Well, it can turn your whites into blues, it can turn your whites into rares, it can turn your whites into sets, and it can turn your whites into uniques, right? What does it not affect? Well, it's not going to give me charms, because pretty much all charms, with the exception of Geeds, are blue, right? And there is no white version of those charms. So Magic Find doesn't affect charms. If you think about runes, Magic Find doesn't affect runes. Magic Find also doesn't affect bases, so if you're looking for like really amazing bases, it's not going to give you more bases. In fact, it's actually going to do the opposite, and it's actually going to give you less bases, because it's going to convert your whites into blues, so you're going to end up with less bases overall. And like, if you start like quantifying exactly what falls and what doesn't fall, and then you also talk about like the drops that are guaranteed. So as we talked about earlier, there's certain drops that are guaranteed, so Magic Find doesn't affect those either. So we run into some really interesting situations where we're like, okay, well, what does Magic Find actually, you know, like affect? What are we going for? And that's where things get funky. They get funky. And that's when you start to realize that Magic Find isn't really doing as much as you would think it would do. It doesn't affect super chests, as an example. Like it's also not going to affect gems. It won't affect runes. It doesn't affect charms. You know, like it's kind of crazy, like how many things it doesn't affect versus how many it does affect. And then you start thinking about that, and you realize that, okay, well, Magic Find isn't really doing as much for me as I would like. You know, it maybe gives me a higher chance of getting rares, which as we just talked about earlier, it's like a 10-to-1 ratio on rares. So you're going to get a lot of rares. Most people don't care about rares. So, again, that's probably not really the best, you know, thing to say. Like, oh, well, Magic Find gives me lots of rare items. And you're like, oh, well, I don't really care about rare items. Magic Find gives me lots of blue items. You're like, oh, well, I don't really care about blue items either. And so you start to kind of like go down this list of like, okay, well, Magic Find isn't really doing as much for me as I thought it was doing. Maybe I don't need as much as I was stacking then. I got so little baby blood fists. Yep, GG rares and GG blues. The thing is, though, is that in my testing, like, it doesn't randomize the rares, so I mean, they're basically always going to be whatever they are. They're always going to be crap. So, you know, earlier when I showed you guys that list where I was getting, like, the rare man catcher, what I didn't tell you was that it was the same rare man catcher every time. Same stats, same level, same everything. It was the same rare man catcher. So it didn't matter what percentage I opened the door at. If I opened the door at a bad percentage, I got a bad item. If I opened the door at a good percentage, I got the rare item. And notice I tried to carefully not say good item because it wasn't good. It wasn't a good rare man catcher. But if I managed to open the door to get the rare man catcher, it would be the same rare man catcher every single time, guaranteed. Same stats, same everything. It was like duping an item. And this is kind of interesting when you think about it, is that like, okay, well, you know, like having a large amount of rares dropping on the ground doesn't really guarantee that you're ever going to get a good one. In fact, I'm not even sure like how that works. Like, do they know what the good ones are? Did they put the good ones in like specific keys, like unique items, to the point where they were extremely rare? Like, I can't even tell you whether or not they did that, because I don't know. All I can tell you is that it took me a lot of effort to find anything that was even like a halfway decent rare item. And when I did find a halfway decent rare item, or like a good rare item, it was always a good rare item. It was a good rare item every single time. 15, 14, 7. Ooh, that is beautiful. That is a beautiful string of ears. That is beautiful. Only 1% off on the life steal. That might be even better than the last one I found. I'd sacrifice 1% on the life leech for an additional like 3 points on the MDR. That's worth it.
Yes?
I'm going slightly insane as I farm Ethereal. I'm going slightly insane as I farm Ethereal. I mean, I'm not sure. Like, Piercer to Want, Hellcrap, Rogue's Bow. That's right, I said Hellcrap. Won't fight me. I don't know. I'm getting sick and tired of freaking Andy not putting out. So, I'm thinking maybe we play with Andy and see if we can get like a see if we can get a specific set of drops from her. It'd be kind of fun. I mean, maybe we can force the soge to pop out of her butthole. I don't know. I really doubt it. Like the number of variables to like get to her and cause specific things to happen is very difficult, but I'm not slightly insane, I'm already there. Well, dang, that's not nice. You guys are supposed to be supportive. Alright, let's use this seed code. This is the seed code I did the infinite burr runes on. Let's see if we can manipulate Andy into dropping us a soge. Let's see if we can do some soge manipulation tactics. Because I'm sick and tired of not getting a soge, so... D2, boop, game settings, additional command line arguments, seed code. Okay. Let's go play with the seed code. Let's see if we can force Andy to drop us what we want. Candy was good. Okay, so now we have the path, which is what we need. Now we're going to start manipulating. Alright, so this is what we're going to do, because I can't really manipulate this as well as I would like. The truth of the matter is she's too far away from the waypoint, and it's too difficult to get to her. So let's see. Andy, manipulation runs. So what we're going to do is we're going to go like cat, right? And then we're going to do like different runs. So we'll do like cat or like stony to cat, right? And then we'll do like stony dark to cat. And so forth and so on. And we'll like do this until we get like a good result. Once we get a good result, we'll repeat it. We'll also do them for like 10 runs or like 10 runs. I think 10 runs is fair. So we'll do like 10 runs of each. And we'll determine whether or not like we got good drops or not. Like, did we get good drops? Did we get bad drops? Etc. And then we're going to run it over and over again, and we're going to see what we can do. All right, so let's start the run counter on this one. Let's start from scratch. We want to make sure we don't mess with the variables at all. Oh, wait, hold on. We need our merc and everything.
Good day.
And potions. Potions are important to this too. Item count is actually important. And unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be able to do this. You know what? Let's, for the sake of the test, because I need to use as little potions as I possibly can, we're going to bring it down to P1. In fact, let's write that in here so that we know. Let's do P1. The reason why is because item count is part of the calculation of how the items fall. And so we don't want to use potions if we can help it. So we're just going to leave that alone. We also need to not pick up the items, unfortunately. So that's like a whole thing as well. Because the item count, as I said, the item count potions are also in the item count. So we're just going to see what falls on the ground. As long as we don't take it with us, we're fine. Okay, so shark skin belt, pike. Nothing too fancy. Let's do it again. Teleported a little bit past her that time. Had to use a single potion, unravel her head. So, can't bring it with me because it'll mess up my item count, okay? But, +2 bone prison, hull res 4, poison damage, okay. Viper tower. If we get another unraveler head, we'll compare it and I'll show you. Francesca, plated belt. We can take a look at the Francesca, which is Loathe Edge. We can always go back on the stream and compare them if we get duplicate drops, then I can show you. I think that's the easiest way to do it. I'm not hanging on to every single item.
Not in town.
Oh no, we accidentally went to Intercloister, so that invalidates this round. We gotta do it again. Yeah, that's why I'm going to do multiple runs, just so I get, like, kind of like an average. Honestly, a bot could do this way better than I could, follow the same exact path every single time. Okay, so we got Warhammer, Chris, Grand Scepter, Heavy Gloves. Oh, that's a nice, that is a really nice charm. Okay, so to offset this, we have to drop something, is what we have to do. So we can keep this, but we need to keep our item count the same, which means we have to drop something. It doesn't have to be from our inventory. It can be from our stash as well. We can drop something from our stash. As long as we drop something and keep the item count the same, that's all we have to do. So we're going to take this, we're going to put this in here. We can drop like 1 flawed topaz, that works. So that should keep our item count the same. That way we don't have to worry about our variables changing. Does my mercenary hitting monsters change the variables? No, but my mercenary killing monsters changes the variables. So yes. Killing a monster changes the variables, hitting them does not, as far as I can tell. So the order in which you kill the monsters does change things. In fact, to do this more accurately, I would probably need a character that is capable of, like, circle strikes. You know, like taking out Andy, like just Andy. And probably also not using, you know, a, like, big, giant, wide AoE skill or a mercenary. So, like, in general, you want something that's going to be able to, like, surgically strike Andy out from the thing. Otherwise, it's going to be determined by, like, what order you killed the monsters in, which is also, like, part of the trouble. Falchion and Gladius. But what we are doing here is actually quite interesting because we're making progress. We're making progress toward the door. How are we making progress toward the door? Well, we're testing different variables, and the different variables are giving us different responses, but we're controlling those variables, and so eventually if we do find one that gives us a soge, then maybe then we have like a way to farm an infinite number of soges. Could potentially be the case. Because if we find one soge, all we have to do is repeat the steps and try and get the same soge again, which shouldn't be like too ridiculous, especially since I'm recording everything, right? So I just go back, watch myself on the recording, see exactly what I did, try and replicate the steps, and then bam, bombs your uncle, I've got a soge factory. Got a bill. Well, so the problem with paladins and like melee characters is that they generally tend to have to fight a large number of things on the way to the target, which is a big issue. So like you don't want something that's going to have to fight its way to the target, because then you got to kill a bunch of monsters on the way, and so you're changing the variables like every time you kill monsters, which makes things, you know, obviously different every single time, which isn't what you want. We didn't check the military pick in the Gladius last time they dropped, did we? Let's check the military pick just so that in case we get the military pick again, we can compare it. I mean, basically, Berserk might be a good way. You'd probably also need no mercenary. I feel like the mercenary adds variables to the equation which make it more random than it needs to be. Because he's running around killing things and whatnot, and it does, I think it does affect things. Alright, I think one more run, or is my count off? I think I might be over 10 at this point, aren't I? I think this is the last one for 10. And then we're going to add another variable in. So we're going to start variable stacking. And then we're going to do 10 runs with each variable, and we're going to see what falls. And then we're just going to continue doing that over and over again. So notice in this this variable I got a might aura. Although you noticed in quite a few times I got a conviction aura. So like this particular one, there was like a conviction monster like at the boss almost every single time. But in this particular one, I changed the variable ever so slightly, and so instead of conviction, it was might. And you can repeat that. So let's repeat that one more time, and let's see if we can get that same monster again. I don't know what I did slightly different, but I'm sure I did something slightly different. But let's see what's there again this time. So we don't even have the conviction monster this time. We did something completely different. Or that could have been him up here, actually. So he changed position slightly. I didn't even pay attention. Alright, let's start adding variables. So we're going to add, so no good. Let's put no good on that one. We're going to do Stony to Cat. So Stony to Cat's going to be our next one. and we're gonna roll that one. So all we have to do, it's very simple. We just go to Stony Field first, and then we go to Cat. It's just gonna change the variables ever so slightly for us. So instead of having like that specific variables, we're gonna have a different ones, and we'll just do a bunch of runs like this with the Stony to Cat, and see if we can get our Soge that way. A U-wand, a giant axe. Of course, I drank all my potions. Hold on, I need to get more potions. I gotta make sure my potions are full before we start the next round. I don't want a rake scar farm. No, thank you. Rake Scar was actually really powerful back before the poison nerf. When they nerfed poison, they didn't scale up the poison damage on all the items, and that was one of the items that kind of got left behind. It got left behind in the scramble of all the poison items getting nerfed. Or rather, poison got nerfed, and they didn't scale up the poison items to like compensate. So Rake Scar is just one of those unfortunate items that fell into the wayside from the poisoning. A lot of items are like that, like that have to do with poison. Like if you look at any of the poison pieces of equipment, like Radamant's Sphere, Viper Fork Mancatcher, Rake Scar, like I think even Jade Tando, like they're all based on poison, and the poison that they have is terrible. So there's that Might zombie again. Same Might zombie. So we got him again here. That's kind of interesting. So even... Oh, and I didn't do the variable. That's right. Okay. So that would explain that. I didn't do the variable. I'm supposed to do the... What was I doing again? I'm doing Stony to Cat. Okay, Stony to Cat. I forgot to do the variable. So Stony to Cat. A little bit different teleport path there that time. We got a ring. It's not a unique ring. So this is interesting. We still got a ring. I wonder if changing the variable slightly could turn it into a... Or maybe changing our magic find percentage. I wonder if changing our magic find percentage could force that into a unique ring. So let's run that. So we're gonna run with that. We're gonna assume that maybe we can turn that rare ring into a unique ring. I don't know if that's the case. But let's take this 5% magic find charm. We're gonna put that in the pile. Ethereal Jade Talon. That's a fun one. There's skills on the assassin that don't use durability, so. I believe we teleported to this room over here by accident, and then we teleported down. That was how we got the ring. Shane gloves. Terrible. Let's try again. I'm trying to hack a Soge? Yeah. I forgot to do the Stony Field, didn't I? I'm an idiot. Stop doing it. Do the Stony Field first. Then do the cat. No, not the inner cloister, and then the... Okay, you know what? Let's run it anyway. There's nothing wrong with hacking a Soge. I mean, I'm just... This is exploiting, okay? Exploiting. Get it right. Dang it. This is that chiptune song that literally is just Mario Brothers. Who made this chiptune song and like ripped off Mario Brothers? I'm trying to like duplicate my steps here. I'm not ever going to be able to get it exactly, but... Seed manipulation. Oh, Stonyfield. Oh, back to catacombs. Okay. Cat, Stonyfield, cat. Okay. Cat, Stonyfield, cat. This is a completely different run. Oh, a ward, Gothic shield. Boobies. Stonyfield to the catacombs we go. Teleporting down with the hope, you know. Then maybe one day a soge will fall, but we don't even know. Not at all. We just teleport up and kill and Dario. Hope that he drops us a soldier's Ario. We're gonna go down and hit the barrio. Cause we're gonna go. Boom, 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 boom. Breastplate and a longsword. I don't care about your stuff, you can keep it on the ground. I just want a soge, my friend, give me one for me. I just want a soge again, give me my soldier ran. I just want a soldier again. Why take the paper towels off the roll? That's for losers. I mean, instead of charge bolt, I could probably use lightning. I don't know, maybe lightning would work better. More pinpoint. You're supposed to freeze off your nips, AJ? Oh my god, don't freeze off your nips. Don't freeze off your nips, AJ. Alright, I don't like this one. It's not giving us anything good. No good. Let's try Stony Dark Cat, okay? So Stony Dark Cat. That's what we're gonna do. Heraldric Shield War Sword, poopies. Heraldric Shield and a War Swordy Porty. There's the conviction guy again. Have you the Bobby Kitty? The Bobby Kitten? He's downstairs. I do have cute pictures of Bobby Kitten. Being the Bobby of the kitten. Being the kitten Bobby. Kitten Bobby, Bobby Kitten. Kitten. No Bobby Kitten. Yeah, I guess we'll see. I tend not to do very well when it comes to other games. Hey, AJ. Thanks for the gift subs, man. AJ is one of my super fans. I go to AJ's house and give him blowjobs. No, I'm just kidding. I mean, I'm not, you know, like, GGM not gay, okay? But for $10 million, GGM gay, okay? I don't. For $10 million, $10 million is $10 million, okay? Somebody made that comment on one of my things too. I was hilarious. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Boom, boom, boom. Here it is, right here. Rockanishu is not gay, but for $1,500, but $1,500 is $1,500. I was laughing. Oh, I already did the run. Forgot to do the things like I was supposed to. Alright, let's do some silly stuff. Let's go like up here real quick, and then we're gonna come back down. That'll change the result right there. I'll do gay stuff for a high five. That's terrible. You should hold out. Wait. Who's AJ L3 and AJ L? Are you guys the same person? Oh, congrats on the gift subs, by the way. AJ L, Mick Grand Royal, Neil Jenny, Darnkunian Software Tools, and Naked. Congrats. Congrats on your gift subs. Let's throw Black Marsh in. There you go. We're really switching it up now. Let's switch it. We're gonna switch it up. If I manage to get a seed dropping a mantle, will it always be a mantle? I think so. I think so. Alright, let's try Inner Cloister and then Catacombs. We're just going to keep trying different combinations and we're going to see if we get a Soge. I mean, there's really nothing else to it. Like, we just got to keep on trying different combinations and eventually we'll get one, but we don't know what the combination is, so... One day we will get the Soges, then maybe we'll be the Broges, and I'll make an infinite Soges video, my friends. Infinite Soges in the end. Come on down, we's gonna go in. We got the cold plains to the catacombs, and then I got the stony field and the dark wood again. And then we're gonna shake it up and go to frigid highlands. Get a little more coming from the Rylands. Going down to the catacombs, my friends. Then we're gonna teleport down. Then we're gonna teleport down. No, I used a potion. Natural freestyler. Milk chocolate baby boy coming down with his toy. Gonna let everybody know about his boy. And he's gonna let you get all up in there with some transformers in that high chair. Because he's a baby boy. He's in the high chair. It makes sense. Emulato, gelato, Pedala's poop. I mean, there's probably a measure of like anti-seed code exploiting. I would agree. There was apparently a lot of it back in the days. I'm not the first one to like explore it. From what I understand, there was a lot of it like in the early days because it was really easy to do. Like having an exact percentage of magic find was like a thing that you could do, and having like items within the game. Why you do this to me? Why you do this to me? I just did you. Why? Why you do this? Why you do this, me? I wonder if we can get that to drop again. Can we get the mantle to drop again? We got a mantled. Like, can we make the mantle drop a second time? Like, is that a thing? I gotta go back and like see what my pattern was for this particular one, and we'll repeat it. So what was my pattern for this particular one? And let's see if we can repeat it and get the mantle to drop again. Now that we have a noteworthy drop. Pie ad block extension? What? Why are we pieing? Pie in the sky, folks? Is this the one right here? I think this is the one. Okay, hold on. Catacombs, jail, inner cloister, catacombs. Catacombs, jail, inner cloister, catacombs. Okay. So that's the one that has the mantled. Is this the one that has the mantled? This doesn't look like I did anything like super special, so. So that's the one that has the mantled. Okay. So we have a mantled combination. Let's see if we can force the mantled to fall again. Haven't watched my content in a month. Oh man. You gotta support the channel. I pay my bills with this stuff. Can't just be leave me in the lurch. Okay, so jail, inner cloister. Oh wait, no, I did it wrong. Catacombs, jail, inner cloister, catacombs. Okay, hold on. I did it wrong. Am I still playing D4? Yeah. I'm not gonna stop playing D4, so like I'm gonna keep playing D4. Catacombs, jail, inner cloister, then catacombs. Okay. Got separated? That's terrible. It's never a good thing. Okay, so no ring that time. I mean, what you guys forced me to do was you forced me to take a sponsorship from a real money trade company. That's what you guys forced me to do. So, like, I don't want to watch your videos because you're not playing the game that I want. Well, because you don't want to watch my videos because I'm not playing the game that you want, this is what you get.
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Bow. Bow. Bow.
Mr. Goody Two-Shoes, Mr. Goody Two-Shoes.
That's a line from a movie, by the way. I wonder how many of you guys actually know what movie that's from. Try to throw a little humor into it. Wow. Can't get the mantle to fall again. I wonder what I'm doing wrong. I sound just like the cow killer stealing my stream. Oh wow. That's terrible. Almost as if I have multiple personality disorder. What the hell? What is Ruby? Cookies. Decades of cow slaying has to create some mental issues. But yeah, that sounds about right. Catacombs, catacombs, radioactive catacombs, does whatever a catacombs can. Kick you right in your ugly, man. Right in the winter. Just kicks right, this is a kick directly in the winter. Interesting. Now we got a ring to fall. And a Pelty Lunata. Oh no, that's an Umbral Disc. I already have an Umbral Disc. Decades and decades of cow slaying has led to one inevitable demon. A multiple personality disorder unlike anything anyone has ever seen. From the dawn of time, no one has a multiple I bet you Cody's gotta go Peppus. Unless he already went Peppus. He's like, too late, Dad, I peed in the corner. Too late, Dad, peed in the corner. It too late. I already went. I already went to the bed, to the people. I dropped a log by your foot. You do not like when you poop next to your foot? Maybe you should take me out more often. Maybe you should take me out more often. In case I do the pepe-do on your shoe. The pepe-do on your shoe. Peppa-do on your shoe, come on down and let's do Peppa-do on your shoe, everybody do. Peppa-do on your shoe, come on down and let's do Peppa-do on your shoe, outside in the rain. We don't want to go to the stupid plane. Come on down, we'll make a plan again. Peppa-do this everywhere we go. Peppa-do this right on the flow. Should've listened when I whined, should've listened when I dined, and now my tummy's rumbling something fierce. Gonna get you with a poo right in the down-yawn. Gonna get you in the poo in the down-yawn. A war hat, I got like 16 of those. Ooh, it's an ethereal one. I don't care. Shaco is amazing. I'm gonna start pricing everything on the shop like at cost. You guys can just donate if you want to donate. Speaking of which, I got ugly Christmas sweaters on there if you guys want to pick up some ugly Christmas sweaters. There's some pretty nice ones. Ugly Christmas sweaters everywhere you go. Ugly Christmas sweaters. Gotta take a poo.
Yes?
Alright, crystalline. Then cat. Let's go crystalline cat. Well, we got a ring. Unique ring, always a mantled, what?
Good day.
One more time. Crystalline passage is the first you see, and then we're going to Haraga to take a pee, and then we head down the river of flames for a sea to dry off all the ugly, nasty pee, and go down to catacombs just for me, and we teleport to Andy, straight and V, and then we keep on going, and we don't stop, cause we need to teleport right to the top, and then we static up Andy, and shock her in the butt, and she gonna give us a soul, and that's just what. Alright, boys, I've got the combination. I know the combination. Okay, we're gonna do this. This is I know the combination. Okay, the combination is Cold Plains, alright, Stony Field, Dark Wood, Black Marsh, Outer Cloister, Jail Level 1, Inner Cloister, Catacombs, Loot Go Lane, Dry Hills, Far Oasis, Lost City, Palicella Level 1, Arcane Sanctuary, Canyon of the Magi, Kuros Docks, Spider Forest, Click a Cocoon, Lower Kuros, Click a Corpse, Kuros Bazaar, Click a Stash, Upper Kuros, Travancore, Durance of Hate Level 2, Pandemonium Fortress, City of the Damned, Click a Corpse, River of Flame, Click a Shrine, back to Pandemonium Fortress, Haragath, Frigid Highlands, Crystalline Passage, Halls of Pain, Frozen Tundra, Ancient's Way, Worldstone Keep, Catacombs. Okay, that's the pattern, boys. That's it. That's the SoJ. That's the guaranteed SoJ. We got it, okay? This is it. This is the one. This is the one, the one, the one, the hun. This is the one, the one, the one, the sun. Okay, that was the pattern for a humongous axe. That was the worst pattern. Don't follow that pattern. Okay, I take it back. That was not the pattern. We did something wrong. I don't know what we did. That was the humongous pattern. Don't follow that pattern. That's a bad pattern. Don't follow that pattern. That's a terrible pattern. Okay. Let's do all bosses. Okay, Worldstone Keep is a boss. Alright, that's a boss area. River of Flame is a boss area. Durance of Hate is a boss area. Alright, Canyon of the Magi is a boss area. And, oh no, we went back to Luco Lane. And Catacombs is a boss area. Alright, all boss areas. We did all boss areas. That pattern is the poopy. Why does Jennifer poop the parties? Why is she the party pooper? We do not know why Jennifer poops the parties. Jennifer likes to poop the parties, and this is why does Jennifer not go to the pooping before she goes to the party? That way she does not have to poop at the party. She should definitely poop before she goes to the party, not after she goes to the party. Alright, let's do them in order instead of out of order. So we're gonna do them in order. Oh, God bless, frickin' dang it, stupid Luco Lane. Get out of here, stupid Luco Lane. Nobody likes you. Alright. And then one last thing. We go say hi to Pendle. Okay, that's part of the pattern. We're going to say hi to Pendle. And then we're going to come back. Okay, we're just going to say hi to him. We're going to say hi. What's up, Pendle? Alright, there you go. Shoot him in the face like one time. The lightning bolt. And then we're going to run away.
Good morning.
The music is sick here. I'm glad you like it. Then we go back to Catacombs. Have any of the patterns yielded the same results? I mean, I'd have to do the pattern the exact same way every single time, which is very difficult for, you know, a monster that's this far away from, like, the waypoint. It's like infinite complexity. The further away from, like, the starting point you get and the more variables you add, the harder it is to reproduce the same set of variables each time. Okay, every other. Cold Plains, Darkwood, Outer Glacier, Inner Glacier, then Catacombs. Odds and evens, odds and evens. But if you're asking if I have tested it to see if the same variables drop the same items from Andariel, the answer to that question is yes. I have tested it. It took some very strict results. Like, it took some very strict, you know, like, character that wasn't going to kill other monsters. Like, somebody that only killed Andariel and not anything else around her. No mercenary. There's a couple other things that I followed. But, like, yes. She does drop the same thing every single time if you keep the variables identical. Which is not easy to do. Okay, this time we're gonna go City of the Damned, Frigid, Spider Forest, Trav, because I like Trav, and then Catacombs. yucky. Okay, this time we're gonna go inner, outer, cold, catacombs. One assault helmet. What are you, Poopy? 2 battle cry, Garnet assault helmet of the mind. Okay, catacombs level 2, but we're going to make a small change. So instead of doing our normal thing, we're going to kill this pack out here. And we're going to kill the pack out here. This should change the variable sufficiently too, just by slaughtering a bunch of monsters before we kill Andaseat. Another ring, but not the ring we wanted. Why can't it ever be the ring that we wanted? I need the ring that we wanted. Alright, let's do some more basic manipulation. So we're going to do some more basic manipulation. We're going to see if we can manipulate her in tiny minutiae. Yeah, unfortunately online your map is going to be different than mine and your seed code's going to be different than mine, and it definitely gets convoluted. It's not as easy online. You got different seeds every single time, so hey, Natalia's 25/25s. I'm gonna slowly start removing potions is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna remove potions. I'm gonna change the variables by removing items. Items changes the variables too, so that's also another way that we can control it. So we're gonna control it by changing the number of items instead of changing the variables in the other way. I just want to see if the number of items changes it more so than the rest. Amulato. Okay, so we're going to drink one more potion. We're just going to keep drinking one potion every single time to reduce the number by 1 every single time so that we can change the result every single time. I know I said every single time a lot, but every single time. Your mama's a hoe, yes she knows, she's not oblivious. Your mama's a hoe, yes she knows, she's not oblivious. I don't know what to tell you, she's not the greatest gal. I don't know what to tell you. She weighs like 300 pounds. That's mean. She's more like 400. You know, I watch those shows sometimes where they got like the lady who's like super duper fat and she's got like, you know, she's got like a million, trillion, billion pounds. I don't even know. She like weighs more than a black, like a dwarf star. Anyway, like, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, she can't get up. She can't go get her own food. I'm like, what is she doing? She's ordering it, maybe? Like, if she orders food? But, like, even at that point, though, if she's not working, like, she doesn't have any money to actually buy food. So somebody's got to be, like, providing her with food. Like, and it's so funny to me because from a certain perspective, like, there's got to be a... When you get to a certain weight, I mean, obviously, you can support yourself up to a certain point, right? But... when you get to a certain weight, you can no longer get up and you can no longer get your own food. You can no longer cook for yourself, right? So, like, at a certain point, you would start, like, you know, like falling back into the abyss, right? So you would start losing weight because you can't get up to feed yourself. So somebody has to be there to feed you. Like, I don't even necessarily blame these people who are, like, super duper ridiculously fat. Like, instead, I more or less blame the people who are just, they keep bringing them food. Like, why do you keep bringing them food? Stop bringing them food. Like, you're not helping them. That's not help. You're not helping them. Like, they're not getting up. They're not getting the food on their own. You're bringing it to them. Like, stop doing that. Like, make them get up and get their own food. They don't have money to buy their food? Well, oh well. Okay, they weigh 500 pounds. I think they'll be fine. They got enough storage weight. They got enough weight on storage, okay? Like, they'll be alright. Some of them enablers like their booties big. Oh, so it's a malicious intent. Is that what you're saying? Get that malicious intent? Is that borderline what is it called? Grooming? Are they grooming? They're grooming them?
Oh, sweetie, you're not fat. Now eat this bucket of chicken wings. Eat this bucket of chicken wings right now. You're not fat at all, sweetie. Just eat this bucket of chicken wings, alright? You'll be alright. Just eat the chicken wings. Shut up. Just eat the chicken wings. Eat your chicken wings, eat your wings. We got chicken wings for days, my friend. Reach under fat roll number 3. We got buffalo style under 3. We got a chicken buffalo wings. And there's some regular mild under roll fat number 2. Take a look under fat roll number 1. Then you got some mild honey sweet. And that's exactly what we got for you. Don't let nobody know about fat roller number 4, 'cause that's the ones that is super spicy. Jalapeno, death pepper.
I saw some challenge thing. I don't remember what it was about, but it was like girls with big boobs, and they were like doing a challenge to see if they could like hold up a pencil or something, and they were putting the pencil underneath of their boob, and then letting their boob fall, and then like if the boob like held up the pencil, they had big boobies or something, and like some big giant fat lady did it, and I was just like, she was laughing because she's like, oh, I wonder if the pencil is gonna stay there. And ooh, those are beautiful. She's like, I wonder if the pencil is gonna stay there, and she like lifted it up and put it underneath and dropped it, and like of course the pencil went nowhere. Like it had nowhere to go. It was literally trapped for dear life. That is, I think, better than the ones I'm using. I lose a little faster hit recovery, but AJL said my man boob can hold a pencil. Those are not bad. I like those. I'm gonna put those on. They got good resistances. 21 lightning, 17 poison. Nova Windstruck. That's kind of neat. He's gonna go on a different character. We gotta drink 2 potions. Because we got 1 item.
Good day.
more potion down. We're down to our last potion here. The only way to get this even lower is to go clear out items. We'll have to clear out items. I got a couple good items today. You know, as much as I like focus on not getting the soge, I still end up with good pieces of equipment. Like, it's not like I'm ending up with trash. I'm still ending up with some good gear. A non-ethereal Tanner Gore Rod. Alright, last potion. I don't know why I had 2 potions there. That's unfortunate. Must have picked one up by accident. Alright, well that's all the potions. That's all she wrote for the potions, so we've cleared out that. So the next step is to clear out our inventory and go from there. So we're going to have to do a little inventory clearing. I'm going to take Cody out to go Ep22. I've got to go Ep22. Then we'll be right back after these messages. So yeah, just be right back. You know what? Here, have some Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Why not?
Mr. Goody Two Shoes, Mr. Goody Two Shoes. Ginger Evil Mentor here. Why bother farming when you can go to MMOEXP.com and simply purchase your items in gold? GGM would have you farm the items. What a pathetic being. Use code GEM Ginger Evil Mentor for 6% off your entire purchase. And don't tell Ginger Gaming Mentor that I was here.
Christmas. Oh, my hat. Moose hat's giving me a headache. I gotta take it off for a little while. I'll put it on again tomorrow. 7.5 hours of moose hat is a little too much. Take a different route. +3 shockwave, +2 volcano. If I wore a shocko, I'd get 50%, but I got a gem grand crown instead. 72% from 3P topazes. I don't have a shocko, so you can go has it. I don't know what you want from me. I'm a single player account just finding, and I don't have a shocko yet on this account, so I can't get none of that 62 janks. Oh, you mean in real life? Where is my shotgun in real life? Forgot where I put it. Wear a shako, please. A shako. Wear a shako, please. A shako. 1, 2, shako, yeah. 3, 4, shako, hey, god, dash, shako, pay, shako, lako, dako, ray. Shako, brako, brako, te, shako, blako, brako, may. Oh. Is that a towels? What is it, towels? 11% towels? Is that like the worst towels that's ever dropped? It's a rare ring. Couldn't see it for a second.
Not in town.
10% damage reduction. Okay. Well, yeah. Cushions the impact a little bit. I just say there's a well here, but there's no well here. Uh-huh. On the mini-map it said there was a well there, but there was definitely not a well. Alright, so we've done a lot of testing. And now we're going to change it up even more. So let's change it up even more. Let's go from... I can't do it without being in the game. Oh, so you already got like negative 10%, and the shock arrow just cancels out your 10% loss. Makes sense. Let's put it on P3. Let's bring it up to P3, and we're gonna play around with it on P3. Let's fill up on potions again, and let's do the same thing. I need to start fresh. Bunch of garbage. Alright, so drink one potion. Bam. One potion down on the way to Clown Town. One potion down when we're fighting Ethereal. Don't tell me what I gotta do. Don't tell me where I need to poo. I'll poo right on your lawn and you can't tell me not to. She called you a maggot. Maybe I am a maggot. Maybe deep down I always knew. I'm just a maggot. I'm just a maggot boy in a maggot century. Scatter-doosh, he's a maggot fandango. Thunderbolt and maggotry, thunderbolt and maggotry, ah! Amadeus. Oh no, I died it in. Well, Might Aura plus Andy. That's definitely a deadly combination. For those of you who are watching who wondered if it was hardcore, well, there you go. You got your answer. See? It's not hardcore.
Good day.
Is that hardcore? Yeah, it's not. Oh, yeah, that's definitely not hardcore. He's dead. Oh, he's so dead. Oh, he's super dead. That's like extra mega dead. Oh, he died real. Oh, yeah. His brain's over there.
The order welcomes you.
On the road. Get that road brain. Your 196% Duriel shell vanished. Is it on a mercenary? Is it on a character? How many characters do you have? Did you misplace it? Does it got rocks in it? Did you drop it in a river? Did you sell it by accident? I feel like I'm doing that stupid video game that my girlfriend watches every now and then. It's like Phasmophobia or whatever. Where they're like, hello, are you white? Are you black? Do you have Hispanic colors in your hair? Do you have a penis? Hello? Is this your house? Do you love me? Hello? Like, they just say all sorts of random things into the microphone because they're like, because they're trying to figure out, I don't know. Like, I'm like throwing things out there. There's like a standard list of things that you ask if you're playing Phasmophobia. I think it's hilarious. You're basically just trying to piss off the ghost. Standards questions. Are you friendly? Where are you? How old are you? What do you want? Why are you here? Are you angry? Are you friendly? Should we leave? You guys think I'm joking? Like, it's totally a thing. Should we leave? Are you here? Are you with us? Can you show yourself? Can you give us a sign? Can you talk? Can you speak to us? Open/close the door. Turn off a light. Show us a sign. Show us yourself. Like, there's like a standard set of questions you ask the ghost into the microphone to see if they'll respond. It's so stupid. And every time I see them doing it, they're just like running down a checklist of questions. They're like, are you a woman? When did you die? Like, they ask like 16 questions trying to get any kind of response that they can. I got some peanut butter pretzels and they're so delicious. So peanut butter pretzels. Oh, Cody, it would be a shame if I took some pretzels with peanut butter in them and just threw them like this. He likes that game. He said, I like that game. I like that game a lot. Well, good luck, man. You don't want me to poop on your lawn? Oh, man. Fertilizer, my boy. Fertilizer, okay? You're not thinking the long run, okay? I'm trying to be polite and get you some fertilizer, but if you don't want fertilizer for your lawn, then, you know. Poop. This is Jennifer. She poops at the parties. Do you know about Jennifer pooping at the parties? He's the party poop. Cody, you see this? This is a Snickers bar. It's got nougat and nuts and caramel, and it's also got chocolate. And you can't have it because that's chocolate. Chocolate bad for dogs. Smell that, mark it, say no dog, do not eat. That's what this is. This is a do not eat. Well, Charles, they call it the runs for a reason. You know, they do call it the runs after all. So don't worry, it'll be spread out. It'll be spread out. Because we're gonna be running. Can't stop me. Come on, kick me. Can't stop, won't stop. Die, maggot. You have the bail runs? Oh, God. Not the bail runs, Patty. Not the bail runs. Oh, no. I wouldn't dare do that to somebody. That's awful. Don't be bail running people. Let's bump this up to P5. One more potion. You just hear laughing when you sit on the toilet? That's terrible. It's terrible, Patty. You gonna be playing Path of Exile 2 with us, Patty? You gonna be trying out PoE 2 for the first time? One more potion down the lot. Cody. Cody, do you just want some snacks? You just want some snacks? Does Cody want some snackums? You gotta come here. If you want some snackums, you gotta come here. You want some peanut butter doojanks? You like stems? Them's good. Alright. How about this one? You want that one? That's a good peanut butter doojanks. How about this peanut butter doojanks? You want that? Okay. Does them good. They got good crunch on them, man, and they feel they got the good flavors. Crunches and good flavors. Yeah. That's real good. You like stems? He said, yeah, them is pretty good. And I thought those were real good. I like those. He said, you can give me more than one at a time. He said, you don't gotta give me just one. But that's kind of stingy. Just doing the one at a time. He said, that's for me too. I guess that's for me. Well, if I put it right there in your nostrum holes. Alright, we'll see if Cody can be gentle. You want to see if Cody can be gentle? Either that or he bites my face off. Alright, you guys ready? We'll see if Cody knows how to be gentle. Cody, gentle. Cody. Cody, gentle. Cody, gentle. Gentle. Can you get that? Cody, yes. Yes, gentle. Okay, gentle. Cody, gentle. Cody, gentle. He's a bird. Oh no. Ew. Gentle. Yuck. Blah, 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 blah. You know, I thought you were going to take it, not lick it. That's weird. You're supposed to just take it. You're not supposed to do weird stuff. Geneva Convention for Dogs applies. The Geneva suggestions. Yeah, I plan on playing Path of Exile too. I'm going to give it a try. I told everybody I'd give it a try. Didn't I say I was going to give it a try? I'm going to give it a try. I said I was going to give it a try, so I'm going to give it a try. Ooh. Freaking Slimer over here got me good. Slimer. Cody, why are you sliming people? Yeah, it's not nice to be sliming people's. Rude. I got all these mixed nuts left I haven't eaten. Got almonds in here. It'd be good. You want some cashews? Mm-hmm. I'm pretty good too. Some hazelnuts. Probably ate all the pecans. Oh, there's a little pecan piece. What's the difference between these almonds and these almonds? What's the difference between two different almonds? I mean, they're both almonds. What's the difference between these two? That one's real crunchy. That one's real crunchy too. Doesn't seem like much of a difference.
Not in town.
Hey, Talrash's. Now that's a fine. Talrash's education. I think that's better than what I got on. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if we can get another Talrash's education just for lulz. So we gotta drop something. There's one potion. Let's just drop one potion. That'll make up for the difference, and we'll be back where we started. Let's see if we can get another Talrash's education. Not quite. Let's try it again. We don't want to put the Talrash's on because it'll mess up our magic fund. Although I will be putting the Talrash's on, so like, that is definitely something that's going on around my neck as soon as I get an opportunity. No water today. Am I feeling okay? I don't know. I have been feeling down the past couple days. A little sick. Maybe that's why. So I keep noticing that I'm not getting the Holy Shock aura. So like last time when I did this, I noticed that I got a Holy Shock aura.
The order welcomes you.
So that zombie, the aura changes depending on the pattern that I use. And so a couple times now I've been trying to do the same pattern, and instead of getting the Holy Shock aura, I've been getting the Conviction aura, which obviously isn't the right aura. Like this time you can see I got the Might aura. That time I got the Talrash's, it was a Holy Shock aura. which I'm sure has something to do with it. Not necessarily that the Holy Shock aura is causing it, but more so that like seeing the Holy Shock aura means that I'm on the right track, that I've got the variables the same. Hey, Blinkbat's form. Another TC3 item off the checklist. I don't really need another Tal Rashas. Once you have a Tal Rashas, that's like... we're done. No aura this time. I'm curious if the aura guy was just somewhere else, or if I did something that changed the aura guy not to be there. It's really interesting. I've already gotten so many Skin of the Viper Magi's, and I mean, unless I get a perfect, I'm not going to be excited to see another one. And I'm literally wearing one. I've got a better one in my stash that needs to be socketed. I'm holding on to it for right now. And, like, I could potentially find a better one, I guess. I also found a third one earlier, and it was, like, terrible. It was like a 25. I dropped it back in the dirt.
Take you.
Alright. Let's do a little off-muling. I've got a lot of stuff to off-mule. They need to go to specific, like, characters and stuff. I gotta, like, figure this out. I'm not exactly sure, like... I mean, I guess technically I could throw on, what, Tal's... I lose the strength to actually put on my shield. 65% magic find. Bunch of garbage stats. 10% faster cast. I think that's okay. Meh. There we go. Nat's armor, Nat's boots. Who sold all Evo? It's an exceptional tier. Why so many characters? This is an offline account. As many characters as I want. Ah, burpees. All ours is on the other character. Do we have a Sotheby's mule? I got boots, gloves. I need gloves. I get some Eth variations. Eth Chanseys. Eth Mage Fists. Hellmouth War Gauntlets. Those need to go in there too. Polearm. It's a polearm, right? Meat Scraper. Eth Meat Scraper. It's a good find, Eth Green Meat Scraper. Unique bows. A Ravenclaw, which I think I already have a Ravenclaw. It's a 60. This is a 67. So that's slightly better. It's a little bit better than the one I had, so that's not bad. We had 2 shields. Let me find the shield mule. Ethereal Wall of the Eyeless and a Lance Guard. Been waiting. I also need pole arms. I think I got some angelic set pieces actually. Not that they take up much space, but so I do need 2 rings and another mantle. Extra amulet just sitting around. So we need 1 more ring. I need Vidalis set as well. Bases, I need bases. Who should you farm for good sword drops? What character are you trying to farm on? 4. Barbarian? Paladin? I mean, it really depends on what level you are. Like, Nightmare Andy can be a good place. You can pick up some, like, blood letters early on. I mean, there's a lot of different potential weapons that you could use. Cold Steel Eye Cutlass. It's a pretty decent, like, early game weapon. If you're using two-handed weapons, you get like the Patriarch, the Ripsaw Flamberger, honestly, like any good rare, like a sword, also not exactly terrible options. Eth Meat Scraper, right next to a non-Eth Meat Scraper. It's actually a really good one too. It rolled 200% on the ED. Is that a perfect Eth Meat Scraper? It is a perfect Eth Meat Scraper. That's hilarious. It's a 200%, which is the perfect roll. Doesn't get any better than that. I mean, falling back to normal difficulty and farming a little Shank and Eldritch wouldn't hurt. Can you kill Shank and Eldritch? Fall back and kill Shank and Eldritch. You'll be alright. Just murder Shank and Eldritch over and over again until you get what you're looking for. One of the mistakes that a lot of people make with this game is they try and push their character too far, too fast. If you're not capable of a new zone, then like falling back and farming the zones that you are capable of is the correct path. Just take a little bit of time and just farm, you know, like Eldritch and Shank over and over again, or like Pindle, whatever you can handle in normal difficulty. Kill them over and over again, get better equipment, upgrade all your charms and gear and whatnot, and then go back and then try it again. You'll find that if you just spend a little bit of time farming in some of these earlier zones, you can get the equipment you need to push yourself further. That's just how it works. Okay, I need Vidalas. I don't know where the hell Vidalas is. Go all the way down to the bottom. It's probably not one I click on very often. I think that completes the set. So now we have the full set. 3 amulets. So stupid. I never really bother with Prudence. Some people like Prudence. I think it's kind of a waste. I think there's better items you could make. I mean, it's okay. I mean, it's not trash or anything. But it's not like the most amazing thing out there. Alright, there's Blinkbat's form, and the unique armor mule is now full. I don't really need 3 switch throws, so I think we drop those. Unless we have an ethereal one I think we'll be alright. There's a 31 in there. I got another one on my character, and there's another one in my stash. I got so many freaking Skin of the Viper Magi's are coming out of my ears. Alright, I know I got more equipment on the actual sorceress that I need to like off-mule onto the appropriate places. Yes, plenty. Oh, the viscer's going right in the dirt. What's up, Leo? Hand of Brock. Boop. I know y'all jealous of my Hand of Brock. Unlimited Hand of Brock. What's up, Jarsky? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Time to chinchill. You want my sweater? It's on ggmentor.com. ggmentor.com. Go on down to ggmentor.com because we got lots of cool janks going on. We got a G sweater, the GGM sweater. We got a chinchilla sweater. We got ugly Christmas sweaters for freaking days, and you can get your ugly Christmas sweaters and get paid. And here you go. Here's the ugly Christmas sweater I'm wearing right now. And I also have this one, which is really cool too. I like this one as well. I got both of them. They are cost, by the way. Like that's cost. $39.99 is cost. So I'm not charging anything for them. That's just how much they cost me to make them. I no charge. I no charge no money. I just want you guys to have some cool Christmas sweaters. Ruby. Unique shields. We gotta put our little Pelta Lunata in there. We got a lot of little TC class 3 items. We're moving up in the world. TC 3 class items are amazing. Very powerful items that you can use to make very powerful characters, and it should be a lot of fun. Eventually we'll have to set up like a little TC 3 class like character. Just put all the little TC 3 uniques on them, and like maybe like really low level sets, and just make like a ridiculously OP little like crusher, like little low level crusher character, just run around crushing everything. How's the soge coming? We're on off mule. We're off muling, so we're on standby. Do I have a Sotheby's? I don't know if I have a Sotheby's set. I don't think I do. I think that's the first Sotheby's piece I found. I think we have to create a Sotheby's mule.
Good day.
There we go. Now we got Sotheby's helmet on a character. What else do we need? We need unique helmets, right? We still haven't done unique helmets. We also need unique swords. Got a blade of Alibaba to throw on the unique sword mule. It's a 105. And we also need unique helmets, which we still have not found. Now, rock stoppers always get saved. And there's a reason why rock stoppers always get saved. It's because rock stoppers have a very heavy variance. And when you find them, like for instance, see how this one is 27, 24, 27? It's terrible. This one is 29, 30, 38. It's way better. So every time we find a better rock stopper, we take the original one, we throw it in the dirt, and then we and then we move on with our lives. So we need staves and daggers. Staff and dagger. Dagger staff. Also rings. I think I already got a razor switch in here. I have an ethereal razor switch. I don't have a non-ethereal razor switch. Okay. Not that I really care about the ethereal status of a razor switch, but so be it. I think I got some Aratha's pieces that need to go in the Aratha's. I think I saw that. Isn't there like a Aratha's amulet or something in here? Yeah, there is. Okay. I think that's it, though. I also got angelic ring, right? That needs to go in the angelic set. Another Eye of Etlich. I have to test out the Eye of Etliches. The Eye of Etlich actually has a unique effect, which is a lot of people don't know about. So the variance of the cold duration on Eye of Etlich is massive, to the point of ridiculousness. And what it means is that like some of the Eye of Etliches are garbage, and some of the Eye of Etliches are amazing. But you don't know until you test them. Which is an issue. So you do have to actually go test them before you can find out. Alright, well this is an absolutely terrible hardcover. That goes to the garbage. I don't know how some of these songs that are playing on this copyright-free website are copyright-free. These are straight up like knockoffs of copyrighted songs. Straight up copyrighted. What the hell am I even trying to put up now? I don't even remember. Rings? I think it's unique rings and unique amulets. Rando, not randos. We want unique amulets. And unique rings. Unique jewelry, so I put them both in the same mule. Makes sense. Nagel, Eye of Etlich. I can just start dumping these on here. Nagels are great for low level characters for just AR rings. Like there's nothing wrong with them. I got 2 Eye of Etliches here. Don't know what the cold duration is on either one of them, so yeah, whatever. How much of the optional donation gets divided? I don't know if the donation gets divided at all. I don't know. Says Fourth Wall does not take a percentage of donations made through the platform. There is a credit card processing fee, but other than that, no, they don't take any. They don't take any proportion of any donation. Alright, I'm tired of playing my sorceress. Go play somebody else. We could always deck out one of my characters. Just go have fun. Just get like super decked out and just murder everything. We could play Trader. Trader's he's pretty beefed. He's pretty pumped. He's pretty pumped. He's beefy. He's beefy pumpty. Pumpty beefy. What does he got on? Hawaiians. I think he needs this beautiful string of hairs. Yeah, by all means. Oh my god, P5, P7. Yeah, unfortunately the shipping's not the best on there, but I talked to them about the shipping. They were like, oh yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. I'm like, oh, thanks. The sweaters are $38. Like I have to cover like some taxes and stuff, but like that's how much they are. See? Selling price $39.99. You make $1.99 per sale.
I am overburdened.
Oh, I'm glad I helped you out. What's the best solution for your Javazon? For mana? Hit the target? Mana leech and hit the target. That's generally the goal. I know that sounds vague, but it's pretty much accurate. I'm trying to think if I have any Javazons sitting around. I don't think I have any Javazons this season. Oh, she's missing her body piece. Arcane's Valor, I'm sure. No arcanes for my booty tuckins, no. No arcanes. So we're gonna wear a Ethereal's might. Little bit. Ethereal's might. Coming down. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, so the mana cost on my freezing arrow is 18 mana per shot. All right, so let's just walk out of town. I'm gonna shoot off my shots. Of course, you can't see it because I'm in the way. Hold on. Why I'm so big? There you go. Make myself smaller. Alright, watch my mana. You ready? Look, my mana's gone. right? How fast does it regenerate? Not very fast. Alright, so two things here. First off, I have a large amount of mana. I have 408, which means I can fire off a large number of shots. Number two is that I have a large amount of mana leech, which is very important. Mana leech is something that people don't think about when they think about Javazon. They're like, oh, I don't know what mana leech is. What's mana leech? Mana leech is something that requires you to hit the target. So hitting the target is important. A lot of people don't think hitting the target is important with Javazon because they don't consider Lightning Fury to be something that you want to hit the target with. But Lightning Fury does actually hit the target. I don't know if I've got like a T-God sitting around so I can show you. Do I got a T-Gods hiding in here somewhere? Do T-Gods? No T-Gods. Tegodians. Tegadagara. Woodagara. No Tegadians. No Tegodians. No. Don't they got the Tegods? No. How about the past? Do we get the Tegodians in the past? The Tegodians, not Tegodians in there. Maybe it's not Tegodians. Maybe just one Tegodians. Okay, anyway. So take the same character and bring him into a pack of monsters. Alright, so let's go to Frigid Highlands. Let's find a pack of monsters. See any mana problems? Not really, right? Alright, so the lessons that I'm trying to teach you here. Like, first lesson, having mana leech is important. Second lesson, large mana pool is nice. Third lesson, alright? Third lesson is shoot more than one target, okay? Like, here's the Shank the Overseer, right? By himself. Watch what happens when I shoot Shank the Overseer. Is my mana keeping up? No, it's not. Right? So, what's the difference between my mana keeping up before and my mana keeping up now? The difference is that I was shooting more than one target and getting more than one mana leech per attack. So, Lightning Fury, as well as pretty much every other ability, can pierce. If you're utilizing at least 1 point in Penetrate, which you should be getting a pretty decent amount of attack rating. You probably want, like, you know, plus the skills and whatnot to bring that up. You also get Pierce, which makes it pierce targets. So when it shoots through multiple targets and it hits multiple times, you get multiple mana leeches back, right? See how I'm getting multiple mana leeches back? This allows me to line up my shots, which you should be doing anyway with Javazon. So if you're playing a Lightning Fury Javazon, you should be lining up your shots. You shouldn't just be throwing a javelin into like one monster on like the corner of the map and wasting all your mana. Instead, you want to line up your shots so you're hitting as many targets as you possibly can. There is a physical aspect to the javelin. So it does have a physical aspect to it. And when you throw it, that physical aspect can leech life. And I wish I had a Javazon just sitting around to show you. I don't even know if I have a Javazon anywhere. Anybody that could even be close to a Javazon. Maybe let's see. I know I have one character that's probably using a javelin. I mean, insight is a crutch. It's all it is. It's a crutch. It's like you have a broken leg and you're walking around on a crutch. Insight is always going to hold you back. All right, here we go. Found a person with a javelin. All right. I have mana leech. Okay. So, how much does javelin cost? It costs me 19 mana per cat throw. I have a 502 mana. All right, so let's go out and let's play around with some stuff. So we're going to go to Frigid Highlands. Can't leech from these guys, right? So not getting anything from them. It's just depleting. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to fight some of these guys I can leech from. Notice my mana stays full. So I've got Silkweaves on, which is nice. Silkweaves is also nice because it gives me +5 mana after each kill, which if we take those off, we can get an even better idea of how much the leech is doing. Mana after each kill is also really nice. Actually, adore mana after each kill. But if you look above my head, see above my head? Right here, look. Oh, let me zoom in. Alright, see above my head? See the leech? So I am leeching with this ability, okay? I'm getting the life, and I'm getting the mana leech from the ability. Which means that you need to be tactical in the way that you throw your javelins. So all you have to do is just line up your shots. You just line up your shots so you get the most number of pierces per shot, right? And if you're fighting a single target, you shouldn't be using Lightning Fury anyway, okay? If you're fighting a single target, what do you use? You use Charge Strike. Charge Strike is what you use. I don't have Charge Strike right now because this character is not even a javelin. Now, as you increase the level of Lightning Fury, it's obviously going to go up and you're going to need more to compensate. Mana after each kill is kind of nice, especially with how fast the Javazon tends to kill things, which is one whole aspect of it. But I've never really found Lightning Fury as, like having the maxed out Lightning Fury is really required. To give you an idea, like I'm currently utilizing That's what I have for Lightning Fury right now. I have level 19 Lightning Fury from plus to skills only. No additional points. No synergies. Nothing. And you saw me just like demolish a P1 pack. Okay? Like, it's not about the skill level. It's not about spamming the ability as fast as you possibly can, although some people will tell you that it is. It is about tactically using the ability so that you get the most number of pierces and you get the most damage per throw. Your goal is to have the highest damage per throw, not the most number of throws. If I can do this in hell difficulty with no synergies and not even putting any points into the ability, then you should be able to do this with a maxed out Javazon on just about anything you encounter. And when you come across single targets, you always switch to Charge Strike. You know what this character is? This is a Valkazon. My Valkyrie kills everything for me. I don't even have to do anything. Go up there and kill him for me, please. Thank you. Oh, the weakest link. Goodbye. Now, if I can do this with a little 5% mana leech ring, what, do I have any other mana leech? No, I don't. If I can do this with a 5% mana leech ring and what, Silkweaves, you can do this with a much better equipment. A couple leech rings would be very effective, obviously. You can also throw on some Silkweaves for the +5 mana after each kill. There's a couple different ways you could approach it for mana after each kill. Some people like to use a Headhunter's Glory with 3 tier runes if you want to play around with that. Or if you want to get fancy, you can also grab a, what is it? Trying to remember here right off the top of my head. If you want to get fancy, you can grab the jewels that have +3 mana after each kill instead of the tier runes that only have +2. And then you can go from there. It's actually a pretty fun build.
I can't carry anymore.
Yeah, you can get Mana Leech on gloves, you can get Mana Leech on your ring, you can get Mana Leech on your amulet, you can get Mana Leech on your weapon. There's also another weapon that you can use, which I find pretty fun for a swapsies. I use it on a swapsies with the Javazon. It's actually really cool. If you guys haven't played around with the swapsies sets, there's a really nice swapsy set. It's called Wraithflight. So Wraithflight is really great for Javazon swaps. And the reason why it's really great for Javazon swaps is because of this stupid modifier right here. 15 to mana after each kill. Yeah, 15 on one weapon. I don't even think you can get close to that, even if you put, like, what is that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. No, it's not even close. If you put threes, if you put all threes in like a 6-socketed weapon, you might be able to get there. What is that? 3, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yeah, but you can't do that with javelins, right? So this is a 15 to mana after each kill Ghost Glaive. You put this on your swap, and you basically use it to refill your mana pool. It works absolutely excellently. Tie it together with a Headhunter's Glory, which is also a really nice one. So Headhunter's Glory. And what you do is take your Headhunter's Glory, put 3 plus 3 mana after each kill jewels in it, because it's got 3 sockets. That'll give you 3, 6, 9, plus the 15. So 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And it has life after each kill, too, so it'll help keep you healed. And then when you kill cows, you can just, like, every time you're running out of mana, you swap over to the set, throw a couple javelins, fills up all your mana, swap back, and you're done. This is a really heavy and strong combination that you can use for just filling up your mana. Wraithflight and Headhunter's Glory. There's other options, too. I think, if I remember correctly, Valkwing has some mana after each kill on it, too. Yes, 2 to 4 mana after each kill. So you can get an extra 4 mana after each kill from Valkwing. There's a lot of ways that you can do it. The moral of the story is that Insight is a crutch. It is always going to bring you down. I'll say this as many times as I possibly can. Getting yourself free of Insight is going to increase your damage exponentially. And you have to figure out a way to not rely on that stupid weapon. It's nice. It's fun early on when your character can't handle it, when you don't have the equipment, when you can't do things on your own. It's great. But later on in the game, once you have the proper equipment, you've got to free yourself of that crutch, because it's just going to hold you back. Yeah, you can also just chug mana pots too. That's what works. I chug a lot of mana pots on my Javazons before I get to, like, the upper tier. I'm a mana pot chugging fiend. Oh, I got a Flesh Ripper on the other hand. Ooh. baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby.
Not in town.
I mean, there's a lot of tricks to Lightning Fury to make it work better. And yeah, like, using it on single targets is stupid. I feel like I want to go make a Javazon now just so I can show you guys how stupid it is. It would take me a while to hit level 30 though. It'd be fun to get a Javazon set up. I do actually want to set up a Javazon. I actually have a character in here where I was planning on doing an Infinity. Electron. Yeah, Electron is the eventual Infinity character. We could always pull some gear for her and play around, just have some fun. So what do we want for her? Let's take a look real quick and let's see what we want to make for this early level Jabber. So what do we probably want for her? I say Hasaris 3-piece. That would be really solid early on. So let's do Hasaris 3-piece. Actually, do we have deaths? Deaths could be fun too. Maybe we do deaths 2-piece and Hasaris 2-piece. That's a pretty solid combo. Let's see what we've got for the deaths. I'm thinking we probably include some Angelics in there too. Let's check the deaths first. We're gonna twink out a character. It's okay. So I don't have the gloves, so that's not a good combo then. So until I have the deaths gloves, that's not even worth my time. So let's take a look at Hasaris. Hasaris is a really solid early set. We could also potentially grab some gloves. Do we want Hand of Brock or do we want Blood Fist? Hands of Brocks are available at level 5. I feel like they're solid choices. Because you get, not only do you get mana, but you also get mana and life leech. I think that's solid for early on. Or we could do... Nah, because if we're gonna do lightning, we need mana leech. So I think it's better that we attack slower with more mana than faster with less mana. So I think that's a good idea. So we're taking Hand of Brock. Let's grab... We want a Twitch throw. We'll grab armor. Trying to think what I want to throw on the character. I want to go for low level stuff. Like, most of this stuff is high level. I don't think any of this is low level. Like, all the unique armors are like too high level. I mean, obviously Twitch throw is a solid choice though. Okay, I think we go with Twitch. Twitch just makes the most sense. I feel like that's a solid choice. So Hand of Brock and Twitch. Let's go with an old standby. This is not the character I meant to click on. Where's my... oh, there's my Arathas. I like Arathas. Arathas is one of my favorite sets. Alright, so far we got little low-level gloves. We've got a higher-level set. But let's kind of like lay this out. So head, armor, belt, primary gloves, or secondary gloves, primary gloves. Amulet. We need rings. We need boots. Rings, boots. Saigon's meh. Saigon's okay. I think Asaurus beats Saigon's hands down. Which is what I want to get. I want to grab some Asaurus. Where the hell is my Asaurus? There it is. I'm doing a jabber, not a bow. But I understand where you're going with that. I need some really nice low-level jabs. We're going to be using a lot of mana, so let's go double mantled heals. That sounds like fun. We don't really need the attack rating as much, so that'll be fine. We can go double mantled. Let's check our rando uniques. Like our mules. I should have a pretty nice, like, javelin somewhere. Yeah, mule number 4. Let's check him. I see no javelins on here at all. That's disappointing. We got more mules than that. There's Mulotron. Muley McMuleface. We've got lots of mules. I saved a bunch of like rare items and whatnot that have relatively low levels. Those are kind of high level. But there are some nice ones in there. +2 javelin with 40% IS, 7% mana leech. That's not bad. And a +2 jav with decent damage. Increased deck size. I mean, those are both like okay-ish. They're not like amazing, but they're okay. I mean, she's the javelin wielder, so we'll just give her all the javelins. We don't have a Titans for her right now, but that'll be fine. Let's check some of the other mules. Let's see if we have any other decent javelins we can throw her. She'll have, like, hand-me-down javelins for days. That's a level 4 javelin with mana leech and IAS. Kind of high stat requirements. 45. We'll have to beef up her dex a little bit. Oh, I've got tons. I saved a whole bunch of stuff, so I ain't got to worry about it. It's 25. Meh. Oh yeah, I forgot about her merc. I'm gonna set up her merc too. Let's set up a little troll merc that has like tons of damage. I got some pretty good like merc items in here. What should we set up the merc with? Trying to think what we throw on the merc to make her just like ridiculous. Probably a set, right? Let's pull what I got. So there you go. Look, she's got booties. She's got a shield. Another belt that she can use until she gets access to that belt. 2 rings and quite a few javelins, which she can choose from. One of them is level 4, which is easy enough for her to put on and equivalently mess around with. So that's pretty good. We can also... Oh yeah, I got a razor tail just sitting in here. I got some other mules too. I'm gonna check some other mules. Because I know I saved a bunch of good javelins. Face McMulatron. Let's go, McMulatron. Level 48. It's got good damage. 238% enhanced. It's not really the kind of stuff you're looking for this particular character, though. I had a couple good, like, merc weapons that I saved. I know I did, I just don't remember where they are. Let me check out Thor, because Thor was a recent character that I leveled, and he's probably got a bunch of my equipment on him. Yes, there it is. That's what I was looking for. He's got that ridiculous level 4 amplified damage on striking polearm. Unfortunately, we can't really summon a mercenary at level 4, can we? He's got 2 blades of Alibabas. 2 blades of Ali Boo Boo. Head Striker. Angelic Wings. Lightning Damage Charms. I guess he doesn't really have anything. Alright, well, I mean, we've got more than enough for this character. The last thing I could do is I could go to Charms. Alright, what do we got charm-wise that we can throw on this new character? Let's just look for low-level charms. I mean, these ones like here that are level 15 are kind of ridiculous with like the massive amounts of resistances that they give you. We're already going to kind of be set on resistances though from Aratha's. 6 strength, 57 mana, 6 strength, 57 mana. All res 15, 22%. Okay. Okay, I think I remember where those are from. That's from some seed code hacking right there. Seed code hacking, come on down. We got seed hacking in the town. Gonna get you all them do-janks, son. Come on down and we can get one. I don't know what to tell you. I got that seed hacking touch. I can touch everything in the world and turn it into gold and single Dutch. Ooh. Alright, Electron, let's go murder some stuff. Might as well put it on P8 for her, because she don't care. She's going to be, like, murdering everything in the game in no time. Let's get her some EXP. Let's get her out the Hasaris set first. That's the first thing she's going to have access to. She won't have access to a lot of this until later. She'll also get access to the Hands of Brock pretty early. And she'll get access to this weapon early. Everything else is going to wait until around 15.
Hi there.
Oh no, gold. Did I forget to get myself gold? I'm a fool. A fool in love.
Good to see you.
One perfect topaz, and I'm fully equipped.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
Level me, baby.
Level me, baby. Level me, baby.
Ooh, an EXP shrine. Don't mind if I do. Die, zombies. I need EXP. Thank you. Ah, I can put on the shield and the boots and the belt. Time for everything to die. Die.
I hear foul creatures about.
I'm level 4. Stop rezzing everything. Javelin for javelins, what? EXP. Look at all my beautiful EXP. I'm almost level 5 already. Almost level 5. And at level 5, I get to put on my gloves and my javelin. And now I'm going to be kicking everybody's booty cheeks into the ozone layer. I'm gonna start throwing them. How about that? Oh, that's not what I do. Here you go. See, and now now we got the doojies. So now we got this right here, and do that, and we can do that, and we can put 5 more points there, and now we can do that, and so now we got the big boy damage. Big boy damage and the mana leech. Now we can go to the jab because we got mana leech. I can't remember. Was this rep? It is rep. Okay. If it's rep, then we gonna throw. Shing, 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 shing. You cannot stand the power of my throws. Heh. 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 Punks. Give me that ring. Blue ring. Give me that blue ring. What, 12 attack rating? Give me that. I like attack rating. And now we got Power Strike. Power, power. Power, power strike. Power, power. Power, power strike. Chomp, chomp. How many we got left? Kill all the monsters in the den, or else it gets the hose again. I don't like it. I want the hose. Yes. Unlimited power.
Trust me.
Hose or hose? That sounds like wishful thinking there, creations. Sounds like some wishful thinking. Stab you in the face. Run away. Stab you right in the eye. That's what we got to do. We stab you right in the eye, poke you in the poo. Maybe it's just a garden implement. Could just be a garden implement. Am I getting excited about nothing? You know, when your boss tells you to take the hose out to the backyard and give him a good workout, you know. He's not talking about the ones you think he's talking about. He's talking about the, you know, the garden tool variety. Sorry, my friend. Just the garden tool variety. Motion of the lotion. Man. What was this guy high on? Everybody knows the lotion doesn't move, okay? Everybody knows the lotion stays in position, okay? That's what lubricant is. Whoa, Ginger. Whoa. Whoa. I need a book and a lot of do janks, so I can't have them do janks down. Hi on the Janja from the Jeed. Are you jambling with Jeed? He's a jambling with Jeed? You jumping Jeed? He's a jambling with Jeed, guys. I see him doing the jambling Jeed. He knows all about the Jeed jambling. Jambling with Jeed, my friend. He rips me off every time in the end. But I'm jambling with my Jeed, cause he's my jambling Jeed, Jeed, jambling Jeed. What's up, Flavy?
Beware.
Stab, stab. 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 Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta put point out. Okay. Now stab. 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 Extra stab. 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 Stab, stab. Ah, good luck on that. Jamble of Jiffins. I went the wrong way. I do not like it. I go the wrong way. Ooh, stamina potion. I like those. Salty. Salty potions. So very salty. I tried to jamble a Jordan. I failed miserably. We might give it another go tomorrow. Maybe we'll, actually, no, I got other things to do tomorrow. You guys suck. What's up, bushy boss, bushy boss? Come on down, bushy boss. What's up, cat? What's up, catch a fish? Catch a fish? To catch a fish? Your name confused me for a second, but now I am no longer confused. Now I know. I know. To catch a fish. Give a man a fish, and he eat for a day. Teach a man to catch a fish, and he eat for a lifetime. And also gets parasites, because fish have parasites. Jackie Chan? What? Pickpocket underwear? Where are these conversations going? You guys are scared of me. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm cold. I'm cold and it's scary. Die.
I sense great sorrow and misery.
Die. Die. Super die. 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 Stab. 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 Stab.
My army will destroy you.
Oh yeah? He likes to watch the Diablo 2 stream. He likes to watch the Diablo 2 stream. He sits at work and drinks his coffee, and he really starts to twerk because he's had too much caffeine. Way too much caffeine. He starts to feel a tingle deep down in his spleen. He starts to feel a tingle at the bottom of his spleen. And deep down his kidneys shut all the way to the down, 'cause too much freaking kappa freaking bean.
Sister.
Got a numb hand. Not the numb hand. Danger, Will Robinson. Danger. YouTube link for the song. I just made it up. Congratulations. For you. I made it up for you. You can clip it. You have the power to clip. There's a clipping tool. You have the power to do the clip. And you can save it forever in your memories. Ooh, stamina potion. Salty. Hidden talent is no more hidden. Oh, I sing all the time. You just got to get into the rhythm. Welcome to the rhythm of the zombie killing. We got a lot of zombies to kill now. Come on down and kill a couple zombies with me. Zombie killing is for fun now. We're going to kill the zombies right now. Zombies, zombies everywhere. Zombies, zombies in your hair. Skeletons also there. Look at all the evilware. Cranberries revival. Sounds good. I like cranberries. What's wrong with cranberries? You saying there's something wrong with cranberries? Don't tell me there's something wrong with cranberries. I like cranberries.
These stones serve
Die, Rock-a-Pishu. Nobody like you at all. Don't escape. Come back and die. Stab in your face. Stab, stab. Nice. Waypoints. Now we go into the Cave of Wonders. I will stab you in the face. I know it says not the face. Face is off limits, but I'll stab you in the face. Right in the eye. Right in the eye of the face. Right in the face of the eye. Another blue ring, you should know. 2 to strength, I'll take it. Who needs life? Life's for wussies.
Stab, 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 stabby, 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 stab. Stab, 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 stabby, stab, 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 stabby, stab, stab, stabby, 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 stab. Stab.
Come get stabbed. Hey, we made it. I want to stab all of the demons. Every single one. Don't let a single demon be on the run. And I will travel across the land, stabbing far and wide. Each demon I will stab right in the thigh. Stab, 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 stab. Come here, stab. Come here, stab. Hey, look, stab. Not a very, like, wide variety of skills here. I've got stab. I've got stab faster. I've got stab with proficiency. I've got stab with lightning. There's a lot of stabs. There's many stabs. Like I'm a stabber. All right, that's what I do. I stab. Like there's a demon, stab. There's another demon, stab. Okay, he doesn't die, stab him again. So it's pretty simple stuff. Like if he doesn't die, just another stab. That guy right there, stab him like 2 times. Like there you go, double stab. So it's an effective way. Like if the first stab doesn't work, always double stab. Always follow up with a second stab. That is like standard 101 tactics. All right. Nice, Blaster Knot. Congratulations. Got you a Mara's. Come here. Stab. Thank you. Stab. Congratulations. Stab. I need more skill points. I'm only level 11. This is terrible. I need more levels. Yeah, Mars is Mars. +2 and all +2 and all res is kind of hard to beat. If I want the spaceship, then I'm tree head butt fist. Butt head tree fist. There is butthead tree fist. Butthead tree, butthead tree, butthead tree fist. Where, oh, where is butthead tree, a butthead tree fist? Oh, butthead tree, tree butthead fist. I think he's probably over here because I freaking missed. There he is. Stab, 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 stab. How many stabs does it take to get to the center of a tree head butt fist? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Takes 5 stabs. It's an effective number of stabs. Oh, look, Arctic first. Yeah. Ugh, free defense. Ugh, and dexterity. Where's the waypoint at? We need the waypoints. ISYITF? What? What does that mean? I don't know the acronym. Die. Die. Yeah, come closer. Come closer and die. Thank you. And die. Alright, yep, die. You die. You die. You die. That's right. Die. 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 Stab, stab, die. Stab, stab. Yep, yep, die, die. Stab, stab, stab. Yep, yep, stab, stab. Stab. Yep, extra stab. Ooh, mega stab. You made me miss. I'll stab you real bad. Stab. Super stab. No, come here. Don't run away. Stab. I make sure I stab you real good. What's up, Thomas Holmes? Are you ready to stab? I always say I'll punch you in the poo. I tell Cody if he's not good, I'm gonna kick him in the poo. He doesn't much like that. He says those threats are vulgar and I shouldn't make those threats. But I tell him I'm gonna kick him in the poo. Right in the poo. I'm like, if you're not good, I'm just gonna kick you right in the poo. Right in the poo. And he behaves. Seems to be a goodest boy. He doesn't want to kick in the poo. Thankfully, I've never had to actually kick him in the poo. I just do threats. Right in the poo. Oh my god, where is this waypoint at? Did I already find it and I just don't see it on the map? Like, it's gotta be either up here or over here. Okay. Next time I'm gonna try better. Oh, well thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it, Thomas. I got some other stuff on there if you want. There's a lot of other little accessories that you could potentially get. You can get an ist rune or like an rune for your shotgun. Put a little rune on there. I got patches. Like I got burr runes. You can put a burr rune patch on there so you can get extra damage reduction. Did I not grab the stupid scroll? Eye starts to twitch.
What a strange looking tree.
Well, at least my stream didn't crash today. Excited about that. A little bit of a little bit of a like fun little comment for those of you who may not realize. You guys do know that like you don't actually get a scroll from the tree, right? Like you don't actually get a scroll. Like you're not going to the tree to get a scroll. You bring a scroll and you make rubbings of the tree with the scroll that you brought. That's what you do. You're not actually bringing you're not getting a scroll from the tree. You're taking rubbings of the writing that's on the tree. Ah, you gonna put a beast? Pick or the tree gives me the scroll. I'm playing P8 right now. That song kind of reminded me of Through the Fire and Flames. These people just be straight ripping off other artists. Like, can't wait for PoE2. Okay. I'm like at the okayest level that I can be for the game. Like I'm okay. Yeah, if it's a good launch, you know, I'll play. If it's not a good launch, I'll go over to Diablo 2. Like, I'm not stressing over it. Die, Carver Shaman. Your mom's a hoe. Didn't you know your mom's a hoe? Best Buy chocolate hairs. Come on down and make some pairs. We got all the stuff you can do with the fluff. I swear this does sound like Through the Fire and Flames. I don't know what it is. It's like a Through the Fire and Flames ripoff. I see you over there, Resin. Don't be Resin. I'm gonna have to ask you politely to stop. Collaborate and listen. Because Do Not Res is back and he's pissing. Stab, 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 stab. 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 I don't got no gear for my merc, No gear for my mercenary.
I'll put that to good use.
What should I get for her? I'm level 13. Seems too cheaty to me. I hurt people's feelings when I say that. I don't know. I'm just telling you the truth. It looks too cheaty to me. I looked into it. It looked like a bunch of cheats. It looked like somebody like put a whole bunch of cheats in the game. They're like, let me see how much I could cheat. I was like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to cheat. I don't like it. I don't like it. What am I at now? 13, almost 14. 2 more levels. I'll have access to Arathas. And then I'd be invincible. Invincible! I can't remember what level mantles are. Be nice to have some mantle each, though. Okay. I don't need FCR, right? Hey, Black Marsh Waypoint. Nice. No. 18, so keep stacking points. Stabbing everything as we go. Gonna stab everything right in the toe. I don't really care what they say to me, cause I'm gonna stab them right in the frickin' knee. And then when they try to get up again, don't really care what they say to me then, cause I'm gonna stab them right in their old pen. Ink leaking all down their shirt. It's probably gonna freaking squirt. Blue ink on the white shirt. It's not gonna be very pretty, it'll hurt. Dive, 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 dive. We can go get our gear now. We're like pretty close to putting everything on. I don't care about accounts. Moving on.
I am overburdened.
Starbang the Grim. What's up, Starbang? My old my old arch nemesis, Starbang the Grim. From that 80s porno that I did. Holy giant pack of monsters, Batman. Get off my girl. She ain't got time for y'all. Y'all can res everything, can't you? How about res yourself? Position heal thyself. How about that? So close to unlimited power. Unlimited power. Salty containers. My EXP. Almost there, boys. Almost ascending to godhood.
This is the site of Andariel's atrocities.
Nice. Die. Oh no, you don't. Stop resing. Quit it. Yo, punk resin butt. Always resin everything. Nobody likes you. Yeah, one more kill. Boys. Time to hit it into overdrive, my friends. Unlocked unlimited power.
Itty bitty space.
Unlimited space. Chomp, 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 chomp. Chomp, 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 chomp. I got 75 all res with 85 fire resistance. Gore Widow the axe. That's probably what she did to her widow. She axed him. A question. Champion Bone Mage die in pain and blood. Died. She's not going too bad for P8. She's handling everything just fine.
It's locked.
What's up, Champion Death Clans? I'll try. Uh-oh. Black killer. Not him. God, black killer. Oh, now we got the Twitch on, boys. It's over. 2 more levels, we get access to like one of the good abilities, which is Charge Strike. And then that's pretty much it. That's all she wrote at that point. Like the character's like done. You're just going through the motions for the most part until you get to the higher difficulties. The butcher! The smith. The knockoff butcher. Give my Heredric. Give my Heredric Malus. I'm the only YouTuber you ever bought from? I appreciate it. I don't really make much money off the stuff on the shop. It's really there for you guys. It's just there for y'all. I mean, I don't know. You know, I had like delusions of grandeur that I would make some money off there at one point, but it's really just too slow. You know, I think most people just donate money when they want to, you know, get something. I just want to have something up there for you guys, though. You know, some cool stuff, some cool merch in case you want to get it. And if you want to throw a donation my way when you purchase some stuff, that's cool too. I appreciate it. Donations are never required. You know, by the way, like you don't have to donate. It's never a requirement, but it is appreciated. It's always appreciated. Helps keep the power on and stuff, you know, which is important. So I do got another one here. It is Ethereal. I actually kind of wanted to save this for like a throw barb.
Good morning.
Maybe I try imbuing a javelin just for fun.
Good morning.
Doesn't matter to me. Yeah, 717. Any better than what I was using? Not particularly. One I have is better. It's not even lower level. That's weird. Alright guys, I've been streaming for like, I don't know, like close to 10 hours now. I gotta get some sleep. I got, obviously Thanksgiving is tomorrow, right? On top of that, there's also, I have to work because it's Black Friday. So Black Friday is tomorrow, right? Or what am I? Yeah. So Black Friday is tomorrow. Technically tomorrow anyway. Like, so yeah, obviously Thanksgiving is tomorrow and then Black Friday is the day after tomorrow. I work like the Black Friday, like, you know, like from like 12 midnight, you know, onward to like get in there and do the changeover for Black Friday, basically. So I gotta get in and I gotta do that. So I gotta get sleep. You know, be a responsible adult and stuff. I don't want to be a responsible adult, but so be it. As always, I'd appreciate you guys and gals joining me for these fun little adventures. Be sure to tune in for Path of Exile 2 on December 6th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard. If Path of Exile 2 ends up being a like absolute dumpster fire of a launch, at 8 o'clock Eastern Standard on December 6th, we're also going to be doing Diablo 2 Resurrected Season 9, so that'll be fun. One way or another, we're definitely going to do PoE 2, but PoE D2R Season 9 is up in the air for me. The Diablo 4, if you're interested in Diablo 4 stuff, the public test realm for Diablo 4 is coming up on December 3rd. So that is a whole nother thing that we can test out. I recently just posted the patch notes for you guys. I went over all that. So if you want to check out the patch notes for the public test realm, there's some cool stuff in there, some new uniques, and some other various items that you definitely want to take a look at. I think that's pretty much it. I'm probably going to keep playing Diablo 2 up until the launch of like public test realm, because I really want to get some D2R in. Love D2R. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And obviously I've been playing a lot of Diablo 4 because with the expansion launch and everything, and that's just normal. You know, if Diablo 2 had an expansion launch, I'd be playing that for like primarily as well. So, you know, we did the expansion launch for Diablo 4. It was really good. And we're going to do the PoE 2 launch as well, which I think is also kind of important because, you know, we'll check it out at least and see if it's any good. That way I can, you guys can at least watch me play and see whether I like it or not. I don't know if like we all have the same tastes or not, but you know, obviously I like Diablo 2. I like Diablo 4. So like, if you like Diablo 2 and you like Diablo 4, like I like Diablo 2 and Diablo 4, and you hate Diablo 3 the same way I did, and you hate Path of Exile 1 the same way that I did, then obviously going into Path of Exile 2, you can trust my opinion, because if I like Path of Exile 2, then, you know, maybe they've made some pretty good changes. Likewise, if I hate it, you guys are probably going to hate it too. So I guess we'll find out. Anyway, as always, I do appreciate you guys and gals joining me. Be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button on the way out the door. And as always, keep watching.